All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome down and welcome in to the SLO CAL Open here in Morro Bay. A gorgeous, chilly Saturday morning. It's about 45 degrees, and that first women's quarterfinal is out in the water. Ella McCaffrey and Zoe Kana followed in the next heat. Talia Swindoll and Zoe Chait. These are going to be 25-minute quarterfinals. We've got the swell has receded a little bit, but there's still plenty of surf out in the lineup. Beautiful, groomed, offshore, sideshore conditions. That northeast wind blowing, sweeping up the face of the lefts. Sitting here with one of the judges, Asher Nolan. He was just mentally surfing these, 300-yard long lefts that go into the bay. So we're anticipating a great day. We've got a full day of action, starting with the women's quarterfinals, going into the men's semifinals, then back to the women's quarterfinals. And then we're straight through. It's finals day into the men's final and women's finals. And then we have a quick longboard event, the Cancer Survivor Heat, the Surfing for Hope Foundation Survivor Heat, which is always great. They get a bunch of participants down, honorary members, and super fun moment there with the Surfing for Hope crew. Had a great time up at the event last night in San Luis Obispo. Watched Tom Kern and his son Pat play for a little bit. And yeah, let's see. And after the Surfing for Hope longboard sort of, or shortboard, doesn't really matter what they ride, just a survivor heat, we're going into the men's longboard round 1 and then into men's longboard round 2. So a complete day of action. We are going to finish off with the high performance shortboard action for the QS 1000 and then go straight into the longboard QS, which is, they've been waiting. The swell was so massive and crazy, but it kind of works out perfect because then the full feature will be on them at the end of the day, and then all day tomorrow, men's and women's longboard. So we're gonna have a fun day today. Myself and Matt Janowski. You can see on the camera there, in the days past, if you were tuning in, giant waves were crashing across those rocks, and we'll still see some of that. We still, let's see, we have an increasing tide for a little bit, maybe a 6-foot high tide, and then draining out all day till, well, I don't have the time in front of me, but it's going low to about a 0.2 or something like that. Okay, surfers, hold your positions. We're about 2 minutes to the start. 2 minutes to the start. Maybe today they'll have an easier time hearing us. There'll be breaks between the waves. So yeah, let the show begin here. SLO CAL Open, beautiful Morro Bay. A full-on day of action, up to a nice event at the Rock Brewery in San Luis Obispo. Got to listen to Bob Vogelin tell his story again. That's always inspiring to hear how Surfing for Hope Foundation began. He's a co-founder, and they are the presenting sponsor here at this event and at Pismo Beach. So funds always being raised for Surfing for Hope Foundation, which deals with, cancer patients, survivors of cancer patients, the families, their kids, spouses, partners, whatever it might be. And it's all healing through the ocean. So thanks to everything they do and this great partnership with the WSL. All right, surfers, hold your position. There we go. That is the beautiful logo for Surfing for Hope for those online. We're doing double duty here as we have been all week. Beach commentary, #/webcast. So sometimes we're really focused on the live action and cameras. Everyone tries to coordinate it all. We do our best. All right, surfers, hold your positions. We're going to count down in about 20 seconds. Can you guys hear me? Any arms? Anybody? You guys hear me? Yes. Okay, great. You can hear me. We're going to count in pretty soon. All right, count down. right now. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Excuse me. And there we go, ladies. We are into quarterfinal heat number 1. For everybody watching the webcast, we've got Run Amok Photography and his team giving us these beautiful drone angles and the beach angles. You see how it looks like just a proper left point at the moment. Good morning, Matt Chanowski. How are you? Waxhead is in the booth with me now.
Good morning. Checking out the sights down there this morning. Some nerves, some cold hands, cold feet. And we are ready for the finals day of the QS 1000. Straight into the quarterfinals. Ella McCaffrey and Zoe Kiner. Both these surfers plucking good waves throughout their campaign here in Morro Bay and looking to build on their ranks to enter the Challenger Series. And here we have, this is opening wave for Zoe, a nice drawn-out left-hander, lines up the inside section, smacks it. So if there was any morning cold or stiffness there, Zoe's not feeling it. That was a dynamic end turn, and she just rebounded that section perfectly. Windswept across the offshore lineup. This is a wind that we've typically had in the afternoons, Jeff. After 1 o'clock or so, this side to offshore. Maybe we'll see some airs this morning.
Yes, maybe so. So don't let the, it looks a bit smaller, but there's still plenty of size and power. Beautiful line and just tight surfing there. You know, fortunately the sun rises the other direction, so no sun in their eyes at this early morning. You know, there's some places like, let's see, Lowers is one that always comes to mind. Early morning heats, you take off and you're riding just right into the sun. Can't see this going the opposite direction.
6-point ride for Zoe. Your opening wave is a 6-point ride. 22 minutes, 55 seconds remaining.
And I guess what I was alluding to is it's already hard enough to surf at 7 a.m. in the freezing cold, you know, wind and weather. But when you have the sun in your eyes, it makes it even more difficult. And the finish on that turn for Zoe, so sharp. Both young women surfing all through the event, so compact and even on their board, utilizing their rails. Powerful young surfers climbing the ranks. And here we are, quarterfinals. I know that Ella's goal was to win one of these. She's gotten herself into the semifinals a few times in a row. Here we go. It is her priority, eyeing up this left. So now we get to see her regular foot versus goofy. You can see how these waves run down the bank. Ooh, I like that. A little redirect and check. And you can see the ribs coming through the wave, which are kind of creating those cupped out sections that she can weave together.
Wow.
Nice finish for Ella McCaffrey. Not this like overly aggressive pace to her first wave of the heat. Just get yourself in that good rhythm.
I like that because it would have been easy for, after hearing that 6-point ride from Zoe, it would have been easy for Ella to have lost momentum because that wave looked like it lacked a little bit halfway through, but she stayed with us. So here, so she gets an opening turn, and then you realize in the replay that it goes a bit flat here. So she really brings that that board in. It's definitely a small wave board. It won't be a step up. So she's really pushing on. Now here, it ramps up a bit more. And then this next turn here, she finishes strong. So a 6.75 for red. Your last wave, a 6.75. You are in the lead. Zoe needing a marginal score of a .76. Yeah. 21 minutes remaining.
Carrying a nice even pace through the wave. And there was that one, I think it was the second turn. It was sort of a cut down, and then she just did a little ankle shuffle that was very minor, but it really opened up the rest of the wave for her, and those two finish turns were what pushed it into that higher range than Zoe with just one turn. Those were the vertical turns, finishing with the best turn of the wave.
And obviously it's not quantity, it is all about the quality, but in amongst those 5 turns, there was 2 really nice ones from Ella as well. So,
well, we're loving the beginning of the morning. Consistent shoulder high head. I mean, it's hard to tell that, you know, Zoe's pretty small, but shoulder head high lefts. opening up for her as she runs down this consistent sandbar. Year after year, this sandbar is available to the surfers, and you can just see it in that angle on the drone angle looking into the camera. They're just paddling straight back to the X, take off again.
The waves are looking really good this morning. Very conducive to combination of maneuvers, especially as we see we had that high tide about 20 minutes ago. And this is the replay of Zoe's. This takes the high line here. This is one of the more open-faced waves she's had all week. Bottom turns, carving that one back in. Drawn-out carve for Zoe. Compact, using her body to her advantage. And here, ramps up down the end section, eyes it off, and tees off perfectly. So really nice backup wave there for Zoe.
Yeah. And it's just a great example that it shows, size doesn't matter. It's the strength on the board that matters, and the awareness and the positioning, and obviously strength at some point. But
a 5.5, that last wave, Zoe, a 5.5. Ella, you're in second. You need a 4.75. Blue in the lead. Red requiring a 4.75.
So you can see in that beautiful drone angle where Ella's sitting and the left running all the way to the beach. You can just follow the whitewash line straight on an angle into what is the river mouth, so to speak, which is kind of buried over at the north end of those sand dunes. You can kind of see the sun hitting along one of the sand hills. That's the north side of the river mouth there. So that helps keep this left sandbar consistent anytime there's flush out there. 18 minutes, just over 18 minutes left right now. Zoe with two waves, a 6 and a 5.5. Ella McCaffrey in the red opens with a 6.75. I like this, the contrast. Heats where there's, regular and goofy going back and forth. The judges get good looks. Ooh, Ella, nice. Lots of spray flying over the face of that wave, or the top of the wave. And just gets, the board speed was just lacking a little bit. You could see pushing it on those 3 turns leading into there, and the wind, that's where the wind was, you think, quite a factor.
Absolutely, and we're down on the period from the last few days, back down to a 12-second period as opposed to that 13, 15. So here's that replay. Beautiful long wall. You know it's not going to close out. So she's trying to, combination of drawing out the bottom turn, but also trying to keep it tight in the pocket to be critical. So that one there, a little more oomph on it. She knew she needed to go, because those 3 turns weren't super strong. She needed to have a dynamic finish like the first wave.
And just sort of ran out of pace.
That's right, and it may not have been the score if she'd have just rode out of that smoothly. So it's a 4. So perhaps might have just been there with the completion, but a 4-point ride for Ella. It wasn't enough. Zoe, you have priority. You're in the lead with a 5.5 and a 6. Ella's still chasing a 4.75.
We got to think the surfers are enjoying this, where it was just scrambled eggs and, hard in your throat those other days, those other rounds. Now they're paddling out. It's very apparent where they're going to take off, how the lineup's working, or at least at the moment, as we've seen over the entire week. As the tide fills in and then pulls out, there's definitely different sandbars that are activated with the different currents moving through the lineup. Currently, it's the feature on this long left sandbar. As we move through the rounds, that will most definitely change up. What do we got here? We've got burritos. I'm going to go with a ham. Thank you very much. Thank you to our caterers and our whole staff that feed us, coffee us, hydrate us as we're chained to the chairs for 8 hours straight.
And if you are around the SLO CAL area, feel free to come on down and check out the finals day for the shortboard, and we'll be kicking off the men's longboard rounds later today as well. We have the Iron Wolf Coffee just down a few tents, so feel free to come on down, grab some espresso. Great coffee there. They're up from Oceanside, and we have our great setup here with the mid-state containers just underneath the Morro Rock. So chuck in that Google search, Morro Rock, and you will arrive here in this beautiful coastal hamlet in between San Francisco Bay and LA. 80-mile coastline with lots of different waves.
It's hard to miss this rock. You come around the the point, or you come around from Cambria coming south, and there it is, just looming. And, you know, if you go out into the national park south of Morro Bay, you look back, you see it. I mean, it's a pretty big chunk of rock sticking up out of the sea.
550 feet, apparently. And we are down to 14 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Hang on. So as we approach that 14-minute mark, that's the run-amok photography drone just cruising through Morro Bay. He's an absolute whiz and has been a godsend to the judges and the viewers, and also the tourism board. I think some of the images that he's been able to capture the last few days has given unique angles to showcase to the judges and the viewer just how complicated some of these lineups are, and even just to spot priority and to see the surfers. Actually, it's been essential for us to see the surfers putting their hands up. So well done to Run Amok. Check him out on Instagram. He got some terrific photos last night at the charity night down there at Slow Brew, watching Tom Curran, and wasn't he great?
Wasn't Tom and his son on the drums,
Pat.
on the skins.
Yep.
So that was really cool.
Really good.
It was nice to see him and his son. I was thinking about his son. I hadn't seen him in the water in ages, and yeah, he's a grown man now.
Yep.
So Tom Curran performing with his son for the Surfing for Hope Foundation benefit. The musician artist before him was really great too. I didn't catch his name, but he
was great.
He
yeah.
had an incredible voice, and people were having a lot of fun. Lots of vino libations going on.
Great.
There was a silent auction, so hopefully they did a good job raising some money for Surfing for Hope Foundation. And it was great to have Tom be a participant. It's great just to have Tom involved so often at so many things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he was here for the board riders the weekend before and elected to hang out, stay a while.
And he has been tuning in and watching all of this event. He gave us some glowing compliments on the commentary, but I must say that's a compliment to how good the surfing has been. He actually is blown away with the level of surfing at this event, and that's fantastic when you have Tom Curran wrote the playbook and what we know as clinical shortboard surfing. He was the predecessor of all of those different board designs. We see Zoe coming through here. We'll catch up with what Tom had to say shortly. And the Huntington Beach local just snapping that one off, looking to drop a 5.5 and just rolling the dice, seeing if there's an inside section there, and smashes that. Wow. So job well done there from Zoe. She's had 3 completed waves, and she'll be getting those jelly legs, you know, when you get those long waves.
That was a long one. I just couldn't stop thinking how well coached she's been. Like, she is on point with each wave, mistake-free surfing, utilizing that priority, like not getting psyched out, knows what she's doing, and identifying that this foamy, frothy one was going to give her a lot of opportunity down the line with the length of wave. And she's really going to put some pressure onto Ella McCaffrey, who now has the priority out the back. Again, both of them with those 6s and 5s. We'll see where this wave goes with the judges and what that potentially makes Ella have to do on the next wave.
I'm sure there's some competitors watching Zoe paddle out now and just examining how long that will take. As I'll update Zoe's score after she duck dives. And so Zoe, your last wave was a 4.5. It didn't go into your top 2 total. Ella, you still require a 4.75. 10 minutes, 20 remaining.
Okay, wow. So the quality of waves that are out there, that wave with all that foam did not turn into something to better her other two scores. So utilize that priority and doesn't benefit from it. Now we see Ella. This is looking like possibly, you know, a two-turn. There we go, a set wave, semi-set wave with two quick turns. Will she get back out into the lineup and hold priority? That will be interesting. It's hard to see where Zoe is at the moment because she rode hers quite a bit further.
This is where you'll dissect the power element here. So utilizing the fins there, more of a fixed stance there and driving that one through. So your three pillars of the criteria, your speed, power, and flow. Zoe had the flow. She did have speed, but she didn't utilize that speed for a specific power section to really, she didn't get the section for it, but it was beautiful surfing. Now with Ella, it was a two-turn combo. Flow element, not so much, but some speed and some power, and it was critical with a bigger wave. A 5.8 for Ella. You've gone into the lead.
And you can see now with the drone angle, she is out in the lineup again with Zoe behind her from the length of the left she had. So priority straight back with her. So super savvy, competitive knowledge in that heat of the moment, thinking, whoa, I can ride this wave, possibly get a high score, banking on the knowledge of all the days before where she did one big turn.
I'm just going to update them while we have a lull. 8 minutes 30. Ella, you are in the lead, a 5.8 in your last wave. Zoe, you did not improve your heat total. A 6.56 required for blue. You're in second, blue. So I don't want to blow anyone's ears off at home. That's not my intention. I love talking on the broadcast. We love telling stories. I don't like facts and figures too much, but our main priority is the surfers in the water right now. From a competitor and a coach perspective, myself, that is primary, and that's our role here. So you guys at home will be second to the surfers. But the good thing is you get to really feel like you're here on the beach watching because you're tuning into those live updates.
And you can say that Waxhead screamed at you. Oh, look at that. So Zoe pushing it into the wind, up in the foam. Kind of a desperate move there, but she was under priority, so it's easy to risk it. No time will be lost in that. Ella, though, savvy competitive strategy out the back and got herself just enough to go into the lead with that 5.8. Now we'll have time to sit and really pick the wave she wants to get possibly up into the excellent range, because those waves are out there if you can find it or, you know, pick it. Inevitably, that left will come that will offer 3 or so vertical cupping sections for the surfers to really execute speed, power, and flow. Critical surfing, you know. I don't know if at this point above the lip surfing will happen with these strong windy conditions. Coming up in the next heat, Talia Swindoll and Zoe Shate, they will be paddling out shortly. Well, what a difference the sunshine makes. I mean, when I came here just on 7, the shadow, the sun had not hit the lineup yet, and it looked ominous, cold, and no fun. Here we go, way down on that far sandbar. So a little mistiming there for Zoe Kiana. For a brief moment there, though, you could see the potential of that. Ella, there's 6 minutes left. 6 minutes left. You have a 6.75 and a 5.8. You're in the lead. You have priority. So that is the international sign for time when you see the athletes put their hands over their head and tap their wrist. Those are their signals. When they just have their arms straight up and waving, generally is a score or situation update. And then when they turn around and they put their hands at us and the judges, it's usually like, what do you mean that happened? So those are the body languages that the athletes use from the water to communicate with us.
I like the when they're in like a combo, they need like an excellent score, and they know that they can get it. The squirt in the hands.
Yeah.
You know, they squish their hands together in the water and makes a little water fountain. I like that one.
I
That's
like
a
that
Jack
one.
Robbo one.
You know, and Kelly Slater just sits out there and just slaps the water. He just slaps the water. He'll sit next to his competitor slapping the water and talking to him. And they're like, what are you doing? Why do you do this to me? Get out of my head.
So Ella's gone and sat down next to Zoe, way down in that far peak.
Well, and that's the beautiful pace of head-to-head matchups now. Priority definitely a much more critical factor, especially in the dying minutes as the heat leader. Shadowing your competitor, priority meaning they have the right of way to choose whatever wave they want, which works either for them or against them because the surfer under priority can potentially bait them into a wave, act like they're going to paddle for it, and force the surfer with priority to go, which we've seen many times, especially in places where the waves are close between. But right now we're down to 4 minutes. Ella with priority in the red. Zoe needing a 6.56.
Yeah, Jeff, I love that your perspective with the commentary, you're coming from a previous competitor and a surf fan and a coach perspective as well, where you're putting yourself in the surfer's shoes. And for beach commentary, it's super important, but I think it goes across the webcast as well for those who are knowledgeable, who are in this position in a heat. They can relate to this scenario and these tiny little idiosyncrasies that are so difficult to dissect and what's going on in the surfer's head. And sometimes with the elements, the priority doesn't factor into it as much until you turn, you find the wave and you go, oh man, they're on the inside.
Yeah, right. It's
Because just getting out the back, as we've seen in previous days, has been crucial. So to make smart decisions is even harder when you include priority. So it's been incredible to watch these athletes manage that, especially at this, I would call it grassroots almost levels for professional surfing.
Shadows of Mundaka. Not that it's barreling like Mundaka, but just proper sections coming down the beach. Yeah, I have a good time. I like trying to bridge the gap from the absolute novice to the expert. And if you can reach a medium where both are happy, and you're feeding the information to both sides well, I think that's what I try to bring in commentary is both.
Yes, anyone who can just turn on the TV, tune in, or get to the beach and understand the scenario of what's going on, including surfers, deliver that information to the surfers. Or just see them, they're duck dive right now. They're way down on that next peak.
Yeah, so they've definitely moved down the beach a bit. It's hard to tell in the compressed drone angle, but in real time, they're down a bit further than they were.
So, Zoe, you're after a 6.56. Red still in the lead. Just under 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, well, it's such a cool story to orate. There's so much going on besides just a surfer riding the wave. Like we talk about the training, the preparation, what maybe they're thinking in their head, what their coaches might have talked to them about in strategy before, how they're handling pressure, executing it, what equipment are they riding, where are they choosing to read the ocean and sit, Those are the things that people just, other than the people that are participating in it all the time, they know that. But
yeah. And then they get the wave. Comes down to a clutch moment like we saw so many times yesterday. 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. 1 minute, 10 seconds.
Yeah, thank you to Run Amok for the super drone angles, like you said, crucial for helping us because it's a long ways from where we're sitting, and that helps us see the body language and the hand signals from the athletes. Under 1 minute, Ella holding the lead, Zoe needing that 6.55, and it's tough when the leader has priority sitting close to you, and the frequency of the swell is allowing Ella to just kind of sit there and be like, okay, my wave next, no problem. 30 seconds.
It'll be very interesting to see what's going to happen in this next couple of hours of the tide, but a wave coming. Red's having a look at it, and so is Blue, of course. Red uses her priority. She's up and going. Look, the drop of 5.8. Opening turn there. 10 seconds.
So I'll count this one down now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ooh, well, it'll be interesting. I don't know.
Oh,
Well, nice surfing there from Zoe on the buzzer. Was that? No. Oh, so, okay. That wave will not count for Zoe. The rule is basically if hands have left the rail before or after the horn is blown, judges deeming that she was not up before the horn had finished. We'll go to a quick commercial break, and we will bring you back with heat number 2.
On coast in Morro Bay.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back to SLO CAL, the SLO CAL Open here in Morro Bay. Life is too beautiful to rush. We love it. The Visit SLO CAL icon logo. That is what this area brings. Central Coast is a beautiful place to be. And right now, joining us in the water, Talia Swindoll and Zoe Chait. Quarterfinal number 2, Ella McCaffrey on into another semifinal. We see a picture of her walking up the beach. Great job, Ella, keeping it together. Great surfing there from Zoe Kiana, and we'll have an interview once she makes her way up. I'm sure she wants to go get her snuggy clothes on, although there's not that much time. We've just got these quarterfinal women's heats, then the 2 semifinals of the men's, and then straight back into the semifinals of the women. So again, a nice easy pace to her stride after the heat. So we were waiting for Talia and Zoe to find their opening ride. You wonder, with that tide increasing, if consistency will wane a little bit. Yeah, we want the kids in the background. Come on. To the support team. Show your patches. There we go. Well, let's see if... Yeah, we're going to... I don't know if there's a wave coming. If there's not, then we'll go to interview. But hold on a second. It looks like Talia is up and riding. So Talia Swindoll on her backhand. She's been having a great event so far. Powered by the frog. I love the art she put on her backboard. So that one's a quick wave for Talia. We'll get that score, but right now we're going to go down to Matt and Ella with that heat win moving into the semifinals.
First heat of the day on finals day, weaker conditions. How did it feel out there?
It was actually super fun. The swells dropped a bit, but good long lefts coming through and a bit of wind, but good waves.
And you're feeling confident, you got support crew hanging out. Who do you want to give a shout out to?
Shout out to the boys here for waking up early and coming down to watch.
Great. And when you're taking off, the waves running all the way down. Obviously, it's almost like a little bit of a, I don't want to say a little disappointment, but after the last few days and you've got to riddle off a number of turns, are you going to try and pull off that and just look for the action on the end section? You're going to try and go all the way through to the inside and do the runaround?
I think quality over quantity, probably one or two big turns over like grinding it out all the way to the shore.
I mean, as a free surf, you look at a long left and you think, oh, how cool is that? But in a competition scenario, you understand that, yeah, it's quality over quantity. You got one longer left and you sort of finished on the end turn. You didn't make it. You got a 4-point ride, but a 2-turn combo and they got you up into the sixes. How did that feel?
Felt really good. I had a fun free surf, couple 2-turn combos, so that's what I was looking for. It seemed like the wind picked up a little bit right as the heat started, and I was kind of having trouble staying in the wave. I felt like I was getting blown out of the wave, but figured it out and got it done.
Cool. Well, go rest up. We'll see you in the semifinals.
All right, congratulations, Ella. Moving into another semifinal here at the Morro Bay Open in 2023. We had another 2023 earlier this year in the end of February, so this is the second. So the calendar ever changing. So in the interim, we did have a wave for Talia right before that interview. Medium-sized left and a nice finishing turn, 2-turn combination. Zoe had a quick up and out. Things really turned for Ella in that heat when she was in second. Zoe got the long wave and didn't complete, and then it opened the door for her to get that 2-turn combo that she was, had been looking for, which is exactly what she did. And she didn't waste any time riding the wave in, paddled back out, sat on priority again. So that heat strategy working out well for Ella McCaffrey to jump up into the, I think, her third, maybe fourth semifinal. So she is ready. She's made it this far. 5.25, Talia, your first wave. 2-turn combination of 5.25. Zoe has first priority, just over 18 minutes remaining. Zoe, you need a 4.26 at this moment, but you just have the one. So we like to sort of wait for both surfers to get 2 waves. That really sets the table for what they're going to need, unless we're running out of time and they only have 1 wave. But generally, you'll find, both surfers getting a handful of waves. Some surfers stay super busy. Some, regardless of how consistent the surf is, love to just sit and wait, really pick the wave that they feel comfortable in getting to attain the score. Right now, there's not really inside options. So the way priority working, they're just sitting there waiting for the next set of waves to come on in. Here we go, Zoe. She just wants to get a really strong score on the board. You heard Ella say that the wind seemed to increase during that heat, creating a scenario where it's hard to stay on the wave. And not only was that wave flat, but the wind looked like it was playing a factor there, working against Zoe. You can just see they're having to bounce and getting a little stuck up on the top. The lip there's not a steep lip line on that wave. You could see how flat it was as it moved under her there. So a 1.9, Zoe, you got a 1.9. Talia behind her had a quick in and out and maintains priority. Red with first priority, 16 minutes left. Zoe, you now need a 3.86.
Certainly no step-up boards required today, as I was trying to allude in that post-heat interview with Ella about the waves opening up, but sort of being a little fat, but I didn't want to put words in her mouth. I wanted her to say it. She didn't quite say it, but here we go. This is Talia drawing this one up. And that's exactly the recipe that Ella used in that previous heat, trying to do the two-turn combo. Look for one that has an end section so you can utilize that speed and power. So it'll be a fantastic backup wave for Talia in red.
Yeah, it will. And you could see she was down the sandbar farther. The nice opening turn. You can see how pesky that wind is. And that was a little bit more horizontal, where in the heat before, even the wave before, she had a bit more intensity, as a bit more of a speedy vertical re-entry down from that lip. But like you said, that will be, it's going to exceed her opening ride. It was a bigger wave with that first turn into second turn, 5.5. So marginally higher score than the 5.25, and then reflecting back to Ella's 5.8 on her two-turn combination. So the judges saying already so consistent in the morning, scores being handed out for what the surfers are executing. Right now, Zoe, you have priority. You need an 8.85. But we know that she just really hasn't gotten started. She's got a pair of ones.
Yeah. And that was also sensible, perhaps a little, if anything, cautious on the end turn there for Talia with the wind. But at this time of the heat, just to apply that pressure and put Zoe in a situation where she needs an excellent range score. If Talia falls on that wave, it's a 2.5. So it's an achievable, say, 6.85. Zoe could get that in, pretty easily get that in one score. And it's always difficult when your competitor has two waves at halfway through the point, halfway point of the heat, and you haven't really got anything of substance. It's always a little tricky. "13 minutes remaining. We'll update those scores as these waves subside. That's the run amok visuals drone in front of the contest site, and he's just run amok photography.
I think you should fly the drone up through town, stopping at the coffee shops, the local breweries, the pubs. He could do a whole Morro Bay
do you reckon he
tour.
could fly it on top of the rock? That'd be cool.
Yeah, I don't know what their elevation capacity is.
Oh, that'd be interesting. It is a bird, but our Joe Rogan-esque information panel has just passed through information immediately in the earpiece saying that it is a bird sanctuary, so we are unable to fly on top of there, and of course you can't climb there. But here, back to live action, is Talia looking to drop the 5.25, and that was another almost identical two-turn combo. Maybe a little slower than the first one. We'll have to see where that goes with the judges. 12 minutes remaining.
And a great example of what we were talking about in the priority rotation, sitting comfortably with her two waves under priority, and she has the freedom to experiment, so to speak, on inside waves that Zoe's not even looking at. That one didn't go into her score line, was under her other two scores.
Live action. This is Zoe here. Oh, tail slide into the lip, utilizing the wind, but she'll get back out the back with priority. So Talia, a 5.5 for the wave before last.
a bird sanctuary, and that makes sense. All the views that we've had looking at the rocks there, when they do a close-up, there's just birds lining, sitting on top of them. So I'm sure there's no hang gliding, rope climbing. There's definitely no skateboarding signs up on top of the rock, no mountain biking. There we go. There's all the birds. I don't know what type. If I were staying at the La Serena Hotel, they would be telling me because they have all the bird books.
So 10 minutes 50 remaining. Talia, you have a 5.25 and a 5.5. Zoe, you need an 8.85 to go into the lead.
And what a sanctuary it is. A volcanic plug.
Good
I actually
shot.
need to look that up because on my drive home from the event last night, I'm thinking, is that the core of a volcano that was old, so these were much bigger, or is that something that came out of a volcano and landed?
I read there was an extinct volcano.
So an extinct, then they call it a volcano plug. One of the 9 Morros that extend all the way back up the one. When you drive along the one from San Luis Obispo down to Morro, you see them all along the way, like the back of a dinosaur or something.
Jurassic Park style.
Yeah.
And that's the harbor in behind there.
And in the days gone, when that was well, I forget what the Stacks was, but the warm water used to come rushing out of that little inlet there. That was actually nice in the winter. Now it doesn't do that any longer. Great drone work. Thank you to Run Amok Photography. So we will get back to the surfing action. Priority is with blue. So right now, the high seeds getting the jump. Talia in the lead at the moment. Ella moving on through into the semifinal from the last heat. Coming up next, Noah Clapp and Vela Mathea. So a big contrast in styles coming up again.
So Zoe's got priority, just needing an 8.85. And Talia, you have a 5.5 and a 5.25. You're out in the lead. No doubt Zoe will look to, although she's pretty explosive with her surfing, she might go for it in one massive turn. That seems to be the method that she goes for, just puts it all on the line. But easier, obviously, at this point to break it down into 2 waves, giving yourself that opportunity to paddle out between maybe 1 and 3 minutes today. I think we will see some people do the run around, depending on how that current, as we saw about this time yesterday. Remember how difficult it was for the surfers to paddle back out down the beach? There was some of that south to north current that was running across the beach. We hadn't seen that even on the bigger days.
Yes, they definitely were struggling. And I think it gave them that little break, too. They could come in, they're not wasting energy. And if they were working with one of the coaches, they could have a little chat in between. You know, here.
And here goes Zoe. Nice opening carve there. Just ramping up for this section and gives a little bit of oomph. I love the head snap there. That was some extra power and flair she put into the end of that turn. We'll love to see that on the replay. But one thing's for sure, the pink board looks fantastic in this low light in the morning.
Yeah, it does. There's been some great posts, the WSL posts. And here we see the replay. So this was a big, like, I guess a moral boost. She'd had the 2 waves before where she got stuck in the lip. That one she did not, so she needed to get herself set back in the heat. You know, she had 2 non-makes. Now she's in the heat. A 4.15. Zoe, blue, a 4.15. Now you need a 6.6. 7.5 minutes remaining. Priority is with Talia out the back. Talia, you're in the lead. There's 7 minutes and 15 seconds left.
She just was duck diving and again duck diving, so we'll update that again in a couple of seconds. But we are sitting here in Morro Bay. We have the women's quarterfinals. We did the men's quarterfinals yesterday afternoon, and it finished in extravagant fashion. And we're just going to give a little bit of a loud update here. Zoe, your last wave, a 4.15. You now need a 6.6. Zoe, your last wave, a 4.15. You need a 6.6. 6 minutes 30 remaining. Talia's shadowing now, paddling over to where Zoe is turns out, actually a really good right-hander as she moves onto that far peak, and a beautiful wave, actually. Will she go it, or will she keep the priority?
Well, I want to see it. We haven't had a right yet, so she elects not to go. Maybe looking from the eye of the surfer, it was bending out to sea and flattening away. You know, what we're seeing on the camera angle and live. Definitely a maybe a false perspective. Nothing like the surfer's eye.
It was one of the first rights that we've seen come into play and actually form up and look. Yeah, she's definitely just paddling that way to sit on top of our surfer in blue, Zoe Chade, as she's paddling back out down the beach. And here comes almost exactly the same time that we saw Ella do the same thing to Zoe. So the top seeds, the red singlets, really putting the pressure on the less experienced competitors. Using their, it's part of the rule book. You can do it. It's just part of the strategy as well. Talia's had 5.255 and thrown out a 4.4. So,
wow. So nearly forcing Talia to go, but Talia wise enough to back off, and Zoe couldn't get over the windswept lip of that wave. We've definitely over the years seen that right, the far right, come into play. There's just under 5 minutes left, Talia. Just under 5 minutes. You have first priority. Second priority is with blue. Talia, your last wave was a 4.15. You need a 6.6 to take the lead. We've seen a few 10s off that right come into play over the years. A 10 being the apex of scoring and surfing, the highest you can go. That is excellent.
what's the best wave you've seen ridden in competition here?
There's so many. I have photos of one of Brett Simpson's waves, one of the years, 2 years ago, Cam Richards, and he's like 6'4", Cam Richards, taking off on a triple overhead wave deep behind the peak, stand-up barrels. I mean, it's so many. Too many. As you sit here and do hundreds of heats with me all week, it's been that way for the last 5 years. So, yeah.
Literally hundreds of heats.
Hundreds of heats. It's hard to catalog it all. There was just moments. I had told you about the one Brazilian kid that was in such a rhythm, sitting 50 yards further out than everyone, just riding the roll-in bombs. Sage Erickson was pretty memorable, coming, out of kind of not competing for quite a while, but wanting to support the regional events and then taking a victory. Well, and if Sage is watching or listening in, we miss you here at the event. Congratulations, Sage Erickson. Happily married and living a beautiful life. Well, we're down to just under 3 minutes. Priority with red. She's been holding it, really making it tough for Zoe. But Zoe not needing much. Well, a 6.6. We've seen a score almost there today. Those waves are out there. Well, I was tired last night, had to leave shortly after the beginning of Tom's set and after Bob had spoke. Did they play a while, and how did the show go? I liked your post, by the way.
Thanks. Oh,
that was cool.
So, Tom
you did some trippy edit.
Yeah, those little filters,
Yeah.
Kids
2 minutes, 10 seconds left, Talia. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. You're in the lead. You still have priority. Zoe in second priority, needing the 6.6.
Yeah, Tom started with the acoustic, and both his son Pat and himself, Tom had a little ukulele, and his son Pat had the acoustic, and then they swapped to the electric guitar and the drums, and they hammered. They went really, really well. It was unreal. The only time I've heard Tom play was in Litmus, Andrew Kidman's.
Yep, I know
Litmus. You call it the cult film from 1994-95.
I have it.
Yeah.
I have a copy. I used to hang out
And
with
kids
Andrew.
out there, if you want to get inspired, look up Litmus, Litmus. You can watch surfers like Joel Fitzgerald, Tom Curran. You can see
Derek
Hind,
Hind,
of course.
Yeah.
Even a little cameo of Kelly at pipe. Some amazing surfing.
We are getting down to the bitter end, just over 1 minute.
And of course, Curran in that film.
Man, you get you get Andrew Kidman and Derek Hind in a room, and you get some great conversation. That's for sure.
I'm still trying to understand some of it.
Yeah, me too.
45 seconds remaining.
Here we go. Who do we have? We've got Talia with just 40 seconds. She's going to go for one big turn, and she felt safe with that to hold Zoe off.
30 seconds.
So position. Zoe's in a great position because that wave didn't do anything for Talia, but the set closing out, and she's inside. 10 seconds left.
Counting this one out. 5, 4, 3, 2,
She's up.
1.
Where will this wave go? Zoe got it for sure before the horn went. Tons of navigation. That first foamy, frothy section, nothing doing. The wave just does not cooperate for Zoe Chait. So that is how it finishes. Talia Swindoll moving into the semifinal. And we will go to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back with more glorious story of surfing.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Welcome back, everybody. We are driving right into the next heat here. Quarterfinal number 3, Noah Clapp against Vela Mathea. Noah in the red, Vela in the blue. It has been a gorgeous, brisk morning so far. Matt and I calling all the action, bringing you the fun from Morro Bay, this beautiful bit of the Central Coast that we are lucky to come and work at for a week. Moving on through that last heat, Talia Swindoll in the red, taking out Zoe Chait. So still great results for Zoe and Zoe from the first quarterfinal. So, you know, you alluded to before the event started, you saw Talia coming in, or I think it was you, maybe it was Dylan, I'm not sure, saying, wow, no booties, they look cold. And just now looking down as she was walking up the beach, she looked like she had a cold foot walk going across the sand.
Very much so.
Yeah. Where
give us a thumbs up if that's what's going on. Yeah.
Ella looked a little warmer when she was walking up the beach. Zoe's going to have to go put some Ugg boots on, something like that.
That tan is fading away by the minute.
Well, it is cold, and, you know, you add a little wind chill. Like you said the other day, you came in, was it yesterday morning or something, and, like, the fingers were not functioning. They were not communicating. Your brain was saying move, and the fingers weren't working to get your booties off.
I'm going to go chat frostbite with Talia right now.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining us here. The SLO CAL Morro Bay Open presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation. And visit SLO CAL. Thanks to Run Amok. Thanks to Peak Wi-Fi and 805 Craft Beers. Thanks to the crew that is the staff working for Surfing for Hope Foundation, volunteering their time. Met a nice gentleman at the event last night. I've met a few of the other volunteer staffs that come from different places up and down the coast, but they've been touched by cancer and, you know, found a great cause to participate in.
Yeah.
Well, while we have a little break in the waves coming, possibly, oh, I see both surfers moving, so let's see if they decide to go, and if they don't, we will go down to an interview. No surfers go. Take it away, Talia and Matt.
Talia, just talking off screen before, obviously it's really cold. We saw you walking up the beach. Explain what went through your process this morning in your free surf.
I normally free surf before the contest every morning, and I caught a couple waves and felt good, so I was like, okay, I'm going to go in, and I didn't know what time it was, and I came in and still had like 20 minutes till I checked in, so I was freezing, so I just tried to stay warm in the car, but it's pretty hard.
Booties for the next session?
Definitely not. I haven't worn booties since last winter, and I wore them in my first heat and had an absolute shocker, so I will not be wearing them.
Well, it couldn't have been that bad. You hit through to the semifinals. Go into the car, get the heater on, get those feet warmed up. And anyone waking up early you want to say good morning to?
Yeah, what's up to my sister and my dad and Bella in Hawaii if she's watching, and Dylan and anyone else tuning in, my grandparents. Love and miss you guys.
Perfect. We'll see you very soon.
Thank you.
All right, yes, get out, get into the car. Funny scenario, you wonder, do the Groms sit in their car in their wet wetsuit, just spoiling the seat with the heater, with the car running? Or do they take the wetsuit off? They must have a few dry backups. I always did. Got to have a dry backup. But in that situation, she came in, didn't really pay attention to the time, and the next thing she knew, so she probably didn't change. In the interim, we did see Noah Clapp get her first wave. It was a small 1.25. The wind wreaking havoc, blew her out the back. I think she was, oh wow, and aggressive, beautiful potential in that. Aggressiveness there for Noah Clapp. That is what she's been doing the whole event. That one, the wind just taking the board out from under her feet. It was nice to hear Talia giving shout-outs. I think she was saying hi to Bella Kenworthy, potentially, who has been in so many of these events. She was not in the draw for this one. I think she might have, I'm not sure if she was down in Brazil or not, but sounds like she's out in Hawaii. Utilizing her priority. Velamative on her backhand in that yellow Channel Island. Nice, graceful, sweeping opening turn. And again, this wave really clean, letting her paint a beautiful picture all the way down onto the inside. And does she finish? She does. A little cowboy arch back. Nice wave for Velamative. Comfortable way to open the heat up for sure. Staying nice and quiet down below, keeping a low centered stance, and just surfing the wave, pace with the wave. Always finding the tail, the rail line right in the corner. She was happy with that, so we will see where the judges take this score. Very clean wave. Straight away, looking like amazing indication from the judges. And there it is, a 7.75 blue. 7.75 Velamative with the wave of the day so far. That wave allowed her to put the tail up into the corner each time, 4 or 5 times in a row, and coming down to the finish. Nice execution there for Velamative. in the quarterfinals, which she would love to get herself up into the semifinal. She's been working so hard for years. "17 minutes, red with priority. Wow, that set came through in a beautiful left, ran off out of the screen, but live. Maybe one of the nicest complete lefts that we've seen. And of course, it was rider free, which is always nice to look at sometimes. So out the back, Noah, you have priority. There's 16 minutes left. Vela, your opening wave, a 7.75. Vela, your first wave, a 7.75. Beautiful score, 7.75 for our surfer in blue. Noah with priority just has one wave, a 1.25, 15 minutes left. So straight away, Noah needing a 6.51 to take the lead back. But again, we wait mostly for both surfers to have two waves to really paint the picture of what they're going to need into the finishing end of the heat. Wow, so not only the fun event last night. Here we go. Noah Clapp on her forehand. Powerful goofy foot. Ooh. Such sharp technique. Stays really low with those bent knees to the board. You can see she's staying under the wind. She bobbles at the end. So advantage will be to Vela Mathea. Not only goofy versus regular, contrast in style for sure. Noah stays so tight and compact. Different foot position, a little narrower stance than Vela does. Vela stands a little taller. Unfortunately for Noah, falling off at the end, a 2.5. So now she'll need a 5.26 to take the lead. Vela with priority in a great situation with a 7.75. 13.5 minutes left, surfers. Coming up in the next quarterfinal, the fourth quarterfinal of the morning. Caden Persadoc and Sanoa Dimfley Olin. And that will round out and determine our semifinals. Here we go. The backup wave for our surfer in blue. You can see she has to hop against the wind, but wanted to stay busy, wanted to get a wave quickly. And she doesn't ride out there, but that's a shame. She had the potential right then with priority to really wait and get a super strong second wave. Elected to get a mid-range, smaller one, and it's a 2.8. So it just wasn't time for her to get the third turn off on that last left. got to say, interesting strategy. Alone in the lineup with priority in the quarterfinals. But that's the thing, you know, surfing from event to event, and over the years you gained a little bit more maturity and learn how to stay calm in those moments possibly. But she has still furthered her lead. Vela, that last wave at 2.8. Noah, you have priority. There's 11 or 12 minutes left, and you need an 8.05. Vela, your last wave, a 2.8. Here we go. Noah does not want to sit around. She wants to keep working. Slides the fins. The wind's wreaking havoc with her. She cannot get down the face of that wave. Pushes it a little hard. Instead of engaging the rail and going down the face, pushing the tail, sliding, and that wind hitting her chest and pushing her kind of back out of the wave. All momentum stopped. Vela now with priority in the blue. Man, I'm looking at our cameraman down below us, Matt, and he is rucked up. He's got the face mask, the hood on, the beanie underneath. I forgot a jacket. All I have is my vest and short sleeve shirt. It's freaking cold. Keeping that door shut is key.
Mm-hmm.
So we've had a few bobbles. There he is. Look at that. That's one of them. And the other one right here in the shadow. At least you're out in the sun.
Yeah, call the police. There's a bank that's been robbed. This guy's the one.
Okay, well, we had a little bit of a quiet spell there. We see some bigger waves moving through. Noah Clapp has uncharacteristically, you know, the wind has... What has the wind done? The wind has confused her a bit and thrown her timing off.
Beautiful set waves coming in right now.
Yeah. So our surfer in blue in the lead and has priority. Well, I love when it gets down towards the into the quarterfinals. You know, the surfers that we've mentally but not verbally picked as surfers in form throughout the rounds inevitably land where they're supposed to, and both of these young women have had that run through the heat or through the event so far. Or that one. Well, surfers moving out in the lineup. That beautiful backdrop of the Morro Rock Vela Mathea. Wow, this could be nice for her. Good opening turn, and this one's going to run away. So something funky going on with the priorities. The waves shifting a little bit. We've had a few that will better, I'm assuming, the 2.8, but not by much.
Tide coming in, creating like fatter waves, really. So a lot more scoring opportunity, but is it dynamic? Not so much. Critical? Not so much. So this one here is just the replay of that. So love that. So this is the 775. Sets this one up. We'll do the comparison. So nice combination of maneuvers. This was the first wave she got. And that one just keep opening up, and the tempo just remained really on song. Really good timing, and that's where the majority of points came from. Just there's no downtime in between, and that feels good. She knew it felt good. And a 3.6, which is right, I think, perfectly aligned, because she had one of those connections, and on that 775 she had multiple. So a 3.6 for your last wave, Vela. A 3.6, you extend your lead. Noah, you need an 8.85. You're in second place with priority. 8 minutes remaining. You can see that empty lineup. There's a trail of whitewash to the left there, and a beautiful long left just went all the way through.
It's still going, yeah.
Good for a shortboard in a competition.
Good for a longboard.
Not so much. Longboarding, yes. Free surfing on a shortboard, yes. Dynamic end turns, not so much.
Yeah, you see that in the towards the rock, that perfect angled whitewash.
Such a prehistoric lineup right now. It's got shades of Europe and New Zealand right now with that color water, that, you know, that greeny, cold looking water. left-hand point break style right now. River mouth style, I should say.
Well, yes, we've been blessed over the years at this event. Hyper consistent. Very, very few rounds had been, tragically walled. And then due to the amazing talent that is the modern era of surfing, the guys, the girls, they didn't care. They just went down the line with 1,000 miles an hour and blew massive rotating airs into the flats. They're like, whatever, here we go.
Up again, Vela, yellow board, beautiful snap into the lip, carving off the bottom here, and just cuts that one short, just looking to build on top of that 3.6. And she a little redirect to the right too, so this one, I wonder if she'll paddle back out or come through the runaround, but another wave under priority.
Well, was that one under priority?
Well, actually, there was a 0.35 there from Noah, so perhaps it did switch.
I think she had it, and so took advantage. So there's been a few errors, a few mistakes that have overlapped in this. Advantage now, Vela, Santa Barbara's own. Yeah, what a beauty. She got down the line. This is that sandbar that's the far sandbar that so often we see the surfers utilizing. So will this better the 3.6? She got the nice clean redirect. It'll be just above, somewhere close. But it wasn't a wave that allowed full attacking surfing. It is marginally better, a 3.95. So now Noah with priority needs a 9.2. So just incrementally upping the ante on Noah each wave.
So Red, you're looking for a 9.2 to move into first place. You have priority. We're approaching the 5-minute mark. Five minutes to go. Tuning in right now as you're waking up on this Saturday morning, we are watching quarterfinal heat 3 of the QS 1000. This is the women's division. We're at the SLO CAL Morro Bay Open presented by Surfing for Hope down here in Central California. We're in between San Francisco and LA. A beautiful place to spend your weekend. Take a week off, bring the family, bring the partner, or come solo. Bring some boards, mountain bike, hiking boots, your taste buds. And if bars are your thing, there's plenty of those up here too, and some artisan food. A shout out to Cayuca's Hot Sauce, putting us on the team. Beautiful old, actually lots of beautiful historic towns around here too. All you got to do is just take that little turn off and you think, I wonder what's down that road. Just take that little turn off, reroute back into the town and have a look around, because I've been pleasantly surprised. I've driven through and past this area so much and never stopped off for longer than an hour, and there's so many hidden gems that I'm still finding after spending a week here so far. So come and visit SLO CAL Morro Bay. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Wind-swept lineup. That northwest swell at about 12-second period right now. So it's come down a lot from that 17 to 20-second period that we experienced on Wednesday. We had waves as 20 feet faces here at Morro Bay, and even the resuming day of competition the day before is some true 8-foot sets coming through. Lots of novelty waves breaking, and 3 minutes remaining. Vela, your last wave, a 3.95. You're out in the lead. Noah, you need a 9.2. Red priority, blue second. So this event will have over 124 heats run from first day competition to the end. So a marathon effort from the organisers. Andy McKay doing a great job here as the contest organiser, along with Brian Robbins, being able to manage the lay days and the different scenarios. Perhaps would have been a lot more heats too if the longboards were separated back into 2 men as well. And beautiful right-hander rolling in there too. So a lot of surfers coming up in the next few heats, checking out this set right now and looking at the changing lineup. We have an incoming tide. So maybe not as many as those dramatic sections, but definitely some open faced waves for some combination maneuvers. And 1 minute 30. Looks like Noah's going to try and whittle this time down and do it all in one score, a 9.2. And on a day like today, it's going to have to most likely be a combination of maneuvers and some powerful ones. But it is possible, of course. We've seen lots of excellent scores go down yesterday. But today, the 7.75 in the first 3 heats has been the top score so far. And that was from Vela out in the lead. 1 minute remaining. So it's going to be a special wave that Noah requires here. She has that priority. And she'll be backing herself. She's young but experienced in her competition career so far. And after seeing so many of the men drop those excellent range scores yesterday afternoon, the precedent has been set. And inviting Jeff back into the commentary booth.
Yes, welcome back. Welcome back myself. How about that?
15 seconds remaining.
Well, I'm going to count it out, and it looks like Vela moving into the semifinals, but 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And yes, she does. Our Santa Barbara local, Vela Mathea, into the semifinals here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. Take a quick commercial break, and we'll come back and bring you all the action from heat quarterfinal number 4, right around the corner.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
You just do what your elders do. Getting rad, getting air, adrenaline.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here live, quarterfinal number 4 at the SLO CAL Open in glorious, chilly Central Coast Morro Bay. Jeff Baldwin, Matt Janowski, bringing you the fun all week, and we are not done yet. We have all of Saturday today and tomorrow. So we are into the quarterfinals. We have the semifinals for the men right around the corner, and then back into the semifinals for the women, and straight through it is finals Saturday. We will know, we will be crowning 2 champions, although the awards won't be until Sunday. We will know who the winners are and who the runner-ups are, and then we're going to go into the men's first round of longboards.
And you know, at 11:50 we have the Surfing for Hope Cancer Survivor Heat today, which is unreal. The star of the day, although we do have the finals. And that's after the men's and women's QS final today. And then at 12:10 we have the longboard starting. So the men's round 1 and men's round 2. So we'll be finishing pretty late today. We look forward to seeing what the longboarders can bring to this Morro Bay lineup. I'm sure a lot of them are licking their lips, wishing they were on right now.
Caden Persadoc, first wave of quarterfinal one, gets the tail below her, and that wind holds her up, comes unstuck. So a throwaway for Caden. Nice opening turn for Sanoa, and either the rail just got clipped by the whitewash or she jumps off. Caden opens with a 1.5, and Sanoa score about to drop. Sanoa, your opening wave, a 4-point ride, and here she is, up again, down the beach. Oh, wow, aggressive opening down carve. Again, really opening the shoulders and the wingspan, the arms. She is way down the beach, ladies and gentlemen. A great secondary wave for Sanoa, just letting, utilizing the lineup after the first wave. She is hundreds of yards. You could see her competitor from that drone angle way up to the south. And it looks like she's going to elect to paddle back out. She's right on the edge of the competition area, the white flag down in the beach. Wow, she just really stayed so nice and tucked into the power source on those first two opening turns. And then it, ran into the soupy into the wave, but did well to finish. And Sanoa, they really are enjoying, the judges loving those first two opening turns. 8.5, Sanoa, 8.5 on that last left. Well, Caden, in a combination situation, there's 20 minutes to go, so she will climb out of that. But at the moment, she needs two waves of a 12.5 to get back into this. Right now, we have got Vela Mathea down after her heat win into the semifinal.
Strong performance there, the highest single wave so far of the morning, and a lot colder. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's super cold, but I'm feeling good, and I'm loving the lefts out there.
Yeah, and that board's looking super strong. You've ridden that throughout the whole event. A slight step up. Tell us a little bit about that round tail.
Yeah, it just really helps in bigger waves. I feel like I have a lot of control in my bottom turns, and Britt's the best shaper, so this board is just really solid.
Yeah, and the yellow tint, we love it, especially in the early morning faded light. What's the plan now? You're in the semifinals, and moving forward, this is going to be a great opportunity for you to climb up the rankings. You're going to chill out, put the heater on?
Yeah, I'm just super excited to be in the semis. It's my best result so far, and I'm just going to let loose and have fun.
All right, you heard it there. We're going to see Vela in the semifinals very soon. Back to live action.
Congratulations there to Vela Mathea, moving into the semifinal. She deserves it, had a great heat, got that 7.75 and then backed it up. Right now, though, Sanoa Dimfly Olin with an 8.5, a smaller wave, but it was the execution, that speed power flow. She kept the rail engaged from the toe edge to the heel edge, back to the toe edge, so fluidly for the first 3 sections and then finished in the foam nice. She is way down the beach. Priority is with red. Caden Persadoc in a combination situation, but that's just due to the fact that she's only had the 1-point ride. Coming up next, semifinal heat number 1. Can you believe it? Kalohe Andino and Levi Slauson. Levi, the 3rd-ranked seed, and Kalohe, the 6th-ranked seed. So they meet up in semifinal number 1. Yeah, thank you. So, good morning. Happy Saturday here, December 9th. A spectacular day up in Morro Bay for the SLO CAL Open. We are onto the 6th day of the event so far, into the quarterfinals on the women's last heat, and then semifinals almost established. The men's semifinal coming up. Thank you to our title sponsor, Visit SLO CAL. They gave me so much incredible information to read. I know more about this area than even the locals know. So I've been told. They come up to me and they're like, you make my town sound so cool. I live here and I don't even do the stuff that you talk about.
Well, it's either that or the local who took me surfing yesterday wanted me to be cold.
He just wanted you to be cold.
Cold or cold? We'll have to see. Taking me down in the middle of the beach early in the morning, looking like a seal.
Culling you. I gotcha.
Well, because we're acting like a promo for the area.
Yes, that's right.
Just take me out in the morning surf. Of course, there's no large marine life around this area. It's a natural sanctuary, but there's nothing that can get you. There's no bears or no sea life underneath that will be hanging around.
Yeah, so the bear population was a big part, of the area long ago. Most of them hunted off, unfortunately. I know there's still, a thriving community of, mountain lion. There's mountain lion, bobcat, coyote, deer.
Local surfers.
Local surfers. They're more hazardous than any of them, I imagine.
Somebody in YouTube comments mentioned they learned to hold their breath from being buried under the sand. Breath holds, and I was like, okay, interesting. He's still there to fight another day, but 15 minutes remaining. Sanoa 8.5. I mean, to look at these conditions, some people feel like, you've been watching, it's almost like they wish they stayed in bed. But Sanoa's having an absolute ball out there on the front foot here now, driving through that turn. Wow.
Pushing the tail.
I wonder if she was inspired by Giorgio Gomez's single 8.25 on the first day of competition. Remember that?
Yes, that was spectacular. Well, she opened with an 8.5, but she wanted to karate chop the finish of that wave, give it a little more mustard. YouTube comments.
Bit of hot sauce.
Do people read those? Like, there's people that waste their time that write them, and then there's people that do the same and read them?
Well, I got tagged in one, so someone sent me one.
I gotcha.
So it's a good shout out from Bird's Surf Shed there. He's the man down in San Diego.
Yes, I know Bird. Bird is good, but yeah, I guess I don't. Hello, Red. Sorry, you have priority. There's 14 minutes left. You are in a combination situation. You need a two-wave total of 12.5. I mean, you just have the 1.5 so far. You have half the heat to go. Definitely needing two 6.25s.
Well, we've seen it all. Everything from onshore, 2 to 3 feet, to 20 feet plus. Offshore.
We really have.
Super high tides, really low tides. We've had sunshine. We had no rain, which is awesome, because this car park would be rather on the... It wouldn't be necessarily dusty. It'd be muddy.
It would be that kind of mud like you experienced the first day when we were in here, and you said it looks like someone got murdered in my shower.
Yes.
The silty clay mud that...
Okay, so to reiterate that, my booties were full of
Yeah.
silts, like mud, right? So I've taken the booties. I was too cold to do it in the car park, and the whole shower never quite recovered.
Yeah, stained red, stained that clay color. There's a beautiful shot of the 580-foot bird sanctuary that is one of the 9 Morro sisters, that giant rock right there. And you can see that left peeling off that teepee A-frame line of whitewash. And this was the replay of Sanoa on her 8.5. This 2-turn opening sequence, how she just went from toe edge to heel edge, engaging the rail, keeping the momentum. Then the wave flattened out. So for me, it was the bulk of that score on the first 2 turns. You see in the background a Tescadero and Cayucas further up the way. No. Well, there we go. A closeout of the bay. You can see that high tide, how mushy that whitewash is really rolling with a bit of face at the bottom of it. Different than this morning. So the tide is creeping up, what, till 11 or so? Something like that?
1:30.
Oh, 1:30 is high tide.
Yep.
So, wow. So surfers definitely going to be adjusting to where the waves hit the lineup as the tide is coming high all the way through the finish of the finals.
Low at 0.2 feet low. Super low tide at 218.
218.
Yeah, so we're at 4.6 right now, and at 18 minutes past 2, we have a low tide.
Wait, oh, so it's going down.
Yes.
Right.
High tide was just a few hours ago.
Oh, so it already peaked?
So just as the first heat started.
Gotcha.
It would just be, sorry, so low tide we have at 218. But although exactly what you're alluding to is that the waves are moving onto that outer bank and they're not as turbulent as we've expected in the last few days. This time yesterday we had, the tide was already a lot lower, I feel, at this time yesterday.
Yeah.
So we actually had a lower high tide. So the differential was not as big today as it was yesterday, although we have extreme low tide. 0.2? That's
pretty low.
Yeah.
When they get low is when it's super negatives and all that, but...
Well, they're great. Low for the longboard. Awesome.
Low for the long.
It's going to be entertaining at the very least. And you know what? With the longboarding, I was talking with a few surfers this morning about the Californians that have brought their style to the Hawaiian power waves. There hasn't been a whole heap that have really stood out, but obviously you have the likes of, I think back to Barry Kanaiapuni, who had Californian style with Hawaiian power. And you think of guys like Butch Van Aertsdale, and I think probably Tom Curran was one of the few guys who didn't change his style. And he adapted to the Hawaiian waves still with his trademark style, and he can ride different boards, step-ups, boards for pipe, surf sunset, Haleiwa, with that same style that he's known to surf beach breaks with, or what we know at Bells or Rincon. You know, that tucked back knee, and still had that silky smooth line that he could draw in the Hawaiian power, and that's a rarity. And I think we're going to see that with this current crop of Californians or Americans that are coming through onto the Challenger Series and the World Tour. And it's great. Your regional tour is placing your surfers, well, I'm talking to everyone in the world who might be tuning into this, but this North America region is breeding a new generation of surfers that are worldly, that are encompassing the demands and the rigors that the professional World Surfing Tour will provide, and I think it's going to be an exciting decade ahead for the surfers that are coming from this region.
Oh yeah, me too. And there's legions of them, and well, we could go on and on. There's so many potential competitions for them within the ISA stuff, with all the coaching making it onto the U.S. teams, with all the regional amateur stuff, the school affiliations, the club movement happening. I mean, there's not enough weekends in the year for all these young surfers to compete if they wanted to. They need a break too, and they need to go on some free surf trips and gain experience on their own different places. But here we are, 8.5 minutes left. Sanoa, definitely something changed where the first few heats of the day, quite a lot of back and forth. This one, a one surfer affair. Sanoa with a 4 and an 8.5 Kaitlin, who's been sitting with priority for ages, has only the 1.5. So not a lot of time left for her. At this point, it would be, she's getting to that end where it's going to be really difficult to get 2 waves of that ilk of score 6.25 to get even in tied.
Or now's the time to make it
now's the time.
The possibility is there right now to. It's not a Hail Mary. It's not just a bit of luck. And here goes Sanoa trying to further her lead. Ooh, nice. She really puts her body into those turns. Super committed, getting over the board. I can't wait to see the replay of that. Now we're into the 2-person heats. We're able to dissect the technique a little bit more. I love this stuff. Not so much for the Kaitlin out there in red listening to this. So here goes Sanoa. So on the front foot here now, just really neutral footed actually, and here gets over a board and kind of leaning into it. That one not as dynamic as obviously the first 8.5, but just loving the commitment and the wind today. Sanoa's not putting the board up there and it's not reacting with the wind. She's actually handling it, putting it into the wind with her body on top of the board, and it's looking really dynamic. That's why I drew that reference to Giorgio Gomez the other day, where he utilized his body and just man-powered that thing through the wind. Obviously, he did a mad snap and, it was crazy. I don't even know what you'd call it, like a layback snap with the fin release.
It was really special
Committed
surfing, yes.
6.75 for Sanoa.
Wow.
A 6.75. So the 2-turn combo, the judges liking the commitment. So, Kaitlin, you're in combination, further in combination, a 15.25 combo, 6 minutes, 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, now the ante went way up. She needs 2 waves of 7.6 to recover and get herself up into the lead. A very, very difficult situation for Kaitlin with just under 6 minutes. So she could go out and get a 9-something and then need a 6-something. There's lots of ways to get that 2-wave total, that 2-wave score that she's requiring. So you see as the tide is drawing out that wave breaking from one end of the beach to the other. So picking and choosing finding the shoulders is getting a little more difficult at the moment. Where we saw the start of the day, the surfers up close to the rock, that left just hugging like a perfect point break. Now they're quite a few 100 yards further down the beach. Almost in line with the river mouth.
Just approaching the 5-minute mark.
Well, that was really cool for us to get a wrap out with Tom. You got to show him your one of your boards, the photo of your board that was a replica of one of his dad's boards. So that's really cool, and he was there. And
with 5 minutes to go, we're gonna have a quick 30-second talk about surfboards. It was the Hawaiians who popularized surfing, brought it to the mainland, and it was the Californians that went back over there, were inspired by what was going on in Hawaii, and they came back to the mainland again in the 40s, redesigned the surfboards. They were super inspired by what they were seeing, especially Rabbit Kakai at Waikiki. They called it involvement surfing. So it was, would you believe Rabbit Kakai was riding a shortboard in the late 1940s? That board was still 10'6" long, because that was short for the time. And then the Californians came back, and guess what? They started riding their wives' boards because their wives' boards were shorter. Okay? And that was shortboard surfing before even the Malibu was invented, the longboard of what we know today. And then after that was the Malibu chip, which led way to the longboards, what we know as traditional longboard surfing, which we're going to see later on today. Guess what? Longboard era lasted for 7 years. And then they went pointy and short for the next 60 years. And here we are at the QS 1000. We're watching the women hit the water. This is heat 4 of the quarterfinals. And this is Kaitlin giving her best shot to get out of combination. Bottom turns and uses that shortboard effectively and unable to come down in the wind. Thankfully, it's not a 100-pound redwood surfboard, so she'll get back out there with no problems.
100-pound. And, yeah, I love it. Keep going, Waxhead. Waxing poetically about the history of surfboards.
Well, it was a minute. I lied. It wasn't 30 seconds.
It's okay. It's okay. We love it.
I finished it for the heat.
We got to bring the bring the history. If you don't know your past, you don't know your now or your future. So
This is the craft. These are professional surfers. How can you go forward if you don't know part of your past?
That's
If you're a philosopher, if you've studied, if you do your time at university, you understand the subject, you understand it. If you're a professional athlete, you need to understand your sport and the roots of where you come from, because
You would
you'll
think.
repeat. Perhaps, well, how would you know? You're not learning from the past to move forward. That's so crucial in so many aspects of life. Not to dwell on the past, but use it for motivation for the future. And here we have Kaitlin again. So she's really pulling the trigger here.
Well, yes, I agree with 2.5 minutes. And, on the coaching side, when you see kids just getting stagnant in their approach, you're like, look, why don't you step away from the same shortboard scenario, go ride some different craft, see what it means to use a long rail line on a longboard on a bigger day, feel a single fin gun, ride a fish,
Relish a finless surfboard and appreciate what drive fins give you.
Feel the diversity of all these different craft and how they plane across the water and how you engage the rail. And that's really what creates style, personal style in the end, which has been lost for a while. But right now, that was Kaitlin completing a wave, getting the wave. She's down to under 2 minutes. And, hope we've been alluding to that's coming back. There's been a recycling of people worldwide wanting to experiment with different types of boards.
Well, hey, we've got two surfers in the next heat who have done that, Kaitlin and Levi. These guys are experienced surfers, and this is Kaitlin, nice bottom turn and nice snap. So finally completes a wave of 3.25. It's not enough to get her out of combination. With 1 minute to go, she'll be looking to finish at least to build her heat totals, because I have seen in the past there's been countbacks and there has been ties on seeds where it has gone back to heat totals to decide certain positions and wildcards. On the longboard side, specifically with less events, one that's gone back to someone's heat total, believe it or not, to decide their position on the World Tour.
Well, they have to, filter back as far as if it's tied here and it's tied the layer below and the layer below. They just keep digging a little deeper. And that creates the new format rules, I guess, that if that ever happens again, they know what is the absolute play. Right now, we're down to under 30 seconds. It's a foregone conclusion. Sanoa, Demphley, Olin moving into the semifinal. An 8.5 and a 6.75. Kaitlin just could not recover throughout the entire heat to get out of that combination situation. Down to 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that concludes quarterfinal number 4 on the women's side of the draw, going into the men's final right after a short commercial break. Enjoy the visuals that the Visit SLO CAL will bring you, and we'll talk about the next heat, Kalohe Andino and Levi Slauson, just in a minute.
In the land of SLO CAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO CAL now.
Life on coast in Morro Bay.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
1. So, 25-minute heat. The finals will be 30, but the semifinals are 25 minutes. In the water right now, in the red, Kalohe Andino, and in the blue, Levi Slauson. A beautiful day here in the central coast of California, Morro Bay. 45 degrees, howling northeast offshore, feathering lefts. We have seen very few, if any, actually not one right ridden so far today. In the water, 2 of our standout surfers. Obviously, we are into semifinal number 1, 2 regular foots from Southern California, 1 from San Clemente, 1 from Encinitas area. We like to just claim him as Seaside Zone. That's Levi Slauson. Here we go, a quick start. Kalohe Andino up in the red. Already looking fired up. Very clean, wicked surfing.
Oh.
Does the little tail blow. The wave running out of, a lot of power. He doesn't get to finish that, but healthy first wave. Felt the board, felt the rail. A little variety in the first opening turns. So quickly now, priority with blue. It just goes back and forth with these head-to-head matchups.
Activated surfing there from Kalohe, looking on point in these smaller, not quite grovelly conditions, but definitely contestable for sure, showing the combinations today. Obviously when those sets come, and this is it. So nice tempo, just hits every turn straight up into the lip. And this one here again. So it's a shame he couldn't ride out of that, because that was a 3-turn combo. Although a smaller wave, not a lot of critical sections, he surfed that within an inch of its life. So it will come up, as a reasonable start. A 4-point ride for red, your opening right wave, a 4-point ride.
Activated. I like that word, activated. And it was cool. The beach angle showed Levi looking over his shoulder, having a look-see.
So this is a 25-minute semifinal. 22 minutes, 30 remaining.
Kalohe, your opening wave, a 4.0.
Yeah, great open waves. I think the
Well,
longboarders will be stoked looking at this right now as well.
Absolutely. So yesterday in the post-heat interview with Kalohe, frigid in the interview, he was saying he hopes it calms down to get some waves for some more high-performance surfing.
Yeah.
Well, that has happened. That's what is on tap for today here in Morro Bay. Half the size again from yesterday.
Halfway.
Less consistent, more orderly.
Yeah, he went up to Santa Cruz the other day to get a surf in when we had that big swell.
I saw a few of his rides there. Not in person, but through the social media 2x2 window.
Ooh.
The way we engage life from far away. We look at our little screen on our phone. So something moving down the beach. Levi on that farther sandbar, a little too wide for it.
Of course, this beach is dog friendly. Some of the cutest dogs I have ever seen. And like a pug with legs like mine walking up and down the sand. Very cute.
Up and riding now. Kalohe, will he get around the section? That board looking like it's carrying speed over the foamy sections. Weaving together from peak to peak. So he came from behind the section and then, kept getting that, driving around the next peak up into the next feathering lip line.
Get that man some high visibility clothing and a tradesman's truck, because that was hard work.
That was.
He really showed his professionalism on that wave. It was bucking Bronco, but he did so well. Clinical technique, and we dissect it here behind the section. So that's over for most surfers, but not Kalohe. He comes around, uses his speed, gets speed through the bottom turn, and here again, a foamy section, gets it up and over. And the third, a challenging section, and he comes out showing he's clearly in control. So a nice second backup wave there for Kalohe. Hard-working wave. And he's whatever score this comes in at, it's going to have been well-deserved.
In a free surf, I always love, well, let's see, does Levi, he was activating, doesn't get the wave. He gave a good stroke for that one, couldn't get over and into it. Kalohe, in the meantime, got a 6.5. So 6.5, Kalohe on your last wave. Levi waiting to open up his first wave in this semifinal number 1. Kalohe looking sharp. I was going to say in a free surf, I always love that. Taking off behind the section, you get that, it's a 3/4 face bottom turn, and you project up in the foam. You come off that first foamy section with so much speed, setting you up for the next sequence of turns, and that's what Kalohe did. Now we get Levi.
That one was a closeout. It didn't come at him like some of the waves he's had in the previous rounds. And he started with a bang pretty much every heat throughout this whole event. He's had almost excellent scores. So that one was a shock to the system, so to speak.
That's a good reboot, right? Get it out of the system now. You saw the body posture as he just jumped off at the bottom of the foam there.
Yep.
The telltale sign. Get that out of the system. Move forward now. Priority with red now. 18 minutes left. Kalohe with a 4 and a 6.5. Levi with a throwaway. Wonder if we'll have any whales that come and grace us. We've had no end of seabirds flapping about and happy puppies. Happy puppies on the beach because we are in dog-friendly SLO CAL. From Pismo to here, the restaurants, the coffee shop, the parks, the beaches. Bring your favorite pup. Let them romp around. Well, while we have a quick break in the surfing action, we will go down to our last heat winner, Sanoa, with a great semifinal berth.
Tuned in, looking on point, and the booties coming in clutch. How are you feeling after that victory?
Yeah, I feel really good. The waves are super fun. The swell's dropped a little, so it's definitely cleaner. And yeah, the sun's coming out, so it's getting a little warmer now, so I'm feeling good.
Now, you're very relaxed. You're always talking, within yourself. Is that something that you've always carried through your events, or is that something that you've been working on with your coach?
Probably a bit of both. I definitely like to kind of keep my focus on myself until the event's over. Obviously, I'm happy with that heat and that result, but there's still a couple more rounds today. But yeah, I think that's just my personality maybe.
Okay. Well, those waves don't relate because you absolutely rip them apart with a form of aggression that we don't see too often in these QS events. You've got very mature style. What's your preferred wave?
Yeah, I love going left. I love my forehand, so long lefts that give you opportunity for lots of turns is definitely a pretty dreamy wave for me.
Okay, a dream wave here for Morro Bay. You heard it first. Good luck. We're going to see you in the semifinals very shortly. Back to live action.
All right, thank you guys. What a stylish wetsuit. Really vibing on the leaf motif on the sleeves of that wetty. Why do the women get all the cool wetsuits and the men's are just duds? Sorry. No color, no fun. Let's make another black wetsuit. Here we go. Levi Slauson. Working his way down the line. Throws the tail high and cannot rotate enough. Came to that whitewashy section a little late and had to tuck his knee up against the deck of the board, hoping to get the tail all the way rotated to the beach, and that would allow him to spin back around. Doesn't quite get the rotation. Kalohe, you have priority. There's just over 15 minutes. You have a 4, and your last wave was a 6.5. You have 2 waves, a 4 and a 6.5. Levi needs a 9 at the moment after his 2 first waves. Here we are, quick work. Levi wants to get started. And an uncharacteristic tip of the rail. So Levi really hasn't got himself settled in this heat yet. But that's the capability of what these athletes have trained for so long. They go through these funky little moments, and then they just click right back out of it. Like, pitchers in Major League Baseball. All they remember is they don't remember the last pitch, the last home run against them. It's just in the moment. Kalohe Andino looking to better his scoreline, get rid of the 4. Going down the line, now he goes to the air, but that wind, pesky wind. Tough to have the board stick to the feet. And the lip line is very uneven, so where they're attacking and approaching the lip, where they decide to hit it, it might shift in that millisecond before they get there. So when they are making these dynamic type moves, it's definitely a lot more difficult than it seems. All right, now, so things shift. Levi with priority, 13.5 minutes. Yeah, so something definitely must have happened with the tide drawing out, because we see it in this heat. We saw it in the heat before. Challenging to find the right type of wave to surf. Not that they're not looking for them, but trying to make the most of short sections, one opportunity sections. Even the wave that Kalohe got the 6.5, as Waxhead was indicating, kind of the workman's wave, had to really work hard to get through and around every section to get that 6.5. Blue with priority, 12.5 minutes. Nothing's really changed. Kalohe has a 4 and a 6.5.
So I'm interested to see, will Levi throw caution to the wind?
Well, both surfers went for backside reverse airs and just couldn't time it in the lip, and the wind was
funky. Ums and the ahs that I heard
just
before. So that's what I was thinking. Is he going to go all out like he has done throughout the whole event? And he's pulled a lot of it. Not every time, but he's had a high success rate. So it is, for him, it's a high percentage, play to do a big air reverse.
So it was just that the wave was running out to sea on him. There was lip line wobble.
Right.
Same for Kalohe. So Kalohe forcing Levi with priority to take that wave. I think he was intending to anyway. Oh. This is nice, compulsory surfing. Oh. Levi, 3 solid turns. He's in the heat now.
So get that man a shovel, get him in the ditch, because that was the equivalent, I think, in line with plays, but wasn't behind the section. He had good timing, had that flow element. So we'll see where that one goes in. And I'd see this one a little more of a wave that you'd probably free surf on more likely, and hit beautiful carved power. And then it comes down to this, sent it up, and he almost goes vertical there. So just, a 3, not quite to the beach, but just it was a nice combination of maneuvers. We'll update that score shortly.
Well, he has that ability to make it look easier than it is, the way he was carrying the board speed through these first sections. There was those little ribs at the top of the wave that were allowing him to gain speed through each one. The sharp eyes looking wonderful under his feet as Kalohe's mayhems look under his feet. So this early indications, there we go, a 7.5. Levi, that wave was a 7.5. So back to his old ways, almost into the excellent range. Now in second place, Levi needing a 3.0. 10 minutes left in this heat. Red with priority. Now the heat is on. So Kalohe wanting to better a 4. Levi going to get the 1.5 out of his score line. This next exchange coming will be everything in the heat.
Now, we see brother paddling over there to Levi. He's got priority. Obviously, only needing a 3, and Kalohe's back up a 4. Probably a little early to start playing defense, but I must say they were sitting in the right spot before for those left. So he's moved over. So maybe just to get in the mind or take whatever good wave might come in, knowing that there's less waves today. I mean, there's a lot of waves, but there's, you know, less of those ones that are offering the critical section, where in previous days they were looking for waves with less of a critical section so they could actually do a turn. And here we go. This is brother down the line. Oh, and that one. Wow. Closing out. So advantage to Levi.
And he spent energy, or not so much the energy he spent, but he paddled down to be by Levi to go. He was utilized his priority. Now it's shifted over. Now Levi in the advantage, the driver's seat, so to speak. Although he's in second, needs a 3. His average through the event has been about a 7.
Yep.
You know, or maybe higher. Yeah.
So Levi, you need a 3.0. You have priority. Your last wave is 7.5. Kalohe, you're in first. You're at second priority and looking to drop a 4.
So now that the funky start over for Levi, he's in this heat, knowing it's a small requirement. He, like we were saying, his average heat or wave through the event so far has been in that mid-range 7. So he's definitely not surfing for the 3 requirement. This is where that tricky balance of the time and the weight with priority, without priority. Kalohe knowing he's not safe in the lead at the moment. Yeah, it's a tricky balance doing the beach and web. You kind of orate the story as it is. And, you know, fortunately, these guys competing at the highest level, Kalohe for so long, they're used to it, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
They know we are neutral in the situation.
Yeah, I mean, amateur events or even local events, you've got the beach commentator talking about sponsors, you know, giving updates about parking and giving the logistics to down the beach. Whoa, karate chop there in the lip. And again, another snap. And that one a little lofty. But once again, advantage to Levi. Incomplete Kalohe on that wave. Although still leading this heat. Red out in the lead, blue in second.
And it feels like at this point, the judges like Kalohe's first wave, the 4. 2 great turns, didn't complete it. 4. Yep. Like at the semifinal, at this level, unless it's a bomb set and you get a few big turns and don't complete, you'll get something mid-range or higher. That was a 3.17. Does not factor in. Time ticking down, 6.5 minutes. Blue with priority, needing a 3. Coming up next, Lucas Ostin and Luke Weiler. We saw Luke Weiler have a blazer of a heat yesterday against Wheeler. Was it Luke or was it Lucas? How can they do that to us? Lucas and Luke. Typical. We had a Zoe and Zoe the other.
Yeah, it was Luke Weiler and Wheeler Hasberg yesterday, and Taj
it was Luke.
And Lucas were together. Lucas, yeah.
Kalohe, 6 minutes left. 6 minutes left. Your last wave, a 3.17 doesn't factor in. You have second priority. Again, Levi, first priority. You need a 3 to go into first place. Just under 6 minutes. Yeah, so Luke Weiler taking out Wheeler with that unfortunate leash break out the back where he jumped over the wave and then little to his, he was probably pretty bummed.
Oh, he finished the wave. It was a decent wave. I think it was one of his top 2, and then leash snap.
He jumped over the back, did the big Superman. Yeah. And came up with his board going to the sand. So that took him quite a while to swim in and run around and his caddy to get the board out to him. And then
how was the action of Kalohe yesterday? He was second the whole heat and just that clutch last left-hander. And we were watching Sam Reedy with his answer back. Just about to get the score. And Kalohe's on the inside on the lower tide. Sam didn't make it.
Great.
Little
that was super camera work, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To capture that moment, which we see so often, but you don't all the time get that type of beautiful photo of it.
The contrast.
Live video of him walking in the little subtle fist pump.
What a good team here at this event too, with SLO CAL Open presented by Surfing for Hope. The cameramen are absolutely doing a great job given the conditions, and the runner Mark as well, just on the drone. It's essential. It's been such a pleasure to watch these replays and made it so much easier for the viewer at home.
Here we go. Levi Slauson using his priority behind the section. Whoa, tail tap. So will that be the 3? It was just a behind the section speed floater. No section presents itself after that. He dives under the wave to get back out quickly with 4 minutes left. Priority goes to red now. 4 minutes. Where will the score come in? What will be required? You see in the replay, it looked like he really thought he was going to gain speed and get that second turn, the wave running away. So it was more of a setup than it was a floater maneuver.
Yeah, it was in between two.
It's a 2.33, not enough. So Kalohe holding priority in the lead still. Levi still needing a 3-point ride.
Kalohe looking to drop a 4-point ride. He's had 3 attempts. So red in the lead, blue in second. 3 minutes 20 remaining.
So yeah, on reflection, you could just feel it. So it wasn't that Levi went up and said, oh, I'm doing a rock and roll floater type maneuver and that's going to be my thing. He was up there trying to gain speed off the lip to come down and get something else.
To get that combo. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, had it been previous days, just that big, long tail drop floater, some extravagance, a la Danny Wills, G-Land 1997, 97, 99? That big old floater at G-Land? He did a big old tail drop. Anyway, it was sick.
I remember many.
Oh, floaters in the 90s, of course. But
and they came back, but we can go all into floaters. Right now, Levi Slauson on the inside. Oh, man, he only needs a 3. This wave offering 2 sections for him. Again, quick pencil jump. He wants to get back out quick.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes. Kalohe out the back with priority. This could be close to the score. This could push it. It could flip the script. And then it will be Kalohe needing the score.
Yeah, and the thing is here we go. There's no point playing defense when you only need a 3. I mean, that wave was only going to give, a mid-range score. 4-2-3 for blue. You've gone into the lead. A 4-2-3. Now Kalohe needs a 5-2-4.
And here he is, scratching into this wave. Having to be patient with those tricky sections, and he has a little foible in the lip. You could see the wobble down the line. He could never quite get the speed he needed through those turns.
1 minute, 45 seconds. Levi in the lead. Kalohe looking for a 5.24. A 5.24, your last wave wasn't enough. Blue first, red second. 1 minute, 35 remaining. So just getting that update to the surfers right now, so they're aware. So,
well, what a wild end in the beginning. Levi with 3 1s in a row, couldn't quite keep it together. Now Kalohe had the priority situation, challenging conditions, the wind coming against him, didn't have much time, went for the wave, and it wasn't allowing the sort of freedom of the board speed to happen. 1 minute left. Blue with priority, red with second priority, needing a 5.24.
So that's an inch. I mean, that one, the wind got under his board.
Yeah, he had the perfect little lip line section.
Here we go.
Live.
Levi lets him go. So under priority, this one. Levi opting to let him go in a smaller wave. And it doesn't look like it's going to give it to him. 35 seconds remaining. And a big slap of the water with the little bubbles of the hands. And Levi's stoked.
So
he's going to move in on top of Kalohe now with that, using his priority. You can see the gamesmanship there in the last 20 seconds. Both of these surfers have immense respect from each other and opposite ends of their career spectrum there. And 10 seconds remaining.
Well, excitement here in semifinal number 1. Counting you out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there it is. Levi Slauson into the final here at the SLO CAL Morro Bay Open 2023. Kalohe, a great result in a semifinal finish. And looks like I will be counting the next heat right in. We'll have a quick commercial break, recap that heat, bring you the new heat.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back live and direct here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. Jeff Baldwin, Matt Chanowski. We are into semifinal number 2, Lucas Ostin in the red and Luke Weiler in the blue. We just saw Levi Slauson get his berth into the final. A tricky heat for both he and Kalohe and Dino. Some mistakes by both in critical situations. Not so much due to them. The challenging surf, challenging conditions, funky lip lines, strong northeast wind coming up and into them. So not easy conditions or waves to read, you know, flat, then steep, then flat with a wobble, some foam. So when the best in the world make it look challenging, you know it's even more challenging, so to speak.
Yeah, and both those surfers very evenly matched in terms of their skill set and the confidence going into this. Levi's just on an absolute roll, and Kalohe, it was tricky conditions. There was no major sections for these surfers to really go to town on like they have done all week. Regardless, it was a great heat to watch. I think some incredible viewing, some gamesmanship towards the end. But still a semi-final finish for Kalohe, so that'll go with his finish there in Santa Cruz.
2 in a row.
Yeah.
2 semifinal finishes, which just keeps the hunger, right? Keeps the fire burning. Like you're happy that you made it through that many rounds. You're there. Always you want to get to the final, and that just so close moment. But good points taken
500
away.
500 points. Yeah. 1,000, but.
Oh, is that all? 500 in a semi? 650.
You're right, 650.
650, yeah. 500 is the quarter. So it doesn't sound like much, but in the end of the year when, you know, there's 7 of these events are 1,000, that's you can only earn 1,000 points. Straight into semifinal number 2.
And the caliber of surfers that they've had to get through to get to this point, incredible.
Oh, yeah, like, and again, back to last night, you got to talk to Tom. I got to talk to Tom Curran. It's amazing. You're like, oh, my gosh, Tom Curran. Always his impression of the event and the talent level that he's seeing, you know?
Yeah.
And he's still so involved, and he goes around, and he's seen it, the game elevating over the years and years. Well, a little paddle action going on between our 2 surfers. No priority established in the beginning of a heat. And that was exciting stuff. Lucas underneath, or just sort of side in front of Luke. There was no dominant left or right to that wave. Well, things working out down there on the coaching sand dune. Levi with another successful heat on into the final. He's about to get back up. We'll have a little post-heat interview with him, a short one. He does have a final around a bend. Coming up next, semifinal number 1 with Ella McCaffrey and Talia Swindoll.
Crossed to offshore wind this morning. Super cold down here, all things considered, for the week that we've had. Some pretty crazy waves, but the temperature dropping in the last 2 days with that offshore wind. Some peaks up and down this whole stretch of Morro Bay. That's Estero Bay, is the larger bay with Morro Rock on the southern side. So no waves ridden so far. You see Lucas jumping on his board and poking his head up, trying to have a look if there's any waves out the back. And in this break, we're actually going to go to the interview down there with Baldy and Levi.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. We are here with Levi, moving on into the final. Challenging conditions, although dropped. Clean looking, but it was a different read than the heats before for you.
Yeah, the wave actually moved way down the beach from yesterday. It's changed a lot today. So I was watching it before my heat, just trying to adapt to the conditions before I even got in the water. I knew coming up against Brother is going to be another gnarly heat. We've had a couple pretty good heats this season together. He's a super cool guy, and it's a pleasure to surf against him. So I was just stoked for that opportunity. And yeah, the first start of the heat was kind of weird. I kind of couldn't stay on my board. I was just like kind of just waking up, you know, and it was hard to like adapt to what the waves were doing because they're actually pushing way inside. But then I got a good 7, which felt nice, and then I only needed a 3 at that point, had priority, blew it, and then ended up working out and got a little number to get into the lead.
Well, and Kalohe had a moment too, because it went to him with priority, and then he had the section, and that wind is really challenging. You both fell on some waves because of it.
Yeah, I saw his wave when he was taking off, and I was like, dang, this is a good wave. And I think we both kind of had the same thing. We both fell on a couple end sections. The wind's strong, you got to turn early. But yeah, I think we both adapted to it at some point. But yeah, it's all good. I'm stoked.
Yeah, well, we're stoked too. Good job, Levi. Into the final. Go relax, get warm, and we'll see then. Thanks. Back to you, Matt.
All right. Interesting insight there from Levi. Thanks, Baldy. And just in the break, we had Luke Weiler open up a 3.83 on his last wave. So a 3.83 for your last wave, Luke, as we dissected there. So the wind wreaking havoc on this, just never quite getting that momentum. But he did finish on his feet, which is important. So Blue out in the lead with a 3.83. And he's paddling for another one as we split the beach commentary with the live webcast. So at times today, we will be blowing your ears apart, unfortunately, because we need to get these scores out to the surfers, and you can actually see them waving at times, so you might do it again. 16 minutes, 50 remaining. Luke, your last wave was a 3.83. Blue in the lead, red in second. You have priority, red. So relatively calm out there today, and measured conditions. Somewhat predictable, where in previous days it's been a real battle with the elements, and the surfers really showing us some waterman skills and a lot of clutch decision making, not only in which waves to catch, but whether they paddle out, run around, do they take off on the first wave of the set, or do they wait? It's been really interesting to observe from the commentary booth, and most of the time a lot of the team behind the scenes will go for a surf before or after, but the wave's been that challenging, and the logistics behind going for a surf in terms of the cold and the car park is not exactly overly friendly to take your wetsuit off in a clean manner and get some clothes on ready to go to the webcast. A lot of the surfers have just been out there by themselves free surfing, the competitors I should say, with the crew just hanging back and setting up the contest site. Judges included, quite happy to sit back and watch the surfers battle it out. But today a lot more calm and measured. Swell period back down to 12 seconds from that radical 17 to 20 second fluctuation we had between the Monday and the Thursday. You're looking out to see there those smaller swell lines. You can see in the distance over there, that's Cambria beyond the headland out there and around the corner. Hurst Castle in behind there. So some amazing sights. Hurst Castle's not something that I would personally have interest in. I went there with a group of friends and came away with a lot more information than I thought I would have. It's beautiful, overlooking a great surf spot check too, and you can really see the vista north and south all the way across, and you can see a beautiful place for someone with a lot of money and a lot of time and a great vision to build an amazing castle. So check that out, Hurst Castle, and this is the 80-mile coastline of San Luis Obispo, SLO County, the major presenting sponsor here of the SLO CAL Open. And up and riding, this is Lucas Austin in red. Nice opening carve there as he ramps up down the line. And we're going to go, we finish off there with Lucas and a gnarly wipe. Shivers there for Luke. We'll watch that replay again. So good camera angle to get Luke and then pan back to the end of Lucas's wave. So complete for red and Luke in blue, incomplete on that big air attempt into the air. Of course, into the air, but into the wind. The wind holding him up for a moment, looking like he was going to land that. We'll dissect that very shortly. And this wind, it's either going to go one way or the other. If you put that board into the wind, it creates a mind of its own. And if you do land, it's going to be radical because it'll end up almost in a full rotation. So this is the left that Luke took. So it all came down to this air. Was over his board and it just whipped up over. So he had everything going. He's going to land tail first and spin around. The wind caught up with him, and that was a nice gouge there for Lucas to start up, and it all came down his end section, and like he's been doing, staying low, his center of gravity over the top of his board, and really making sure the wind didn't whip that board out from under his feet. Oof. Tail slide getting caught up there from Luke, so he can't buy a completion in the last 5 minutes. Lucas in red, you're out in the lead with a 5.5. Red in the lead, a 5.5 on your last wave. Luke Weiler in blue, you're in second. You're looking for a 1.68. 12 minutes, 30 remaining. As that wind starts blowing into the contest site, that crossed offshore, the sound of the speakers going out to the surfers will be far less efficient, and it'll be going out more so towards the Morro Rock. As you can imagine, that wind's coming from the right of the screen over to the left and a little bit behind us. So if you're in the rip paddling out along the rock, no problems. But if you're down there at the beach, up the beach, a lot more difficult to hear us give those requirements. We invite Jeff Baldwin back into the booth as we catch up with Luke down the lane. He's been trying to get a completion down here, and that he does, so only needing a 1.68. He had an air reverse attempt, and it was looking really nice until the wind caught his rail, tipped it upside down, and quite a almost precarious position that he was in. But nonetheless, I think that'll be the score to get him up into first place, only needing a marginal score. Chilly out there.
Yeah, you could see where he pushed the tail, and then he got hung up. But fortunately, the lip just like pushed him over, and he, free fell down with the board. Whoop, boom, lands in the flats. Happy to be free and making a wave. Levi expressing in the interview what a challenge it was, how they both had bobbles, and so he said the wind is a lot stronger out there than it looks like.
So a 3.7, Luke, your last wave, you've gone into the lead. Blue in the lead. Red, you now need a 2.03. Blue in the lead, red in second.
Do you think there's an advantage to being in that first semifinals, because you get that 25 minutes extra to relax before your final. So in the second semifinal.
Well, it's also really cold, so it's one of those moments. A lot of these surfers do have 2 wetsuits, but like I was cold all day yesterday from the morning surf. I didn't warm up.
Yeah, I didn't surf. I just was cold.
Yeah, so that could be if they stay in the wetsuit, put one of those dry robes on, or one of those surf towels that they wear.
Yeah,
the changing towels.
You got to have the water polo jackets.
Yep, the jacket, of course.
The
team. Some of them are wearing them.
I did too.
Traditionally they actually used to call them. They were surplus military suits that coats that they used to wear many, many years ago. I wasn't around then. I've just done my research, but practical nonetheless.
Something that you can it gets wet and it dries easy and keeps you warm.
That's it. Wind resistant. Because a lot of the wetsuits, they're not. I mean, they on a normal day you'd prefer a 4-3 out there, but I know because these surfers are competing, you want a 3-2, something for paddling and something to be nice and mobile in, because you're only doing short surfs, right? So you're hopefully not sitting out there for a long time waiting for waves.
What is the ideal? The ideal is a 3-2 all smoothie. The smoothie protects against wind and keeps you so warm instantly. When the sun hits it warms up. That's why you always have the panels in the chest. But right now, Luke is heating up this left all the way through to the inside. It might be foamy, but that does not deter him going 6-12 on the finish of that one. So that wave, a bit reminiscent of events gone by where they were so far down that all we would ever see was the bottom turn and the nose of the board. The bottom turn and the nose of the board. This is coming up later. The Surfing for Hope Cancer Resource Health. Oh, I'll get into that. That's today, the health fair. Woo! I know they had one up on the Pismo Pier the last event. That was great. Here is a replay. Lucas in red. This is going to be a great backup. Wow, he was getting a little shampoo from that angle. The lip coming over his face. This finishing turn, super strong. Good sequence of maneuvers down the line. And it looks like Luke Weiler had a quick up and down.
Oh, sliding out there, really trying to put some pizzazz on that turn and losing the fins. That 5'10" Timmy Patterson that he's riding. So a 6.67, your last wave, Red. A 6.67 to go with your 5.5. You're in the lead. Luke Weiler in blue, you're looking for an 8.34. You're in second, and there's 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
So here today, starting at 10 a.m., we have the Surfing for Hope. They're hosting the annual Cancer Resource Health Fair, so it's right down here by the competitor area from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And if you're here at the Morro Bay Rock today, go check out all the booths along the walking path next to the surf contest setup. Yeah, along with all the local nonprofits, event sponsor booths, there's information about local cancer resource available free for the public here. So if you know someone in your life who's experiencing or going into or is in those situations, experiencing, being diagnosed or already being diagnosed, family members, friends, relatives, you just need to, maybe get a gauge on who to talk to and how does it all work. You have the Resource Health Fair happening right here today, the Cancer Resource Health Fair. So don't be afraid to walk up, ask any questions you'd like. There's a lot of great people, helpful staff, willing to offer their years of expertise. There we go. There's a little view looking down at the health fair. And it's kind of hard to tell what it is, but there's quite a few different people here involved. Out in the lineup right now, though, Luke Weiler with priority. He needs a 8.34. Lucas Ostin just getting that 6.67. He is out in front with a 5.5 and that last score. Here we go. Luke Weiler on one of the first rights of the day. Ooh, this one having a lot of opportunity. Throws the fin, spins. T. Patterson wheeling, laying back, and he cannot ride out. Just got a bit thrown off the back of the board. Unfortunate for Luke. We're down to under 5 minutes. Just under 5 minutes. Things looking good for Lucas Austin at the moment, but we saw how it turned so quickly in the end for Levi in that last semifinal, coming from behind. Kalohe going in the advantage situation and then fell off. And that was how it finished out. Just over 4 minutes. Lucas Ostin in the lead and with priority. That last wave of Luke Weiler comes in as a 2.67. He still needs the 8.34. Time. Lucas, there's 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. 3:30 left. You're in the lead with priority. Much easier for the athletes to hear what we're saying today. Finally, there's been a little reduction in size of the swell. Monday, Tuesday, big and bombing. Wednesday, the event called off due to crazy size surf, but so fun for everyone to get out in the world and check it out, or maybe surf up and down the coast. Thursday we were back on, and yesterday with much bigger surf than today. And in all the middle of that, nobody could hear us. Priority change. Luke Weiler, you have first priority. Blue with first priority. Lucas, you paddled for that wave. You have second priority now. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Luke, you have priority. You need an 8.34. So you see him waving his hands over his head. That's the info he needs. He's like, I know I got priority. What do I need? What's my score required? Well, the score required, an 8.34. How would he achieve that? Well, most likely if one of those lefts comes through, gave him the opportunity to go vertical quite, a few times and finish with something big that could push it to that type of a score line. It could be an outrageously big one-wave set that he gets to telegraph into some massive air reverse. Lots of ways for him to chip away and get an 8.34 if the wave of opportunity would come. 1:35 left. Thank you to Iron Wolf Coffee for my last coffee. I needed that. It's chilly. Feels good here in the booth. 1 minute left. Luke, you have priority. You need an 8.34. 30 seconds left. It's hard to tell if there's waves with potential scores coming in from the outside right now. Here we go. Luke getting that opportunity with 20 seconds left. He needs an 8.34. That is not going to do it. Comes unstuck. Surfer in red with priority in under 10 seconds. He doesn't even need to take a wave. I'll count it out. He is moving through to the final. 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, you see a nice slap of the water there by Lucas Austin moving into the final here in the 2023 Morro Bay SLO CAL Open. Coming up next, right after a commercial break, semifinal number 1, Ella McCaffrey and Talia Swindoll.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
SLO CAL Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SLO CAL Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We just saw Lucas Austin, as you see, running on the beach in the red with a big smile. He is into the final here, coming up after these 2 women's semifinals right now in the water. Ella McCaffrey in the red and Talia Swindoll in the blue. A battle of the regular foots. 2 surfers attacking the wave on their backhand on these dominant lefts.
Yeah, evenly matched heat this one. Both of them go in their quarterfinals, really leaning to those 2-turn backside combinations. And Talia just a quick up and off. Both these surfers will no doubt look to their power suits, which have been just that opening re-entry and a big hammer on the end section.
Well, so we'll see how it plays out. Remember, in the last quarterfinals, we noticed Ella walking up looking, striding with ease and looking warm and happy. Talia coming in looking cold.
Yep.
And admitting she was cold, So hopefully she got warmed up in the car, settled back in. It's hard to be relaxed when you're cold.
And I'm going to go catch up with Lucas.
Let's do it. Interview with our surfer. Moving into the final. I want to know if this is his first final. Sure. Thank you. So a quick throwaway for Talia Swindoll. Beginning of the heat. Nothing in that wave at all. Yes, let's get that interview with our last heat winner, Lucas Austin, into the final.
Yeah, Lucas's first final on the QS, coming in here with a fairly low rank. You're carrying a lot of momentum. You're looking really solid on the board. Thoughts going into the final?
Oh, I'm so happy. I'm just having so much fun right now.
Yeah. And you're looking composed. You're looking relaxed. What's the plan just until these next 2 semifinals leading into your first final?
Oh, I mean, kind of just the same thing I've been doing. I made a crazy mistake in that last heat. I paddled for a wave and lost priority, and Weiler's the best guy at airs, and maybe in the event, so that was sketchy.
Yeah, and it is very windy out there. Luke had a failed air attempt at the very beginning. You went complete on a right hand. In fact, it was the same wave, split left and right, so the tail of the heat could have changed at that moment. Being windy, staying strong, low on the top of your boards, how important is that?
Yeah, for sure. It's super important. I mean, there's a lot of water moving out there, and I'm riding the same board I rode yesterday. It's a little bit of a step up, and it's working really good.
Cool. Well, looking great. We can't wait to see your power attack in the final. Go rest up. We'll speak to you soon.
All right, thank you. Congratulations, Lucas. Your first final and just having fun. And I like getting the intel that he's still riding a little bit of a step up. So even though we've seen a decrease in the size, the visual size, there's still a lot of movement, a lot of strength in the way the water's moving. So he's choosing to still ride that step up, even though it's not big, but there's just a lot of power in the ocean. Love getting those small insights, and I love his energy right now after the heat. He just seems happy and relaxed. And why not? Your first final, your first semifinal, your first quarterfinal, like he's just on a roll, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, he's been putting in great performances, but I would say he's been the underdog coming into the quarters, semis as well, now the final, because he's just slowly been climbing his way up the ranks, and he's looking solid, but he pretty much never falls, and he's carrying an air of confidence that I'm very impressed.
We love an underdog. You know who was an underdog until this last year? And he realized his potential, and so did everyone in San Clemente? Cole Hauschman. Everyone else was the shining stars for quite a while, you know, at all these events. And Cole was there, and he'd get a few good heats, and then he'd not, and then he would, and then he wouldn't, and all of a sudden it clicked in, and he just became this powerhouse. And it was like, whoa, Cole Hauschman just stepped into his – he's a large, strong man. So he had some growing going on.
For sure.
And he was the underdog.
That's it.
Now he walks around with bleached stars on his head and white glasses, and he's like –
That was classic at the US Open.
Yeah, uber confident.
Doing interviews, jumped on the webcast as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he actually, for the Padres as well, he was at their – I think he did their – one of their halftime features. Yeah.
At the Padres?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Or the Chargers?
No, it's Padres. Yeah.
Oh, in the baseball,
Yeah.
at baseball. I missed that one. Yes. That's cool. He chooses San Diego, the Padres over Anaheim, or the Dodgers, being in San Clemente. He's right on the border. He gets to choose between whoever.
Well, that was right around the time that he had qualified, and it was around the US Open. Well, during the US Open week. And this is Ella. It was the 3.67 for Talia, that single turn. And Ella, pretty much exactly the same. A little less power, perhaps. We'll update that score very shortly.
Wow. So far, it's definitely the low tide pulling, creating a lot of confusion of where to sit. Levi was kind of talking about that while I was on a quick break in between. Lucas found that long flowing right somehow in his last heat. Got his best score on that wave. So we'll see where this goes. It's a straight up 3. Ella, that last wave, a 3. So the judges giving a shout out to the surfers. Hey, that's great. We're going to keep it about here unless you really extend the tail through, come out with speed, throw spray, make it an exclamation point on that finish. If it's going to be one turn to go up into the 5s and beyond, it has to be big.
And Talia, you're out in the lead with a 3.67 and a .23. A 3.67 for your last wave in blue. Ella, your last wave is a 3-point ride in red. Blue in the lead, red in second. 17 minutes, 20 remaining. And for those people waking up, tuning in right now across the different forms of streaming, we're sharing the live broadcast with beach commentary, so at times we will be updating the surfers. I'm sorry to say, but they are our primary interest right now, trying to get them their scores. But the good thing is, you'll be almost like you're sitting on the side listening to the PA system, because you'll be hearing what the surfers hear as well. So really, hopefully, placing you in the driver's seat. And what better way to do that than seeing this drone angle from Run Amok Photography. And you can see the Finger Rock and Morro Rock just at the left-hand side of the screen, and we've got this northwest swell coming in today, a little peakier than the last few days, a lower ground swell, and this is Talia. Perhaps just slipping off that being cold. She alluded to being cold beforehand. That's twice now she's slipped off.
Yeah, so she, not a fan of the booties. Neither of the women wearing booties. It's funny you saw Sanoa Dempsey. She, Canadian surfer, used to booties.
Yeah.
It was always that way with. I was from Southern California. The Santa Cruz guys would come down. They'd surf lowers in the summer and wear booties because they were just so used to booties. They were that uncomfortable without them on, even when the water was warm. Whenever I went up there, I couldn't stand booties. No. So anyway, there's the people that go with the booties and those that don't.
I'm still living down. So I saw more booties at Malibu once, and it was freezing. It was like so cold. It just came back from Mexico. People still talk about it now. How embarrassing it was. It wasn't embarrassing for me. My feet were cool. Well, I wore booties in Malibu.
Oh, they say, you were being judged for wearing booties?
Yeah.
I don't even get that. That makes no sense.
Not
Here we
care.
go. Ella McCaffrey. She has found a clean inside left. It looks like it's going to give her the opportunity for, it does. One nice steep down carve, carrying speed, and into that next section, it looked like she maybe just didn't want to risk putting the fins above the lip on the finishing turn.
Yeah.
So, safe at the end. She has a 3. Where will this go now? Here's the replay.
So smaller wave when we look at it on the front vision. This turn hit, some ferocity in that turn and just carve under lip, sort of mixture between two turns. But the important thing is she got the completion. That first turn was wild. And live action, this is Talia with her answer back. Sure-footed and using her longer frame, her bigger frame here too. Both these surfers very similar, matched with their forte, and a nice finishing turn there for Talia. 3-turn combo. So a 6 for Ella's last wave. We have 5 waves coming in right now. They'll be duck diving. We'll update them very shortly. That'll be enough time for the judges to get out Talia's score. 5, flat 5, very quick. So we'll deliver that one for Talia. And this is the replay. So here, just waiting for the turn. So that one, just a carving turn. And this one, not as versatile as Ella's second turn, but it was all in the end section here. And a nice clean completion for flat 5. So Talia, your last wave in blue was a 5-point ride. You're in second. You now need a 4.01. Blue in second, a 4.01 needed. And red up and riding. So, yeah, lots going on.
I like it. So keeping busy quick. So a nice 2.5 turn combination, so to speak, if we take out the first down carve. Sometimes that first turn is set up, but we'll really define it when we go back to the replay. Ella wanting to get rid of the 3 quickly and put more pressure on Talia with half the heat gone. This was her on her paddle out. Identified this wave and thought, why not? I see more in it than I have in my 3-point ride. 3 turns complete. Again, it's not the number, it's not the quantity of the turns, but as a competitive surfer, you try to pace the heat back, with the cadence and what you think you need and what's the scoring potential. And in that case, perfect. A 5.25 for Ella McCaffrey. The score in. Ella, instead of paddling back out, sitting and waiting with priority, sees a left, seizes the opportunity, lets the instinct take over. Now Talia needing a 6.27 to go into the lead. Now in this head-to-head matchup, Ella can paddle back out, sit with confidence and priority, and possibly now build on the 5.27.
Yeah, red, your last wave, a 5.27 to go with your 6. You're in the lead. Blue, you're in second with a 5 on your last wave. You now need a 6.27. Blue needs a 6.27 to go into the lead. 12 minutes remaining.
How cool was that yesterday, getting to wrap out with Tom Curran, 3-time world champion and global icon of the modern movement of surfing. I mean, and to watch him with his son, and he gave us nice shout-outs. So, you know what? I think we're doing a good job we'll get back to that, because right now all focus on Talia Swindoll, who needs the 6.27. This is one of the bigger waves. She's racing down this sandbar. Nice, attacking, carving turns, very patient, fluid, and carrying her board speed.
So what has she got in the end section here? If she can finish strong. And she does, gets the completion. So about 7 turns there, but there was some sweet transition turns in between there, keeping that flow, not losing much momentum throughout those maneuvers. It's not quantity like it used to be. It's certainly quality.
Well, thank God for that. Such a better era of surfing over the last 15 years. I like how she, isn't afraid to utilize most of the rail in those cutbacks and carve downs.
Nice.
Yeah, very, very smart, strong, solid surfing. The wave getting flat-ish at the end, but she stays quiet and
little adjustment at the back there with the back foot.
Yeah,
so.
Moved it back just a touch.
Yeah.
So where will this score come in? She needs a 6.27. It's a 5.13. 5.13 for Talia's last left. Now she needs a 6.14. Ella in the lead with priority. 10.5 minutes remaining.
And right on cue, very smart option. Talia decided to do the walk around or the run around. That'll give her enough time today. It'll be very relaxing to paddle out against the rock. And she'll hear that update. It was just that repetition in that and the wave. She surfed great, but just didn't offer much. And live action.
Look at this beauty of a set. Wow. Spray flying high. Ella just in great positions on all 3 of those turns. The first 2 really being the money turns. So this is what she wanted to really extend, put pressure on Talia. Priority up there in that corner. Working out for her. A gem of a left shows up. You think Talia's going to do some jumping jacks and push-ups to warm up in the runaround?
Well, a 5.13 for Talia. That was your last wave. You now need a 6.14 with a score still to drop from Ella. 9 minutes 30 remaining as we see the end on the replay here. And just the technique and just slamming that one shut. So some versatility in the repertoire of Ella McCaffrey, showing both surfers really showing some body torque, utilizing their strength, going to their power turns. And it's really nice to see them, as you said, Jeff, using the rail and the whole length of that rail through the turn. I'm really enjoying the way that they're twisting the upper body and the connection. This is going to go excellent. Judges agreeing with your perception. One more score to drop. An 8.33 for red. Blue, you now need a 9.2. Red, an 8.33. Blue, you're in second. You need a 9.2. 8 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
Well, very, very technical and mature surfing for Ella McCaffrey. It's been great to be along the journey for all these years at all these events, and all that work paying off.
That's our commentary booth.
Oh, look, you giving Shaka's out the window. There he is. He's brand building. Waxhead is brand building. There we go. There's the drone. Great work from Run Amok Photography. Ella McCaffrey, I was saying, so cool to be along this journey and watch her gain strength, gain maturity, go from the Uber Grom to the Grom to now this young woman right on the cusp of that, getting into all the Challenger Series, onto the Championship Tour. Her goal coming here was to make a final. She's very close. She's 7.5 minutes away from the potential with an 8.33 on that last wave. And I loved on the finish of the last wave, she was smart not to try to go way up in the lip. Checked it a little short intentionally, knowing she's seen so many surfers get stuck and blown over the back. All right, Talia, you need a 9.2 to get up into first. There's 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Priority is with red again. So with Talia doing the runaround, Ella getting the 8.33 and paddling out, it was like a double whammy. Yeah. She got the high score and the paddle out.
There is a positive there for Talia to see that, though, to see what the judges are awarding excellent surfing for. Not that she doesn't have that. It's just the wave that gave it to Ella as well. I think this is still a very evenly matched heat. So I think Talia will try and break this down into 2 and try and capitalize. And look, some beautiful waves rolling in right now. We have a gorgeous right-hander coming in and a left too. So
wow, the first right-hander on that bit of the sandbar. That could be interesting. moving out of this heat and in. What a nice drone
Yeah.
angle pulled back. Now it looks like a right point coming into the rocks with the low tide, or it did for a second. And you see the long left sweeping down the beach away towards the river mouth. What a beautiful overview.
Gorgeous.
Yes, welcome everybody. If you're just joining us, we are into semifinal heat number 1, Ella McCaffrey and Talia Swindoll. At the moment, Ella has the upper hand. Talia will have something to say about that, needing a 9.2 to get into the final, take the lead. Coming up next, Vela Mathea and Sanoa Demphley Olin.
The judge is really appreciating that combination of maneuvers, and with some ferocity in those maneuvers too, showing the power and the critical nature of where they're sending that board. Once again, it's quality, not quantity, but if you can combine those with seamless flow and combine the speed, power, and flow element, those pillars of the judging criteria. 5 minutes remaining, just about 5 minutes remaining. Red, you got an 8.33 and a 6. Blue, you need a 9.2. Red priority.
All right, well, yes, our two Southern California women, Ella McCaffrey from down my way, Encinitas, Cardiff area, Talia Swindoll from Malibu coming up in the next heat. You got Vela Mathea from Santa Barbara, and Sanoa, well, I know it's Canada, but is it Tenerife, or I wonder if she spends time down here.
.420 left on the clock. Ella out in the lead. Talia in second. Both a very evenly matched heat, but just Ella with the choice of the waves, being able to find those critical sections. Three minutes 30, time ticking down. The task of breaking that 9.2 down into 2 different waves is starting to weigh down. But it is possible, of course. Anything can happen, especially with interferences and the radical nature of these surfboards that the women are riding right now, the experienced surfers. But Ella holding priority. A very measured professional performance there from Ella so far, but 3 minutes. It's going to be the quickest 3 minutes for Talia and the slowest 3 minutes for Ella, which is so often the case in competitive surfing, Jeff.
Yes, the clock working for you and against you in different ways, right? Time is sped up or time is suspended. It's funny how time is not linear.
And remember yesterday, it was so painful watching Kalohe with 2 minutes to go. It's almost like Sam was willing him to get the score. And this is Ella just trying to keep Talia off that, looking to better a low of a 6. But it was Sam reading Kalohe. It was just, you could almost tell the body movements and Kalohe just needed half a chance, and he had that confidence where Sam's confidence was departing the heat. Even though he was still in the lead, and that last 2 minutes, it just went forever. And Kalohe, it went super quick, and he got the score.
Got the score, and then Sam had the potential, and that was that great story we talked about. Kalohe walking on the beach, watching the wave, and then the fist pump as he saw Sam Reedy not complete the big forehand turn that he did. Ella McCaffrey gets a 3.97, so that doesn't change anything. 1 minute and 45 seconds. Talia now out the back with priority. Time moving slowly or quickly, we're not sure. She still needs the 9.2. Yeah, it's funny how time does not move in the way that you think it does. It is not linear. When you stand in a big barrel and you come out, to you it was this lengthy, strange time gap amount of time. You don't know how much time it was, and someone goes, "Oh, that was 6 seconds. That was 5." You're like, "Okay."
True.
You watch 5 seconds go by on a clock, and you're like, "Really?"
Yeah.
It felt like a lot longer than that.
Very true. Yeah.
You know, when your senses are heightened, when adrenaline is flooding you in that fight or flight moment, time slows way down.
How many
right?
times have we been on a surf, you come in and it's been 4 or 5 hours, but you have no idea. It could be 2 hours. You have no clue.
Yeah, so time is not linear. We are down to under 40 seconds. And I think the more that you experience that way that time actually moves in the natural world, the healthier you are.
Yeah.
If you sit at an office desk just chained to time, that's not good. Here we are, 15 seconds left. Talia really up against it with 10 seconds, needing a high, excellent score. I will be counting this down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is it. Ella McCaffrey. I just really hung that name out. Ella McCaffrey into the final, going on into the final. We'll have a quick commercial break and bring you semifinal number 2, Vela Mathea and Sanoa Demphley Olin. And I think I'm going to be counting this next heat in. We'll have a quick break and come back and introduce it again.
In the land of SLO CAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO CAL now.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
We are back live, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Semifinal number 2 in the water. Jeff Baldwin, Matt Chanowski bringing you the action. Vela Mathea and Sanoa Demphley Olin in the water right now. We are going to have to get a quick replay because Vela Mathea opened her account with a burner. From what we were watching live from hundreds of yards away, all we could see was yellow and red and white flashing across the green face.
Yeah, it's strong surfing. Hits this one in the section as loads up. So comes around and rotates her body into the lip. And again, nice committed rail surfing there. No downtime. And a medium-sized wave for today's standards. And what a way to start off this semi-final.
Yeah, and where I picked up watching it live was around after those first 2 turns when she'd come around the section and then just went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Beautiful opener for Vela Mathea. Score almost locked in. Great job, Ella McCaffrey. I was moving on into the final, achieving that part of the goal. The day is not done yet. A 7.33 Vela, a 7.33 on your opening ride. What a way to start the heat for Vela. Sanoa now needing a 7.34 with priority, so she knows she's in a fight right away, right?
Absolutely, and I mean, Sanoa started off with a bang in her last few heats, so we're looking to see what fireworks she can come up with, but a solid start there for Vela. Looking solid on land as well, very composed in the post-heat interview. The set rolling through right now with no takers. So we're going to go down to Jeff Baldwin on the beach, and he has Ella McCaffrey, the heat winner from semifinal number 1.
Yes, Ella, what a way to go into the final. Earlier in the event, you were talking about your goal. You'd been in the semifinal a few times. Was it 3 or 2? 3 times in a row, and I've been here for all of them, into the final.
Yeah, I'm really stoked to finally make it to the final. 3 years, 3 semis, and stoked to have cracked the final.
And you still look like you're walking out of the water so warm and relaxed.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. The surf's fun, good waves out there, and yeah, I'm just having a great time.
So it was your highest score of the wave. You had 2 beautiful turns, and it looked like you checked your last turn a little early, or that's how I read it. Like you didn't want to get too high on the lip and go over the back.
Yeah, so I had the first 2 turns. It looked like a really good wave when I was paddling into it. I was like, oh yes, finally, like one of the sick ones I've seen the guys surfing. So I got the first 2 turns, and then on the 3rd one, it looked like it was sort of standing up. So I was like, oh, I'm just gonna check it and bring it down. And then I sort of like, I don't know, it felt like I airdropped. I don't really know what it looked like, but
Yeah, it did.
You were stoked to ride out.
yeah, just stoked to complete it.
Well, right on, Ella, into the final. We're going to let you go, but any shout-outs, the folks at home?
Shout out to my parents. Love you guys. Thank you so much for all your support, and thanks for watching.
Well, there you go. Good job. We'll see you in the final. That's Ella McCaffrey.
Great insight there from Ella McCaffrey, and we'll see her in the final very shortly. And Sanoa yet to capitalize on her priority. 20 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. For everyone waking up right now, or they might still be awake tuning in around the world, around the North America region, this is the QS 1000. We're watching the semi-finals of the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay. And we are sharing the beach announcement with the online webcast. So at times it will get loud, but you at home get to tune into exactly what the surfers are listening to, their priority, their scores, and updates as well for the people on the beach. So just under 20 minutes remaining, and 7.33 for Vela.
That's right. You get to cozy up by the fire with us. Get the inside track to feel what the surfers, hear what the surfers are hearing.
And it's windy too, so unfortunately your speakers will get blown apart at times because we want to get these messages out to the surfers so they can hear and put on a performance for everybody at home.
How is it? You were saying yesterday you never warmed up. It's such a trippy feeling when you are just in that perpetual cold. I realized I was still cold until I finally went to bed last night. I had the heater on my drive home back from the Surfing for Hope Foundation event up in San Luis Obispo. So I had a 25-minute drive with the heater blaring and it was really, I noticed how cold I was after I'd finished dinner and then went up and Tom and I shook hands. And I realized his hand was so warm and mine was like an ice cube. Like, what is happening with me? I'm frozen.
I'm glad he still has a hand after my handshake.
Yeah, you didn't want to let go, did you?
No, I just went in for a strong Australian handshake, and he was about to play, and he was like, oh, I was like, oh my gosh, I just nearly broke the legend's hand as he was about to play at a charity organization. Glad, I don't think it was broken. Well, it didn't sound like it was broken. It was a great performance. Tom really, and we have no incentive to compliment the music for him, but I loved it. I think it was fantastic, and he was playing the acoustic. His son was playing the acoustic, and he was playing the ukulele, and switched the electric guitar and the drums. His son on the drums. That was awesome. So that was Tom Curran and Pat Curran combining.
I've never seen him play with his son. I've seen him play 10 times, oddly, over all the years, and or more. Sometimes just full-on jams. Sometimes at a venue, whatever. It's never been the same twice, which is like his surfing that he brings to the world, right?
Yeah.
What will he show up on now? What's piquing his inspiration and his interest this month versus next month? And it's he's just inspired by so much in his life. Right here, Vela Mathea. She had second priority, but she found one a little right down the beach, away from Sanoa. This is going to be a fair backup, little steezy layback. That board that she said Britt Merritt making her a beauty. She is in love with that Channel Island. I don't know which model it is, but do you know
the Rook Pro Roundtail, and
there we go. I know it's a Roundtail, or that was in the last heat.
It is, yep.
It's the same.
And this here, a little bit of spice in the end, a tiny wave, but bang, smashes that. So it does everything she can. And we're talking about one Santa Barbara legend to an up-and-coming Ventura County aspiring professional athlete who's doing really well in the semi-final. I guess you can say full professional now. She's in the QS semi-finals and a 3.5, so consolidating her lead. Now a combo situation for Sanoa, who's looking to answer back with a great start on this flowing left, and another turn she can not ride out of it. Well, uncharacteristic fall.
Well, that has been sort of the tale of these last few 4 heats. Who didn't make a mistake? Who maybe undersurfed the wave just enough not to fall in the wind? They want to push it because that is the goal to get into the final. But in these challenging conditions, there's just no room for error. She came to it almost right, but then tried to swing the nose down instead of maybe just riding the lip line along like a floater. Easy to Monday, easy to judge from here, not easy in real time. Vela with a 3.5 to back up the 7.33. Sanoa gets a 3.07 on her opener, 10 minutes into the heat, so she's ready to get started. Only 3 waves ridden so far. Well, in the middle of that, we saw Levi running by. He had a new wetsuit, back to his red and black wetsuit, so hopefully he's warm and ready. He's on the sand dune down there with Matt Myers, digesting the cadence of the wave with his coach.
For the average surfer, it's amazing that they don't have 2 wetsuits. It makes so much more sense because
or 3.
But when we put on a wetsuit, it stretches it in, and the seams. And they're salty, they're dry if we don't let them dry properly. So it's amazing. We actually go through wetsuits quicker when we have the one. But if we have 2, you can separate the 2 and wear them at optimum times. You don't have to put them in the sun to dry. You can dry them in the shade. It's almost the best marketing ploy ever for people to have one wetsuit. If you have a quiver, like I've got lots of wetsuits, but I don't often need new ones because I'm always wearing a nice, dry, clean suit. I can hang it in the shade. I can have time to hang it up. I don't have to get it out of the car, put it on, like stretching it, trying to get it on and off. Does that make sense?
It makes plenty of sense, but how many sloppy surfers do you know?
So many.
So,
majority.
So I'm not a sloppy surfer. You're not. I want my stuff clean. I rinse it. I hang it. And so it all stays good. All my boards stay good forever because they're in bags. They don't get beat up. They're not just laying in the sun. They don't have wax on the bottom. They're in the garage in the shade, right?
Yeah, I think pretty much every grommet in the world is a grommet. For those of you tuning in, I'm sure that's an internationally known name. It's for an aspiring young surfer, someone who's young, emerging in their surfing lifestyle. It's somebody who's younger than someone else. You call them a grom. That's the name.
The grom.
Any debates with that description?
No.
Nope.
Grom is grom. Universal grom.
Great.
But yeah, I would maybe it's my OCD. I'd rather have clean things than dirty things. So.
Yep. 13 minutes remaining. Vela, 13 minutes remaining. You have a 7.33 and a 3.5. You are out in the lead. Sanoa, a 3.07 for your last wave. You now need a 7.76 to go into the lead. So red in the lead, blue in second, looking for a 7.76. 12 minutes, 55 remaining.
I even go so far as I don't have the wetsuit conditioner stuff, but I just have regular soap in my detergent bottles that I use as my water bottles. And just that little bit when I rinse, conditions the wetsuit, rinses it when I take it off. And, yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's surprising. Most of these athletes sponsored. Do you think they'd have, backup suits to have? Many aren't anymore.
Yeah, a lot are sponsored, but
they can't. Yeah,
increasingly so. Less and less are sponsored. So that's interesting, but I'm sure they have hookups in local surf shops.
Well, they know people in the industry. There's ways to get deals. There's all that. But, and what do you, that's a whole other
Well, they're good test pilots, right? Because they're athletes. They're surfing at a high level, and they're putting the equipment to use at a variety of different locations, and obviously their flexibility and even just the turns that Vela performed just before. And as we saw Sanoa in her quarterfinal, very mobile athletes.
What was it? A while back, this is a few years ago, when the hyper stretch, and there was one of the brands had an ad, and the legs and the arms are stretched out like 15 feet, and I'm thinking, well, that's great. I hope that never happens to me, or I'll be dismembered.
Yep.
I'm glad I can stretch so far. Here we go on her backhand. Ooh, solid surfing again from Sanoa. A short 2 or 3 turn combination on that wave. One of those rights. We saw those sets bombing from the Rivermouth sandbar.
I'm going to trademark your reference there. 2.5 turn combo.
2.5
Love that.
Yeah, it's not quite.
Would you like fries with that? No, I want a 2.5 turn combo, please. And I think that'll be a healthy one. Can't wait. Well, maybe not a healthy one because we're binging on excess here. And here we go. The 2.5 turn combo. Nice setup snap there and another speed burn. Lines it up and hits that closeout cleanly. So Sanoa off to a great start. Resetting in this heat. 10 minutes, 45 remaining. We'll wait to see what that score comes in at. The old 2.5 turn combo. I love it. 3 to the beach has been replaced with a 2.5 turn combo.
So the judges having to then look probably at Vela's opening left to pair against her right now. Sanoa, a 7.0. Things tightening up now. Vela with priority in the lead. Sanoa, your last wave, a 7-point ride. You need a 3.84 now to take the lead. 10 minutes and 15 seconds left here in semifinal number 2. And if you're just online with us, joining us, thanks for coming and tuning in at the SLO CAL Open here in Morro Bay. Baldy and Waxhead, we are on the mic day 6, and we've got a whole half a day to go.
Yep.
We've got to finish this semifinal. We've got the men's final, the women's final, and then we're going into a little bit of a fun Surfing for Hope Foundation Cancer Survivor Heat, which I'll be checking in with co-founder Bob Volin, bringing you all that fun. And then we're going to go straight into the men's round of 40, first round of the longboards, and finishing with the second round. So a full day. Our pipes are still working. Things are still good.
Well. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, conditions, beautiful conditions. From our angle, it looks a bit more ominous. That drone angle back to the rocks makes it almost look so appealing and inviting. Just under 8 minutes, everybody.
So the longboard's coming up, and there's an example just behind the Surfing for Hope banner.
That worked out well.
Yep,
very nice.
That was very done. But yeah, you see a lot of different equipment in the longboard division. To what we see, the variation. It's been nice to dive into the different step-ups and different tails and fins the surfers are using. And the longboards, you see that variation. Look forward to analysing that. But this is Sanoa on an answer back from that 7, looking for a marginal score. Be right there. But behind her, Vela choosing to cut that short and get back out with perhaps priority.
So I wonder if none of the athletes are using the surf racks because they don't want their boards to blow away.
Good call.
They'd have to tether
Paddle
them
battle.
down. Yeah.
Paddle battle.
So we haven't seen one the whole week so far. That drone angle good. The judges will have to determine who gets outside.
Oh, it's
and
on.
Gets the priority. We love encouraging them.
Priority blue.
There we go.
Blue priority. Just to save them.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you don't say it, they don't know, and they keep paddling. So this was Sanoa's a replay. Sanoa. So smaller wave, lines it up, and just a single snap, leaning back, and then straight out of there. And this was Vela. Nice looking wave. A little uncertain left, right. A little power carve to start. Looking to get rid of a 3.5. So one-turn combos to both these surfers. 7 minutes 15, scores to drop.
Well, again, that was a interesting use of priority there for Vela.
Sanoa gets the score.
And here she is again, utilizing that priority, has found herself in the lead. Now she gets to work on it, pushing the tail, a little bit of a drift in the finish of that first turn.
Well done.
Rides through, so will this better the 4.33? Vela had the jump with the 7.33, backed it up with the 3.5, had priority, and took a wave that just didn't really work out for anything. 6.5 minutes left. What will she need after this score comes in?
So we can tell you, Blue went to the lead after that last exchange, and she caught another wave, so we'll update your requirements shortly, Red. But Blue in the lead. We're going to watch this replay, and this is Sanoa, so getting momentum in this heat and snapping that one, getting on top of her board and keeping that momentum down the line and finishing strong with a dramatic end turn on that left-hander down the beach. And it's coming in healthy. Vela, you will need a healthy answer back yourself. So a 7.37 for Sanoa. Vela, you now need a 7.05. Blue in the lead, Red in second. 5 minutes 45 remaining.
Well, thank you to Iron Wolf for the coffee you made me. Thank you to all the catering support from the local vendors, the local restaurants in Morro Bay here that provided us with breakfast burritos and lunches.
Yeah.
Thank you to Surfing for Hope Foundation, the presenting sponsor, and our title sponsor. Visit SLO CAL right now. All eyes on Red, Vela Mathea. Wow. Well, that was the first beautiful big section. Will she get around it? And she can't get around into the open face of that next bit. She needed that, needed a 7.05. That will not be enough.
Wow, started strong. It was exactly what was required to get that score. Nice, strong set wave. Meeting power with power, which we know throughout the whole day the judges have really been appreciating.
Well, she gets a 3.8 just to catalog in her head what that score is. It doesn't change anything. Vela still needing a 7.05. Sanoa in first place. 4.5 minutes left. Blue with priority. Great position for Sanoa to be in. And funny how, heats change. We saw it in a few of the heats today. The surfer having the challenging first half of the heat came out on top in the end. We saw it with Levi against Kalohe, 3 throwaway ones in a row. and then it just sort of worked out in the end.
Yep.
Not a foregone conclusion. Vela can get back out, needs a 7.05. Sanoa in the lead with priority. Really cool. We see our men's final heading out into the water in the blue. Lucas Ostin, Levi Slauson in the red, running along the beach, keeping warm, keeping loose and groovy. Must feel nice running in a dry wetsuit in the sun right now. Different than this morning's frigidness.
Yep.
3 minutes left here in women's semifinal number 2. The winner of this going up to meet Ella McCaffrey in the final. The finals are 30 minutes, guys. 30 minutes for the final heat. So we've been running 25-minute format so far. For the final, it's 30 minutes.
So Red needing a 7.05 down into second. Some great waves coming through, and you'd have to think Vela would take some confidence out of that single turn of 3.8, and if she was to be able to ramp up to get 2, which she's been doing this whole event, you would imagine that would have been the requirement if that section had allowed and not shut down, but of course it's a bunch of ifs and whats.
Yeah, it was hard to read live and on the replay watching, was there potential for her to pick a different line to make that wave?
But beyond the foamy section, it did run.
Okay.
So it's like she doesn't hit that, she might have made it, but missed the first opening
turn.
So which is the crux of the point. So 2 minutes remaining.
This is okay. Well, we do have people to thank. Thank you to Peak Wi-Fi. Thank you to 805. Thank you to... Who else do we got?
Surfing for Hope.
Well, we know Surfing for Hope. Thank you to the community. Thank you to the locals.
Iron Wolf.
Thank you to Iron Wolf. Thank you to the lifeguards and the safety patrol. We know the lifeguards had to put someone's shoulder back in place after they dislocated it earlier in the week at the end of their heat.
Keeping some of the competitors, the free surfers out of the water the other day as well.
That's right. They've been sitting on the border out there in the frigid water. Look at those soccer skills, the foot skills. Oh, I loved doing that with my Dougie on the beach. She's having as much fun as the puppy. Don't deny it. We're down to under 1 minute. Can Vela, in second priority, find a wave away from Sanoa to get a 7.05? Sanoa sitting close to her competitor. Well, with 30 seconds left, Sanoa feeling pretty good in this position, in the lead with priority. Oh, wow, Vela gets a slight chance. Sanoa not seeing a full 7 in that wave. She goes for a little air, fins free, rides out on the back. Wait, look at this right going into the Levi is
10 seconds.
We'll count it out quickly here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that score comes in as a 1.5 for Vela. Valiant effort for Vela. Great opening ride. Does not get through into the final. Sanoa Demphley Olin into the final to come up against Ella McCaffrey. We'll take a quick break. Come back with the men's final.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
On coast in Morro Bay.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back. We are watching the men's final of the QS 1000. This is the SLO CAL Open presented by Surfing for Hope. And this is the QS 1000 final. Can't believe we're here after about 100 heats, men's and women's. We are now entering this final with Levi Slauson in red and Lucas Alston in blue. Both surfers very similar, matched in stature. Very consistent, obviously, to get to the final, but low center of gravity and their heat IQ throughout the whole event. Both surfers have come through opposite sides of the draw, and here they are to fight it out for 1,000 points and some prize money.
1,000 points and some prize money. We're bringing the heat. We're bringing the energy. That's right. It is finals, and all of a sudden it was wild as they're paddling out. This beautiful right-hander comes in. So right now, Levi Slauson, he gets to open things up. Straight away, separates from Lucas Austin. He does not want to start like he did in his semifinal. So back to his old ways. 3 strong, perfect executed turns up in the lip on a medium-sized wave. Lucas didn't even look at that wave, so positioning key. He got a paddle free into that wave. It was small, but
how's the body talk as well through this? Just
yeah,
super on, feeling good.
He's
mobile,
making those turns look easy. But what I was going to say is those rights that come towards the rocks, just one burned off towards both surfers as they were paddling out. A 7-5. The judges, zero hesitation. That score is in. And, wow, congratulations to Sanoa into the final against Ella McCaffrey. Big shout-out to Vela Mathea. She's in talking to her team. What a run for her into the semifinal. Started it off how she wants. So much goodness to take from this event. So much to catalog in. Lucas outside in the blue. He throws the tail. He spins and he wants to ride out. Yes, there it is. So neither of these gentlemen are messing about. Levi with 3 solid turns on his backhand. Lucas opens with a big telegraph, then reverse air, rides out.
Yep. So forecasting this, needing a 7.5. Lucas pumping down the line, sends it out into the flats, gets caught up in the whitewash, gets forward on the board, and that's a look to the judges saying, let's go.
So it's the finals. The judges now have to scrutinize in the air game, in the era of modern surfing and going above the lip. How do they differentiate between how high is the tail, how much projection in the flats, how quick do they spin, how clean do they ride out? So those are the things the judges have to take in before they can deliver a score. And we'll wait for the score, then we can talk about it a little further. But it's going to be a battle. Scores coming in, not quite in yet, but getting there. An 8.23. So one big air on the forehand for Lucas on a bigger wave, one of the sizier waves we've seen. Doesn't spin and ride out really clean, but did the hard work. 8.23.
And here goes Levi Slauson on his answer back. So beautiful speed carve on the outside. Check turn down the boat. And really throwing his body into that one again. So a couple of windscreen wipers with some pizzazz on the end. And here loading up the inside foamy section. And, of course, he finishes strong. So well done, Levi Slauson.
Wow, you think
mission
he was pushing so hard, pushing against the grain, pushing against the wind, not allowing himself to slow down. So much conviction and concentration.
So here, nice setup carve. And this one, getting back, and he's feeling heel to toe combination there. And again, really pushing on that tail pad as he works this one through. Wants a dynamic finish. He finds the foamy section and he comes out cleanly. Extremely difficult to do with that composure. Well done.
I like
Lucas.
The bird was following him,
Levi.
thinking he might hit up a fish for an easy meal. Levi Slauson going back to his ways. Where will the score land? An 8.73. So just like he did in all the heats before, and as Lucas did, Levi opens with a 7.5, backs it up with an 8.73. Lucas opens with an 8.23. Blue with priority. 30-minute heat, and we've got 24 minutes to go.
Yeah, Blue, you need an 8.01. So an 8.01 required for Blue. You're in second place. Levi, you just dropped an 8.73 to go with your 7.5. Lucas, your last one was an 8.23. You now need an 8.01. $23 minutes 40 remaining. So this this final starting off really strong, as expected, both natural footers. I mean, we saw Lucas with the 8.23 on the right, and he's had a lot of success on his backside in this event too. So both surfers mixing it up between the lefts and the rights, showing their versatility throughout the week, and that has been the key if you were to differentiate between other events, this one has really shown versatility for these surfers, having to ride step-ups, change conditions, and really adjust between rights, lefts, different tides, and just an absolute journey to get to the final, and now to throw down 2 excellent scores, score each for these surfers.
And to take their lickings, duck diving practice, breathing practice, composure, keeping composure when they're just scrambled. Levi talking about 2-wave hold down in one of the earlier rounds, after they just got pummeled by a bunch of waves before that. Levi, your last wave, 8.73. Your last left was a 8.73. Your first wave, a 7.5. You're in the lead. There's 22 minutes left. You have second priority. Blue has first priority. Lucas, you're in second. You need an 8.01, and you opened with an 8.23. Well, kudos to the judges. I love where modern surfing is right now. Levi getting an 8.73, almost a 9-point score on a left that was just compulsory, hardcore rail surfing, full carving, lip gouging surfing. Lucas gets an 8.23 on modern above the lip surfing. So this great blend of all the best traits of what surfing has become, now incentivized on both ends of the scale. It's great to see where we are. Right now, we are going to take it down to Sanoa and Matt for a post-heat interview before the final.
We're going to keep this one nice and short. Sanoa, really relaxed. Thoughts going into this final? The waves improving through the morning.
Yeah, the waves are super fun. Definitely a little tricky, but lots of opportunity out there. So I'm happy to have another heat today and excited to get back out there.
Looking really solid on the board. Another re-wax, or you're just happy with the booties for your grip?
Definitely a re-wax, yeah.
Okay, there you have it. Well, she's going to be glued to a board. We'll see her coming up next in the final. Well done. We'll speak to you soon.
Okay, Lucas had his opportunity there. I had to look away for a second. Thank you. Great job, Sanoa. A lot going on. Prepare for that final. Back to the sand dune. Keep warm. We look forward to that battle of Ella and Sanoa. Levi with first priority. There's 20 minutes left. Lucas gets a 4.5. Well, if you're just getting down here, we are into the men's final right now. A 30-minute clash between Levi Slauson and Lucas Ostin. Thanks for coming down or joining us online. We just had a nice wrap-up interview with Sanoa before she prepares for the women's final. And I love the state of surfing also in that we have paired all events, men and women, together evenly, and we just rotate back and forth from the women's round to the men's round. And, in this case, the men's final is happening first. The women's is the final. Other times it goes the other way. So it just bounces back and forth. Evens around the world. We also have the Cancer Resource Health Fair that's happening right now in the parking lot, or just past the competitors area and past the Surfing for Hope Foundation merchandise area. It is only Saturday, but feel free to stop on by, say hi there, get yourself a new beanie, a hoodie, long sleeve tee. There's all kinds of great stuff at the Surfing for Hope Foundation merchandise tent. Thank you to them and the WSL for this partnership. Not only do we have the men's and women's QS that we're in the final of the men's right now, we have the longboard event starting after a little afternoon today, the men's first round and second round, and then tomorrow all longboards, men's and women's. Right now, though, all focus is on the men's final. Levi Slauson in the red, in the lead here. With first priority, Lucas. Second priority, needing an 8.01. Well, and I've just got to, I can't say it enough because I get to come up here twice a year or more. If you haven't had time to visit this Central Coast region, if you're just always passing by it on the freeway going to San Francisco or something, do yourself a favor, jump off, come down the 1, go hang out a little bit in San Luis Obispo or the Pismo or Oceana. It is beautiful. Here we go. Levi Slauson. Wow, he is not yet done. He is fired up. That wave, well, commentator curse. That does happen. Priority switches over to blue. That will not do anything in his score line there. So a throwaway for Levi. I went to the saltwater taffy shop right there at the Morro Bay front. I went to the Kites and Sundries shop. That was really cool. Got myself some new koi fish wind pendants that fill up. They're pretty rad. There's so many great restaurants along the docks here. And the whole town is looking so nice, so cute at night. Everyone has their trees lit up out front. So, yeah, get on up into Morro Bay and check it out. This whole area, not only do you have Paso Robles and all the wine tasting. Right now, Levi Slauson. So he's just kind of messing around. He's under priority, and he's dancing with these waves, seeing if he's feeling comfortable on them. He has the time. He has the energy to spend. He's under priority, so he can kind of flirt with these waves and not really get penalized, and that's what you see him doing. Well, at least on that last one. The wave before, he did have priority and came unstuck. Now he has the freedom to hunt around the lineup. Well, this sounds good to me from Visit SLO CAL. After an action-packed day and talking all day, unwind in SLO CAL with spa luxuries, yoga vibes, and wellness retreats. I need a massage. Find serenity in our oceanfront retreats or amidst SLO CAL's rolling hills for the ultimate mental reset. And I concur. I've had a few mental resets in nature while I've been up here. Here we go. Now it is time for Lucas. Oh, he scraps for that wave and can't get over it, so a priority change is in effect. Levi Slauson gets first priority. Fate shines on him there in that moment. Lucas gave everything to try to catch that wave, couldn't, and that's what happens when you have priority and you paddle as hard as you can, or even, really give 4 full strokes, 3 strokes. It just changes with where the waves are or how they're breaking, but the head priority judge deeming Lucas fully paddled for that wave, didn't get it, and that is how we keep things fair. Priority shifts to red.
And
thank you for the coffee.
My pleasure. Iron Wolf, shout out to them. They'll be back tomorrow for the longboard finals from Oceanside. One of the collaborators here.
It's funny, I asked that. Are they Oceanside? And the young woman said, oh, I don't know. I know we're from Paso Robles. We're all over the place.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Originally, Paso Robles, yep. And then down there, the fellow serving us, the setup in the mid-state container, which is epic. There's the containers that are just dropped here at the event site, and it's easy to operate, easy to set up, easy to remove. There's no tents or anything. There's a couple of beach tents set up here as part of the Surfing for Hope Foundation, but a very, very I guess there's no scaffolding set up, so to speak.
Yeah, it makes things really easy. They trailer them up. They put them on a semi on a big flatbed and get it to the location and make sure the area is level, drop it down, and boom. And the one that we're in right now also converts into a 2-story, which is really cool. So they put one that's underneath it, and it has a staircase built in. This one has a trap door that they take out and put a little railing in, and and bingo, we have a 2-story setup.
The 12 minutes 30 remaining. The two natural footers out there in the water with a power approach, but futuristic and progressive as well at times throughout this whole event, throwing some radical turns and capable. I mean, we know what Luca's capable of and Levi, but 8.01, he's capable of getting that just in a single maneuver. We've seen some amazing aerial antics, specifically on the right-handers for Lucas, just teeing off on the end section. He's really felt comfortable there, but also building some great momentum through other heats on his backside. So both surfers very well balanced, and they'll be, coming into this event, he was ranked in, I think, about 35th position, 31st position Lucas was in coming into this event. So this will be great for his cause.
And Levi came into it 3, so this might
Consolidate,
push him up. I'm not sure of the separation. Don't have that right in front of me, but definitely either staying flat or going into 2 or 1, which is what he wants to do, right? Get back on that Challenger Series.
Well, I'm so impressed with all the surfers at this event, especially throughout the last few days where they've been able to adapt. That's just been the key to seeing them ride different boards, different conditions, through different tides, say it time and time again, but I'm really impressed with the strength of the surfing across this region. Of course, we know the North America region is solid, and I've seen over the years so many different, dashes of hope, but it's just across the board, it's really solid.
It's deep, that's for sure.
Deep. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
Well, tomorrow, since it is Sunday, one of the beautiful anecdotes that, Visit SLO CAL has prompted me to talk about. The Mission San Luis Obispo de Tolosa is a historic mission with Spanish vibes. So if you're into that, I love the missions. They pretty much paved the way for California in its earliest days, the 1800s, into the early 1900s. The missions being built from southern Baja all the way up, hence the El Camino Real, the Road of the Kings.
This is just the replays we're watching on the webcast. Talk about Road of the Kings. These guys, they are the kings of the road to the finals. And Lucas there, that is the 8.23. And riding out of that, so he does those with his eyes closed. And this replay here of Levi and his backside, though, power, committed calves here, a medium-sized wave, but just pinpoint perfect, looking a lot like a Tressel's left-hander, this one. And is he working this way and all the way through? Of course, he gets the finish. So solid on his board, red wetsuit, red rash vest. He is on fire. Currently, heat leader Levi Slauson, a 7.5 and an 8.73. 9 minutes 20 remaining. Lucas in blue with the 8.23 and a 4.5. He's looking for an 8.01 to go into the lead and take the win of the QS 1000 at Morro Bay.
Well, I appreciate these views. Morro Bay City Harbor and the bay, and all along from the stacks down under all the hills where all those boats are, just lined with great restaurants. When I leave the event here at the end of the day, people walking back and forth. The hotels seem packed everywhere I go. There's lots of walkers adventuring about, going to different restaurants and bars. Wow. Okay, Lucas on the inside, needing an 8.01. He comes into this final, his first QS final, all credit due. Not afraid to push his surfing, opened with the 8.23 and really stuck it to Levi in the beginning. but needs an 8.01. It'd be great to see him get there, get something close. I want to see these guys boxing back and forth.
We'll watch the replay of that wave. Very busy, completed on his feet.
Nope.
And this is the replay. So under priority, he gets this wave. Nice turn there where he goes upside down. And another one, small and mid-sized wave. Carries his speed, looking for a dynamic end section, and it fades away. So, I mean, a completed wave, but at this point of the heat, needing 8.01. We'll have to see where that one falls. I mean, throughout a normal heat, you'd be so stoked with that wave.
Yeah, they'll have to go back
617
and look at the 7.5 of Levi's is what I was gonna say. So a 6.17, not enough. And here's Levi. Ooh, steezy kind of late rock and roll float to set up that beautiful two-turn attack. Levi feeling strong, imminent feeling of success. And it's great because in his 3 major scoring waves, he's had completely different lines and types of surfing moves that he's executed. A carryover floater into that one where he busts the fins through the lips and finishes there strong, going away from the judges.
Yeah, I think that'll... Yeah, here we go. Lucas down the line. He knows he needs something. And, yep, big throwaway air there. Interestingly enough, we had a free surfer on the right, actually on a red longboard, almost going into Lucas. And that was a hindrance from my perspective, actually looking across there. So he's going to come in, and rightfully so. He was on the same wave, but he jumped off.
Santa.
8.67 for Lucas.
No.
I mean, for Levi, sorry, red. 8.67. Red, 8.67 for your last wave. Lucas, your wave before last in blue was a 6.17 with a score to drop with 1.43. So, Lucas, you now need a 9.17 to go into the lead. Blue, you need a 9.17. Levi, you have priority and an 8.67. So, 5 minutes, 35 remaining.
Well, he was feeling it at the finish of that wave. He knew the combination of waves felt good to him. He was hoping it translated. It did. 8.67 with 5.5 minutes to go. Now, Lucas, though, not in a combination situation due to the 8.23 he has. Still needs a 9.17. Priority sitting with red, though. At the end of that wave, Levi, you could just see as he fell off, double fists, you know, like, It means a lot to make it to a final, always. It means more to win the final.
Absolutely.
You know? Yeah, that's always a funny question. Would you rather... Yeah, I guess there's no good answer to. Would you rather lose in the semi, or do you feel worse making the final, getting second? Yeah. Who knows?
Red priority, blue second priority.
The time ticking away. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. We can see Sanoa running across the sand, looking out to sea, getting ready to paddle out in the final. Ella McCaffrey up in the corner doing her little preheat warm-up calisthenics, some squat leaps, some side-to-side twists. I love tuning in with the athletes and what their dynamic movement is, what their little routine might be before each heat.
and the surfers out there who are tuning in, you know that after each surf, you go to do the same stretch routine, and you can be back to square one again with your, you know, the tightness of your muscles. You could stretch for 2 hours, surf for 2 hours, come in and still need to stretch again and, you know, decompress.
Yeah, and I know there's been so much study on the amount of energy used in a heat compared to a free surf. So they say every heat is, you know, comparable to an hour of free surf dependent, but
and some movement out there. Levi with priority. Lucas looking to snag one and needs 9.17, so he has done it throughout this event. He's gone excellent. Both surfers have gone excellent throughout the campaign here at Morro Bay. We know what they're capable of. 2 minutes remaining.
well, yeah, Levi came in with so much confidence and form, looking very hard to beat into the last 2 minutes. Lucas has something to say about that. Needs a 9.17.
So we've still got that dropping tide as well, which is why that right-hander and the lefts come into play in the corner. This morning, starting off on the high tide, we saw long lefts running down the beach, where now that mid-peak is full of rip current. So these surfers actually, during this heat, moving further south off to that peak, exactly where Lucas started off with that 8.23. So that's, you know, that's what Lucas will be looking for most likely. So 1 minute remaining.
The horizon looking a little flat at the moment. Still Levi cautious with priority right underneath and behind Lucas, knowing, and that's the respect shown, knowing it doesn't take much for his competitor to find a wave and get that score. You would think it doesn't happen very often, but it happens more often than you can imagine, that a lapse in concentration at the end of a heat and the surfer turns it and gets the score. So
10 seconds.
Yep, down to 10. It's looking imminent for Levi Slauson. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there goes the horn. A nice hug between the two competitors, Levi Slauson and Lucas Osten. Lucas in his first QS final. Congratulations. Coming in runner-up, Matt, and Levi Slauson, a big slap of the water. He gets to let it go. He gets to let his guard down now. He's been very focused, calm, and within himself, you know, taking the advice of his team, just staying centered, and now he can just like...
Well, the work for Matt Myers is not finished yet because he has some athletes in that next final, but...
He doesn't get to relax on the sand dune, but
a job well done. We're going to go back to break, and there's a victory lap there for Levi Slauson. What has he got for us? And he's just got a closeout floater. Of course, he rides down, and he is one stoked guy. We'll catch up with the women's final next.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
You just do what your elders do. Getting rad, getting air, adrenaline.
Well, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Jeff Baldwin, Matt Chanowski. We just finished delivering the men's final. We see Levi Slauson running up to his team on the beach that have been up on the sand dune. Congratulations to this young man from Encinitas who's gone out on the world. He's gone through all the levels. He is here again in the victory seat, getting chaired up. That's a long walk from down there. Congratulations. You can see him exhaling.
Yeah.
Like he finally can just hang out.
Yeah, he's showing some emotion now.
Yeah. He's got heart. We know that.
And he likes this place.
Yeah, he does.
And as if you wouldn't, look at that beautiful, expansive beach and the board having a little bit of a stumble there behind him. But well done to the team. And then the coach, he's going to go back up there and reset for this heat.
Yeah, he's like, hey, wait, I can't carry you up. I got some athletes in the water right now.
So stoked.
So he has Sanoa in his camp. That's right, Levi. We see you.
He's shouting out. He's saying he loves everybody at home. Maybe that's his girlfriend. He's saying he loves her as well.
Well, yeah. Why not? We hope so.
Well, he's been very composed, as you said, really within himself this whole event, and just very. In fact, all the athletes working on that Myers mound over there are so reserved, and most of them achieved really good results. So it was Sanoa starting off early with this wave, and we cast our attention back to the women's final. I'm going to go down and catch up with Levi. We'll have a few words, and we'll get straight back into this final.
Out the back, here we go. Sanoa, this left stretching out for her. The first one doesn't work out for her, but this one giving her a little bit more opportunity. You know she wants to build on something more than that. Oh, yeah, we love it. Levi fired up. I can hear him from in here. He gets to let the guard down. Yes. Well, we might as well get it while the passion's high. Go for it.
Second win of the season. What does it feel? All that hard work comes down to this.
Yeah. Oh, my God. It feels so good. I work so hard every day of my life to do this surfing thing. So to getting wins and, all the highs and the lows of surfing is amazing. I mean, I didn't qualify for the Challenger Series last year. I was on the year before. Qualified when I was 18, got smoked. Now I'm coming back. I want to get back on that Challenger Series and get on tour one day soon. So I feel like I'm getting one step closer every time I win one of these events. So I'm so stoked.
You're coming in third of this event. This will just push you ahead and consolidate you up the top of the leaderboard. Now, your coach, your team, you give a shout out to everyone in your corner because you've been carrying a lot of composure through this, and now it's your time to decompress.
Yeah. Oh, my God. I have so many people to thank. I really want to thank my parents. They've always been there for me and always pushed me for all these events and taken me up here all these years. And I want to thank my girlfriend for being beside me through all this. And, and then I want to thank all my sponsors, Oakley, Salty Crew. I love all you guys so much. Sharp Eye, making me the best surfboards in the world. And all my friends back home, Jake Marshall, Taylor Clark, all the boys, they all push me so hard. So this one's for everybody at home.
Cool. We're going to go back to the women's final, and we'll have the presentation shortly. Live action.
All right, Levi fired up, giving his thanks, and that's right. And I'm in the Seaside parking lot all the time. Every day I get to watch those guys spar. And, yes, when Jake Marshall's home and Taylor Clark, as he mentioned. But right now we are in this final. Ella McCaffrey, during that interview, had a super speed jam. The score not in for that wave of Ella's. Her opening act of the final. Excuse me, getting so fired up. Ella, we're waiting on that score. It hasn't come in yet. Score not dropped yet. We'll give you the scores as soon as the judges deliver them to us. So Levi into the final, wins the final. Look at the replay here of this was during the interview. Ella McCaffrey just flaming through the lip. And here she is on her next wave, going
Flaring.
big on the backhand now. The judges, they have catching up to do. So she was indicating, I need the score. Instead, she just took a left and went off.
Absolute hammer town on that first right. So we'll wait for Ella to duck dive this next wave and get that score. But this was the left straight away. So nice arcing turn, just catching the rail a bit, but makes up for it in its end section. Goes through the flats and hammers that. So great backup score. That was a 6.83, her first one. So we're about to give a live update. So block your speakers if you got that sound turned up. A 6.83 for red. A 6.83 with another healthy score about to drop of a 6. So 12.83 heat total for Ella McCaffrey in red. Sanoa, you need an 8.66 in blue. Red in the lead, blue needing an 8.66, 23 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
So much going on in a matter of minutes
Yeah.
between Levi being so excited with his final announcement and talking about being pushed by all the kids down there. I mean, so Taylor Clark, Jake Marshall, there's so many others that are pushing the level all the time at Little Old Seaside. And anyway, great for him. And in the middle of that, Ella McCaffrey, who's a part of that whole mix too, gets that right where she gets a 6.83. Backs it up with the left.
She would have heard Levi's interview as well, going straight across. So
yeah. Her brother, Cole McCaffrey, part of that mix every day down there. So a lot going on here. 22 and a half minutes left. And Ella McCaffrey out in the lead. She wants to win this event, doesn't she, Matt? She's made it to the final.
Well, it's not just the pride and you want to have that tick of the box of that victory because you've worked so hard throughout the week. And as we keep saying, a real variety of conditions. It was a 3-day gap between the women's surfing. You know, we had the lay day and we had the men's start the next day. And here we go. This is Ella up and riding again, building on that momentum. Whoa, first vicious snap. Second one, displacing a lot of water. Is that Tyler Wright? No, it's Ella McCaffrey lining up the next section.
Wow.
Great power surfing there from our surfer in red.
Great body language at the end of the wave, kind of that scream to the sky. You saw her lift her chin and put her arms back when she cut out. She was vibing on that
Now they're
first
showing
turn.
some emotion.
Yes, now they are. They're in the final. You might as well. Woof.
This turn here, just loading up and then snapping that one back in the pocket. Goes flat here, but she just compressing that turn again and rides out like she has all event. So a fantastic, committed first 10 minutes of surfing here for Ella McCaffrey off to an early start. Wow, judges really enjoying it. It's going to go excellent.
Well, and why not? The commitment on that first turn and then this into the second with so much passion in the turn and everything. 8.67. Ella, that last right, an 8.67. Sanoa not quite getting started yet. 21 minutes on the clock. Has priority. Is in a combination situation at the moment. So, you know, she needs two 7.25s. Is that right? Yeah.
7.5s. Yeah.
7.75, excuse me, to get 15.5. She needs a two-wave total. She needs 15.50.
So 20 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. 2020. Red, your last wave, an 8.67. You're out in the lead. And blue, you're in a combination situation of 15.5.
Well, the conditions playing into our favors, the surfers' favor, they're getting to feature on their backhands, their forehands, you know, high scores on the rights and the lefts, potential to go above the lip, to do wicked lip turns, the conditions optimum. So this low tide it's all come together with this lowish or medium to low tide. We still have the tide going out till 2, I think you said, Matt.
Yep. And exciting for these surfers who are vying for crucial points, a little bit of prize money, and the pride of winning this event. And out next, we actually have our Surfing for Hope Cancer Survivor Heat. And these people are just so stoked to get back in the water and reconvene with life ongoing and enjoy in the spirit of surfing. So Ella and McCaffrey, 19 minutes remaining. Your last wave was an 8.67. Your first wave was a 6.83. Blue, you need 15.5, a combination of scores to go into the lead. So red in the lead, blue in second.
That's right. So after the final concludes and we do a little, well, the final will conclude, and we're going to go into the Surfing for Hope Fun Heat. What's it called? What's the official? The Cancer Survivor Heat, excuse me, that's right. And I'll be sitting in here with co-founder Bob. We're going to be talking story, enjoying ourselves. He can break down the entire history of it like he was doing last night on stage. Give him a mic, and the man will tell great stories. I got all kinds of memories. But right now, this final on Ella McCaffrey showing the emotion on the finish of that right. Levi Slauson coming in and letting his guard down, you know, and why not give out thanks to everyone, to his girlfriend, to his family, his parents, all his boys at home that push him daily there, to all his sponsors, and was Blue up and down real
down
quickly.
The beach. This is Sanoa, and she's going to be looking for an end section. Knows she needs something special. She's going to move away under priority to get away from our heat leader, Ella. So Ella's just not leaving anything to chance, and she's going to be, you know, circumnavigating the lineup, searching for Sanoa. And this is that replay. So Sanoa just trying to get down the beach. And that's something you'll see a lot. It's like a game of chess, a lot of strategy that can come into surfing when we do have the luxury of priority. And these surfers are holding down the choice of wave where they want. Of course, nothing's restricting Sanoa from taking off on any wave unless they block or interfere with Ella, and that means it'll be an priority interference. We see this a lot in professional surfing, especially in the modern era. And I mean, compared to previous priority, it used to have to catch a minimum of 3 waves and a lot of time paddle out from the beach. And here goes Ella, so consolidating her 3-wave tally so far. This is her 4th wave, jamming with that body torque, and that one will not probably go into a top 2.
Wow, it's like the wind just elevated its game as she was riding that wave. You could see her pushing against it every top turn, and finally she couldn't beat it. There's a great shot from the drone showing how strong the wind is, all of a sudden whipping up those lefts. She was giving it everything, all her body torque.
Tell you what, it was a shame that Sanoa wasn't a little further out. There was 2 great left sets that came through a little further out than those previous waves beforehand, so those ones might have been it. But with 15 minutes 50 remaining, it's not over, because we've seen Sanoa really dynamic, 2 to 3 turns per wave. She can climb out of that combination situation really easily.
Well,
super solid. And the wind we've seen throughout the day and the week, it hasn't been affecting Sanoa's performance.
No, she stays tight and low under the lip, and the way she goes, not Aki-ish, but there's something in the way she moves her ankle, so she keeps low.
No, this is live.
Yes, this is live. Under the lip, there we go. Little pizzazz with that flare, the back arm coming down quickly for balance. And she's in the final. She's done everything through the event. So we know that her score lines have been high consistently. She finds herself in the final up against Ella McCaffrey. And, where will this go? She is in a combination situation, so she's looking for things in the high 7s or 8s to get out of that, and she has to do it 2 times.
Out of combination, Sanoa 6.5. You now need a 9.0. A 6.5 for your last wave, Sanoa. You now need a 9.0 to go into the lead. Red number 1, Sanoa in second spot. So as that Ocean has a moment of respite, we can see out there that 12-second groundswell. It's come down a lot in the last few days. On Wednesday, we had to have a lay day. We had 17 to 20-second period swell, about 20 feet at some spots, and even the sheltered spots were still coming in at about 10 feet. So a massive swell, and on either side of that lay day, we had some humongous waves, super challenging for these surfers to persevere and come through all the different winds, the tides, and the fluctuating lineup to get to this final. But here goes Ella, of course, using her priority.
She is just focused, tiger's eye, right? Uses that priority again, tucks it tight under the lip 3 times. Like in the interview we had after her semifinal, you know, aware that the wind is so strong on the top, and if you do push it just that foot too far or inches even fractionally, you'll get blown out the back, and there is no time for mistakes. Will she now get rid of the 6.83 in her first ride, better her score?
So 3 solid turns. A little disjointed in comparison. Of course, we can be critical because she's been dropping excellent scores throughout this event. A 6.83 and an 8.67 on that last wave. But 12 minutes 40 remaining with scores still to drop, and it doesn't eclipse it. No change. No change in the scoring. Sanoa, you're still after a 9-point ride to move into first place. 12 minutes 30 remaining.
So the judges have put their shout out saying, hey, right there under your first wave, Ella, the first wave had that clean face, super fluid 3-turn connection. Here we go. Blue, Sanoa can't get into the wave there. She paddled. And I don't know where Ella is at or how that works.
Yeah,
but
Ella's way on the inside.
Okay, so Blue will maintain that priority even though she paddled. It's one thing looking live and looking on the screen, but we just let our priority judge take care of all that for us.
We've done a terrific job, I must say.
Yeah.
And with the collaboration of Run Amok Photography, just doing a great job showing the space between some competitors with the aerial view, because from the beach angle, and it's as contest director Brian Robbins had said that this tower is moved even further around the beach than previous years, which you can attest to.
Yeah, it
so
is.
when you lose people in the lineup and on the left, it's difficult to see what they actually they did on the wave, let alone the priority situation.
Yeah, it's great that they moved it further back. The first day I pulled in and walked out to where it used to be, and I didn't see the booth, and I'm like, what is happening? Turned around, looked back, and saw it over here. And I was actually a little worried, thinking it would be so far away, but it's much better positioning for the future of the event. We know where to put this thing. It's great.
Or perhaps maybe the luck of the Myers Mound over there could be a place on the sand, because some good luck is coming from about 200 feet over there where the yellow hat coach is filming. He's had competitors in finals. He's not coaching any longboarders, but maybe I could help him out with that.
There you go.
And here across is Sanoa with her answer back, a 2-stage cutback. The nice aerial view there, a bit foamy, and that one isn't going to do it. You saw the wave fade away, and she lost some momentum.
Yeah, so at this point, Sanoa on the funky end of the exchanges each time. Ella now out back with priority in the red, out in the lead. So here you see Sanoa. The wave looked like it was bending out to sea. You can see how much speed she was wiped off in the cutback and nowhere to finish. Ella will begin to utilize that priority advantage. She will start to, shadow Sanoa. You'll really see it at the end of the heat, under the 5-minute mark and below, but already just wanting to get a little closer.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Look at that peak out there. Sorry,
I
to
know.
interrupt.
No, there was one
Longboarders
set.
look like that.
Yeah, there was one set before where that big right just came, and it looked much better than it probably surfed.
Sure.
Just because of the offshore dynamic. It was the school book
Oh, here's Sanoa.
drawing, the kind you used to do on your folders in grammar school.
Nice opening carve there from Sanoa. A beautiful wave that was coming. Really leaning into that turn. And this wave just shouldering out, but keeping really busy. Some animated and activated body language on this smaller wave, and ramps up on the inside. And she hits it with a finish. Can she right? She does. So at this point of the heat, 8 minutes 30, a completed wave there for Sanoa. Looking for that answer back. Will it eclipse the 6.5? Will it go close to the 9? We'll have to wait and see. But 8 minutes 25 remaining.
Man, she is way down there. She's past the event border flag, and it doesn't look like she's going to run back. So you think, does she even have time to do the run around? That's a bit of a jog from down that far. It would force Ella to paddle back all the way up to the rock if she did.
Well, it was the wave did keep going, and she did have some nice maneuvers towards the end, so it was worth sticking with it.
Oh, absolutely. It was worth it. I mean, like you were saying, I was letting you go with it. The way she was pushing so hard on the rail, completing and, engaging the fins, and she wasn't going to ditch out of that wave. She was going to ride it to the bitter end. So judges really reflecting on this, knowing it's a critical score. She needs a 9.
I really like the way she puts the board back under her feet and her body. The first 2 turns relatively strong. Sleepy in the middle, and at the end section here, she ramps up and a nice dynamic finish. We saw a little up and off there for Ella as well on the right.
Seven minutes left. Priority is with red, even though she just had a quick up and out on that right. Yeah, she's in a nice spot there, Ella. There's those odd peaks that come in, and that right breaks right off there over the years of making 3 semifinals in a row, of which she's broken the curse of that. She's in the final and in the lead. That right has come into play at low tide over and over. She's had some memorable moments, memorable rides there, and possibly finding herself in another one. Nice opening 2-stage cutback, sweeping again, nice fluid, regaining speed off the foam there, and a finishing turn, fins free, sort of flattened the board out and did well to ride the lip out into the flats.
Yeah, anticipating the wind, getting under the board, so just staying low and compressed, really enjoying the pronounced finishing maneuvers that Ella and Sanoa have performed throughout this whole event. And here we have beautiful looking right-hander. Longboarders be so stoked looking at this right now. The 2-stage, so this is not really going to factor into it. It's an interruption of flow, so just little half turns, not a lot of scoring yet, but sets her up for the pocket. She utilizes the speed down the line, zigzagging, and here, bang, hits the critical section, just stays low and compresses so she can ride out of that. And a lot more, I guess for a better word, hot dogging surfing going on right now, toying with the wave, and that one sort of just utilizing her power just to get a nice finish. Will it eclipse the 6.83? We'll have to wait and see.
And in the meantime, before she took off on that, Sanoa had that long left. The score came out at a 6.33. Sanoa, your last left, a 6.33. So it didn't change anything. Still, you are looking for a 9. There's just 5 minutes left. Ella, your last wave was a 6.37. Does not change the score line. I think the positive takeaway, that first turn, flat face, 2-stage cutback, I think she registered that when she went into the second one. She could have easily done a 2-pump cutback You could tell she intentionally held the rail, even though it slowed her down. Anyway, good, just personal notes for her to take away. She was adjusting mid-ride. Situation the same, other than Sanoa has priority. Just over 4 minutes left. In the women's final here at the SLO CAL Open, Ella, you are in the lead. Your last wave was a 6.37, did not change your score line. Your 2 waves are your first opening wave, a 6.83, and then your third wave, the left, an 8.67. Those are your 2 scoring rides. Just under 4 minutes. Blue has first priority. Sanoa is looking for a 9-point ride to take the lead.
Beautiful waves rolling in here at Morro Bay. And this place has just dished up such a variety of conditions. But one thing that has been an absolute saviour for the competitors is that current running out against the rocks. Even on the biggest days, it is still possible to get out. And there's the car park, there's the beach down here in Morro Rock. If you want to come down and check it out, if you're in the SLO area, we're halfway between LA and San Francisco Bay, and back into live action, the power carving of Sanoa and a foamy section, a nice completion. So 2 minutes 50, she pin drops, which we've seen so often in this event, and she'll stop the momentum of the force pushing her to the shore and get back out so she can try and add to that heat total.
Yeah, we missed the first bit of that wave. It'll be interesting to see what happened in the very first place. We were looking at the car park there where the Cancer Resource Health Fair is happening right now. We'll break down Sanoa's wave. Oh, it was from the beginning. So again, the way she keeps so low and centered on each and every one of her turns, and you see the giddy up, right, in that dismount. She wanted to get out. She's sprinting back into the lineup, knowing that's probably going to be the best wave she's had of the heat so far, and it is a 7.43. Never say die. Sanoa gets a 7.43. Now she needs the 8.808. Sanoa, you need a 8.08 now. Your last wave, a 7.43. Ella McCaffrey in the red with priority will not stay on her own peak. She will go on down and hang out with Sanoa.
Oh, look at the wave coming through.
Yeah, she abandoned that peak to go sit next to Sanoa.
That was a great wave. She paddled over so she could play the defense with a minute 30 smart. And this is a final too, and we know that Sanoa's capable of. And there's a left coming through.
Wow, and Ella has to go under it, so she didn't. And Sanoa can't get it. Maybe she could feel that that wasn't going to give her. Our read is different than their read, the surfer's eye.
The wave's really turning on through this final. Ooh.
Underneath. This is going to give and can't get that one. So there must be an underlying current that we just can't read from here. Both waves look like they were going to give Sanoa that opportunity to surf again. Yeah. With 1 minute left now. Well, something's going to happen, and either Sanoa is going to force Ella to take off, and she doesn't. She's going to get in on the corner, and she can't.
Oh, no.
So what is going on with that rip current right there?
Yeah. That one actually has an end section to it as well.
Yeah, the drone shirt.
3 waves, 4, 6. This is like 8 really good waves that have come through, and no one's caught them.
Well, there's something going on with that rip. No one can get into the wave. Look at Sanoa has to belly out.
No.
She has thrown in the white flag on that one. 3-4 attempts in a row with 20 seconds left. Yeah, there's definitely something with the tide and the current right there. 10 seconds left. Yes, it is a seaside sweep. I love it. So I'll count it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And what a victory for Ella McCaffrey. She has been in the semifinals here 3 years in a row. She set a goal. She achieved the goal. We can't wait to see her let it out in the post-heat interview. Congratulations. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We see the boys, her support team, her brother running down. They're going to cheer her up. Look at that. I love it. We'll be back after the commercial break.
In the land of SLO CAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO CAL now.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us. We are back here at SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We just watched Ella McCaffrey take out the final here against Sanoa Demphley. Congratulations to her on making the final, and congratulations to Ella achieving her goal of getting past the semifinal, which she'd done 3 times in a row. We are going to have a nice post-heat interview with Ella. The focus is on her, the camera for the viewers at home. Her support team, they're all down in there. And up we come, Ella McCaffrey. Well done. I always laugh at the chair up. That's a long chair up. It's a football field and a half distance. Will the boys be breathless when they get here? Sometimes, how about when they chair them up the stairs at Bell's or across certain rocks at different breaks? Yeah, in Hawaii on the North Shore through the deep sand from way down and off the wall. They're cheering them up. So there's always some fun. Well, we are in the booth, and we are into a special heat, the Cancer Survivor Heat, which is always a heartwarming moment and a focus of what Surfing for Hope Foundation does, why we're here, the partnership with the WSL. And I'm going to be counting this heat in, even though they've been riding 3, 2, 1. It's a 20-minute heat. The heat is officially on, and I'm here with Bob Olin from Surfing for Hope Foundation. Thank you for joining me again.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate being out here.
Yeah, we get a vibe out. That was really fun last night, up and riding in the blue. Do you have the names? And anyway,
I think that's Miranda.
That's Miranda.
Joseph, and we call her the Queen of the Slow Coast. The gal is amazing. Got a Wendon Sea lady as well. I mean, second up, we have Yellow. And that's nice.
That's White.
That's White. Okay.
Yeah, yep.
I kind of see who's who here for a moment. Sorry.
It's hard. It's far away, and good thing we have the camera angles from
I better look
Run
at
Amok.
that.
Yeah, we look at this.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah. Sometimes it's easy to see, and other times we have to rely on the close-up.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're thank you really so much, WSL, for allowing us to have this 20-minute Survivor Heat. We at Surfing for Hope couldn't be more stoked to share what we do. Surfing for Hope is first and foremost a tribute to surfing. With surfing, we're helping people with cancer. With the medical world, the surfing community, we get together to help people with cancer. And these are all cancer survivors out there. Miranda just got through some breast cancer. Perry is a legendary guy out there. He was a caretaker of his wife, who sadly passed from cancer not too long ago. And Art is out there. I'll get the colors in a moment, but Art is a fellow throat cancer survivor like myself, and he's awesome. There's a man that's, let's see, we have Tim is out there, and he's surfing for the WSL Longboard, and we're stoked to have him out in our survivor heat. Tim's just 3 years out from brain cancer.
And he's competing in the event coming up.
Yes, he is.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Stoker.
great.
So
That's Tim?
Tim, yeah, and I'm just stoked with that. And, geez, for me, I am a survivor, 20 years throat cancer survivor, and it's been such a joy to get through it. I've dedicated my life the last 15 years to be the somewhat cancer crusader. And 12 years ago, we started Surfing for Hope. 20 years ago, I met Tom Spillane, my partner. He was my oncologist. And,
Yeah, I haven't seen him this event, and I didn't see him last night. Where is he?
He's hanging right there with his
Oh.
lovely wife,
Oh,
Karen.
there you go. Okay,
and
hello.
that's us triples.
So I was wondering last night, was the VW van his? Because I know he
Oh,
rebuilds
yeah.
cars. That blue one out front
That's
of the
his.
event, that was
That's
his?
his, yeah.
Okay.
Bus, nothing like buses.
Buses and buses and buses.
Oh, we like it. Growing up in the Palisades, my first vehicle was a 58 VW bus, and I was a terror in that area, cruising around.
What was mine? I had a late 70s Westphalia. That was my first car with a 3.5-foot stick shift and a clutch that was 10 inches. Well,
not easy.
Bob, we're going to throw it down quickly. Not quickly. We have to celebrate Ella McCaffrey. Yes,
Ella,
Seaside into the final,
That's
winning
so
it.
great.
Take it
So
away.
Just like Levi, a Seaside sweep, more emotion coming out of you now. You're stoked. Your first win, your first final. What are you feeling right now?
I'm over the moon. I'm so stoked. My first QS win. I've been working towards this for a really long time, and I'm just so happy.
Yeah, and you've got a great support team. Give him a shout out. Now's the time.
Yeah, shout out to my brother for staying with me. Shout out to Keanu, Sam, Kai, Mason. Thanks to my coach, John. Thanks to my parents for watching and supporting. Shout out to Reed for being down here too, Big 20, and the full crew. Thank you guys.
Yeah, now this will just climb you right up on top of the rankings coming into this 8th, eyeing off the Challenger Series. What are your thoughts moving into the next few events?
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to requalify for the Challenger Series. We have a couple big events coming up, 3,000, 5,000, but this will definitely help my ranking. So I'm looking forward to getting back to training and then surfing in those.
Yeah, and you're looking so solid. That equipment, fantastic. Your body conditioning looks amazing. Any areas of improvement that you think you can go back after this competition and work on?
I tend to, I always go for rights. I think I'll probably work on my backhand. Just working on technique, sort of all-around surfing.
Well, you got the wins. There's not too much room for improvement. We're going to go back to the Cancer Survivor Heat, but well done. You're on top of the leaderboard. Well, be close to. We'll have to do those tallies, and we look forward to seeing you in the next event.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, Ella McCaffrey, Seaside Sweep. Congratulations. Blessings to you. What a victory to go through and get out of the semifinal doldrums after 3 years into the final. We have got the Cancer Survivor Heat in the water. I'm sitting with Bob, but I need to ask the first heat of the men's longboards. Sahupu, Jake Damateo, Federico Gabi, and Emiliano Mendez to come and get checked in for that first heat. You guys are in the first heat. And in the water right now, Bob, we have Tim Retta, Miranda Joseph, Perry Shoemaker, and Art Tackett.
White up. So that's Perry. Perry, legendary guy out here. He's just been a ripper. He's done a lot of the Cerro Bay Longboard Big Bad and Uglies. And I always hated having him in my heat. He's a tough guy. And what a waterman.
So many years in cancer remission, right? After
Yes.
working with Tom, who was your oncologist, or not oncologist?
Yeah,
oncologist.
Yeah, Tom was my oncologist 20 years ago. That's how I first met Tom. And life was kind of bitching for me. The 03 is just the year I got cancer at the end of that year. And life was great. I was surfing up a storm all over the place. And lo and behold, I had throat cancer. And I met Tom. And he certainly helped me get through this horrible situation. And 12 years ago, we started chatting. We're surfing, sitting around and talking. I said, well, let's do a surf contest to raise a few bucks, amateur contest at Pismo for people going through cancer. And all of a sudden, 12 years later, we're morphed into an organization. We've raised more than $750,000. We raise the money, we give it to our camps for families that are going through cancer. It's called Pure Stoke. We've been 9 years running. Survivor camps. We do a Grom series to help some of the young surfers learn how to compete in contest formats. And it's been a heck of a 12 years run for us. A lot of the money we donate to French Hospital's Dignity Cancer Resource Fair, the Mission of Hope, the Cancer Community in Templeton, and other small nonprofits that are just anybody that's helping in the cancer world, we're there for them and trying to help out. We're purely here to help people with cancer. The more support we get, I'm kind of throwing down. We need larger supporters to come help us so we can continue this. And we really appreciate all the WS has done and allowing us to do this. And on to Pismo next month. But I feel a privilege to be able to be involved in the cancer world to try to make a little difference, and we're working on making a big difference. So,
well,
surf on.
It's we all have big dreams, but it's just $1 at a time. And like you said, you're closing in on $1 million, $750,000 over the 9-year span or 12-year span since the inception. And obviously it took a few years to ramp up. Well, now look at the partnership with the WSL, 4 years, 5 years running, or however long I've been able to do this and meet you guys from the inception. And Dignity was a part of the events for a while.
Yeah, I really appreciated that.
And that was great. And Dignity Health, one of the biggest medical facilities in North America, actually, which is surprising, but they're based from here, Central Cal, but they're all over the place.
They're huge.
They're huge. They're a big, big hospital franchise.
It's amazing for a nonprofit that does a surf contest. Here we go. Red up.
Here we go. Yes, we have Red. Tim Rita. Nice. So he's the one that's in the event, right?
He is indeed, yeah.
Yes. So we'll
3 years out of brain cancer. And
wow.
And he used cancer like I did as an impetus to get back to health.
And let's talk about that. So cancer, it's just this word that affects people in all walks of life, high, low. But it is a disease that's got this boring little name that there's thousands of kinds of cancer.
Yes.
It's not just cancer. There's bone cancer. There's skin cancer. There's eye cancer, tongue cancer, mouth cancer, throat,
prostate,
internal prostate,
breast cancer, ovarian cancer.
Yeah, whatever it is.
All there.
Yeah. So you're working with people that have all forms of cancer, or the families of, supportive families of someone with cancer.
Let me shout out to the people that are the caretakers and the people that helped. When I was determined I had cancer 20 years ago, there was no supports out here really. And my wife and I, Nancy, felt like lost children in the woods, and she went through hell dealing with what I went through, as so many cancer supporters do. So a huge shout out and huge love and aloha to those people that help their loved ones get through this god-awful disease. But, Surfing for Hope, we try to help with the worst of diseases I can imagine with one of the most amazing sports art form in the world. Surfing has been such a huge part of my life, and I've been so blessed to be in part of that for the last 63 years. Woo!
That's a lifetime of being a waterman involved in the ocean. And, it's hard for you, it's hard for me, and people that have been able to be intimate with the ocean their entire life, travel around the world, being a part of this engaged community of ocean people. There's a common bond. Age does not matter. You and I can hang out. I can hang out with a 10-year-old. You can hang out with a 16-year-old. You can engage them in story and passion, and it's just we're all there. But there's a lot of people that come into Surfing for Hope Foundation that were not of the ocean. They were people that touch the ocean, and then they realize, whoa, what a magic moment it is. How do I feel when I leave the ocean? Although I was scared, although I'm not a great surfer. So much comes from that alone.
It's amazing because in our Survivor and Pure Stoke Youth Program, you see adults and kids learning how to surf and seeing, I call it saltwater smiles. You see that and you light up. And being an individual, being in the surfing world, oh, here's Red. Is that, no, that's Tim again, and got a nice right-hander.
Well,
nice.
you know, he's allowed to be out there. He doesn't get a win, though. He's a competitor in the main event.
Okay, we'll be a little tough. Is this one?
Yeah, here's
this
Blue.
one?
This is Miranda.
Oh, Miranda.
Nice.
Oh,
Miranda,
what a wave. Nice backside. So style is so great. Those little lumps and bumps, a little challenging.
She was getting so excited. She was on her way to a 10, didn't know what to do with it.
Easily. It's so fun to see everybody out there.
Yes,
but
I will.
Sharing the ocean to brand new people, and so all of a sudden they get out there, they get in our camps, and they get it. The wonders of our ocean, the wonders of being able to surf, to literally walk on water is amazing. Okay, we have
a surfer up, but right now there's 5 minutes left in this heat. That first heat of the men's longboard should be checked in.
Oh, outside.
Tazupu, Jake DeMatteo, Federico Gobi, and Emiliano Mendez. So yeah, we had a great wave there. Well, Tim's had a bunch of great waves in the red. Blue, Miranda had a big one.
Yeah, that was definitely a decent one.
Perry just had a great one. It looks like our first heat of longboards, men's longboard, round 1 is checked in. I see some of them walking down.
I wanted to give a quick shout out to all the medical people, the pharmaceutical people that are here, that are supporting us. The Surfing for Hope, we've been unusual with a lot of surf contest related nonprofits, is we've have such strong support by the medical community. So I thank you, huge love and aloha for you folks to help us out with what we do. And these survivors are all my heroes. It's like being caught inside on a massive set, and you're paddling and being banged and beat up and ragdolling and coming up off the bottom, climbing your leash, and then you come up and you get back outside, and it's like, whoa, kind of the same with surfing. So yeah.
Well, we're going to talk more story. I loved last night at the event. Did you have a good time? Were you tickled that Tom Curran and his son performed at your event?
I was so tickled.
That's
and
so
I
cool.
was bummed. I would have liked to introduce Tommy, but I was having problems climbing the stairs up there.
Oh, yeah?
The old man blues kind of thing. I'm just getting over a cardiovascular challenge. So, but hey, things happen.
He was awesome, and his son. I got to sit and hang out with them for a little bit. He gave us compliments, and that was really cool. He's like, Jeff, great job. I'm listening. So that was great. He was laughing because I kept saying, will Tom show up with his entourage? Because I didn't know.
Red Tim up.
I didn't know how he'd show
Nice.
up. Here's Tim, in the red.
I was so privileged to see and meet Tommy and chat a little bit about him. I saw him first time I ever saw him when just after he'd won the NSSA at Rincon, and I'd never seen any human surfer doing what he was doing at Rincon.
Well,
it was unbelievable.
The new standard that was set for a generation or more, right?
Yes, it was, because I guess I'm a generation behind him, and we were, they started riding in places we never dreamed of, and then in places we never dreamed of. But the state of the art of surfing is doing really quite good, and I'm just really amazed and loving it.
And I hope you guys did well in the silent auction.
We did pretty good.
Who was the artist before, the musician? He was really talented. The dude in the cowboy hat. What a voice.
I liked it, and he had such an assortment of great music. I'm sorry if his name fails me, but he was a great warmer-upper. That was really neat. And, speaking of that, last night, we're blessed by the Ventura Surf Club. Ozzy donated some of these amazing boards. We have Pacific Systems, Home Systems board, a 1929 board. I got the pleasure of meeting Randy Rarick. He's a historian, and then we're getting that board repaired down in Encinitas.
Hey, surfers in the next heat, it's a water start, so you can make your way out even though the Cancer Survivor heat is in the water. Blue, make your way out for this first heat of longboard. Sorry for the miscommunication. It's a water start. So there's a minute and a half left in the heat that's out in the water, so you don't have much time. Giddy up. All right, cool.
Get going. Up, up. That looks like Miranda. Nice wave. Up, bam, hits it, comes around. Miranda, you rip it.
Wow. Okay, a completion there on that one.
That was good.
She had the wave before that she was on her way to a 10.5.
11.
She was going 11. What a classic movie. Well, what a fun time. I sat with a gentleman. And was it Zach? He's helping here with Jenny.
Zach is a wonderful.
Zach
is one of the most purest, kindest man I know. That is my oldest son, Zach. I have a lovely son named Spencer as well.
No,
Zach.
not your son. I sat with a gentleman that's a volunteer whose wife recently had passed away. He was introduced to Surfing for Hope Foundation a while ago.
Okay, yeah.
Is it Stan?
Stan.
There we
Stan
go.
is here, and he's been supporting us and helping us all through here.
That's it. Stan.
All of our volunteers. I just am so pleased.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You are just in time. Who's up? That's White.
That's White. That is White. That's Perry Shoemaker.
Perry, yeah, man.
Perry Shoemaker. I wanted to say Shoemaker because there's an old track.
And we give Red.
And they're getting their
There's
bonus
Timmy.
wave in.
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
You might as well.
Art Tackett.
Take a bow, you guys, gals.
Well, the next heat is out in the lineup. The first round of the men's longboard, I can see 4 of them there coming out. Look how easy they glide across the water. They don't make it look like there's any current at all. Well, that was really fun.
That was great.
You know, well, hard to choose who got the best, but for me, it's seeming like Miranda got the winner waves in that.
Yeah, they're all heroes to
But
me, and
you
they're
gotta
all,
call
of
it.
course, winners. But I'm calling Miranda.
Well-
Everybody surfs so darn well, and really huge love and respect for you guys and gals getting out there and charging it and representing for Surfing for Hope. Thank you, WSL, for giving us this opportunity. It really is a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, co-founder of Surfing for Hope Foundation. We love it when he gets to hang out with us. We did not have enough time. We need like a few hours, Bob, like we did at the cafe in Pismo with my kids.
We can talk story.
I know.
go back. I mean, I'll bore the heck. Well, not really, but we got stories. I mean, I've just been so blessed as you. You know, keep surfing, bro.
Keep surfing. Keep the aloha alive. All right. So let me introduce this first heat in the water. It's Ian Gautron now. He is in the water in the red. Jake Mathea in the blue. Federico Gobi in the white. Emiliano Mendez Rosa in the green. These are 20-minute heats, guys. 20-minute heats. But I'm going to count it in right now. We haven't started. We had a little housekeeping to finish up, so get ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go, guys. The heat is live. Up on top of the judging tower here, there is the priority light box. And here we go. Up in red, Ian Gautron, who was our first alternate, straight to the nose. That's who we saw, Matt, running out for a free surf. 2 beautiful 5s, almost to 10. What a sequence. No leash. There we go. He was the one having the free surf yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, it's cool that he got in the event, right?
Very cool. He was waiting down there for somebody to pull out, and this is Federico right there, the Italian who's living up in Santa Cruz, pulls out of that. And the judging criteria, it's a change of pace from what we saw on the shortboard. Now I'm going to update everyone with the judging criteria. So
I love the longboard judging criteria. So good.
Our Mexican competitor, Emiliano, going down on that. So we have speed, power, and flow on the shortboard side, which are our 3 anchoring pillars. The critical nature of maneuvers remains the same, except with longboarding, the key is style, flow, and grace, but it's the cross steps stepping in and out of the maneuvers. The cross step is key. So you see here, very unique to longboarding is the cross step, and that's Ian there. Textbook, 2 nice noses, critical section there, and he gets the 10 as well. So nice timing. Now he falls off there, but the majority and the completion, don't get me wrong, is super important. But once again with longboarding, it's not about quantity, it's about the quality. And a nice turn there for Jake Mathea there.
Well, we know the wind will not wreak as much havoc in the weight of these boards. Quite a bit more weight. I know probably the same specs apply here. Have to be above 9.2 and 15 pounds,
Correct.
although I doubt there's someone officially weighing the boards today.
Well, it's
there
funny,
might
the
be.
Australian QS, they were super
They were on
diligent on it, and
But that
so
is
the CT.
a rule.
Yeah.
9.2 or bigger, and they have to weigh more than 15 pounds. So these boards are going to be cutting through the wind, so to speak.
So beautiful trim there for Jake in the critical stretch 5 there, and another close 10. And he steps back into that nice jamming turn, and he falls off as well, so that will affect the scoreline, but some nice combination of maneuvers on the outside. And the key to that turn, which he did complete, was he stepped back from the trim point in the middle. He didn't shuffle back. So with some scores still to drop, a 5.5 for Ian Gotron in red. You're out to an early lead, a 5.5. Frederico, your opening wave was a 1.35 in white. So your last wave was a 1.35. And Ian Gotron up on his second wave now. So nice stretch 5 and just playing caution to the wind with the, well, literally the wind. And now he's drop knee off the top. So that's a unique combo. A Phil Edwards, Mike Hinson inspired off the top there. Drop knee into the re-entry. You do not see that very often. Super technical, very stylish. And that is one way to finish a wave on a longboard. Using his footwork, stepping back onto the tail and dropping that knee, which you seldom see on an end section. So creativity inspired there. And here's we come from behind the section. See Ian, we're just watching the replay here for the viewers at home. So we're mixing the live broadcast with the beach commentary. So yeah, grabs that rail, and here, I love this time, middle of the board, keeping that trim and dropping the knee into the off the top. So that's a very rare circumstance. I pretty much watch every longboard clip and have seen nearly every longboard movie ever made, and it's not often you see that combination. Even though it's a smaller wave, it was super cool to see.
Beautiful, beautiful intro to the dance of longboarding. I love it. I can't wait to dive in. Had so much housekeeping going on. And my final bit, finalist, if we can get the 4 finalists over and back to the area so we can do a little bit of an awards presentation with you guys. Hand over the galactically cool trophies for your hard-earned winner or victories and runner-ups. So surfers, make your way back. Check in with Ruby and with Dread, and we will get that nailed. I think it's going to be a pretty casual presentation.
So yeah, the shortboard finalists.
Make your way, yep.
Ella and Sonoa. Make your way. I can see Lucas there as well with Levi, so we're going to do a little presentation.
So they're close by. They're close at hand.
Now some updates of some scores. Jake, your first wave was a 3.85 in blue. Score still to drop. Ian, your last wave was a 6.25. Red in the lead. Blue in second. White in third. And green in fourth. There's a replay here of Blue's wave. This was Jake. A nice carve there, and he comes back into the pocket. Now this one here, a little more critical. Gets on the nose. Through the middle of the board. Nice cut back. Ooh. Does he complete? And he does.
Sliding the tail, pushing it a bit, like
yeah,
a little drift or the fin flex right
exactly.
then. That's
fin
what
flex.
It was.
And the width of the tail, that art in motion design. And here he goes again. No, this is our Emiliano, our Mexican surfer in green, and he just walks back. So without a leash too. So losing some composure there, and the safest place in a longboard is trimming in the middle of the board while it's locked into trim. It's the most parallel part of the board. And it's also why you see a lot of those early pipe and Waimea and sunset surfers trimming in the middle of the board. so they don't get bucked off. They're never on the tail or the nose and the critical part. They're trimming through the middle. And you think back to the likes of, we mentioned it last night as well, John Peck at Pipeline, and trimming through the middle of the board. One of the first guys to initiate that early pig dog style, that grab rail on the backside. And then led way to Al Chapman, who popularized that at Pipeline. But the middle of the board, safest, most parallel part of the board.
And the entry, the entry rockers were so much flatter then too. So you get in the middle of the board and it's a freight train, man. Hold on. You're carrying a lot of board speed. Here we go, red. Beautiful 5. Opens it up like that. Goes for the cross up there. The wind playing a little havoc with him then. And I love how you see in the longboards, regular and goofy stance being implemented dependent on the wave and what feels right where they are on the face of the wave. They can switch stance, drop knee, turn goofy, go regular, although they all have a dominant stance. They do go back and forth. Look at this, long 5, long 10, beautiful, hanging.
Little flary finish there, a little bit on the face though, but he gets the completion. The critical nature of the nose ride is really important. So one of the keys for any viewers out there that are just tuning in that aren't too familiar with longboarding, the nose ride setup has got to be similar to the barrel. You want to come from behind the section and the tail has to be buried in the whitewater. Not too dissimilar. If you can imagine the wave being 6 feet plus and you're riding through the tube, the nose ride is the same on a 2 to 3 feet wave. So you see this wave, the pocket's back to the right of the screen, so you can't even see the whitewash. The fact he has to stretch and crouch and then it sort of gets a little steeper there, so for a moment it's critical, but the entry into the nose ride didn't showcase much technical ability there, but it'll be maybe a backup score, but the judges will look at that critical nature. Given that there is some bigger waves here, we've seen throughout the whole event, Jeff, that there is a variety of waves on offer depending on the tide, but at the moment, super conducive to longboard surfing.
So conducive. The low tide just being a beautiful enhancer of what we've got going on. We see white on the inside, that cool fading redirect, and white goes off Federico Gabi. So we have a priority rotation, but they're catching waves so fast and so spread far apart from one another. Currently, though, Ian Gautron, our alternate, in the lead. Jake DiMatteo in second. Blue does have priority. Emiliano in the green needs a 6.45 to get up into second place, top 2 advancing, and a small score coming in for Federico. He needs a 6.75 to go on and advance. There's just over 10 minutes. Man, what a whirlwind. These are 20-minute heats, and we're only halfway through, and there's been, quite a few waves ridden, which, you can anticipate in longboards. Look at this, up so deep on the corner. That's green. Emiliano.
In the middle of the board there, a little mid-board adjustment. Shuffles back to the tail, gets that carve. Nice style, just letting it flow out and shuffles forward. He just wants to complete a wave at this point.
Channeling his inner Lopez with the soul arch bottom turn.
Oh, like just falling off at the end as you said that, but
well, such a great oh my, look at this. Ian already forecasting where he wants to go in this event. There was a little example of going from regular to switch. He did go down. The judges don't like it when you belly and knee and get back up, but still he did it with style and grace. Very fluid.
Ian actually could have been competing in the QS on the shortboards too. Well versed across all equipment.
Oh, my.
Oh, nice hang 10 there through the section, Jake. And nosediving as he got through the hardest part.
Well, and there's so much more than the footwork. So he, in that little space, he had 5 to 10 to 5. But his hands changed. And when he went to 10, he clasped his hands behind him, arched his shoulders. Really cool expression of, what is it?
Body
language. Making it so casual in the most intense situation, so to speak.
That was wide on the inside. Federico and a small lobe gets to the nose. and straightens out, and the ears on that board, that big nose rider, just catching rail, and this is a replay of Emiliano. So that's pretty critical up the top of the wave there. I like that. He just sort of comes off the bottom, relaxed tempo, and he just shuffles back. So the judge will take note that the rail turns and the nose rides need to be executed walking in and out. That's that precision, and that's where how far we've come. Like I said, longboarding lasted for a very short period in the 1960s in popular culture, and it faded away. And the advantage of these modern replica style boards is that the cross step is now so efficient with the foils of the board.
Did it ever fade away?
Yes, it did, because you couldn't even buy a blank with flat rocker for many years. Unless you were in, Clark Foam's archives, there was really not a huge plethora of blanks. Guys like Lance Carson, Donald Takayama, Bob McTavish, and Bill Stewart, and a handful of others were a part of a very, maybe Blinky from Ventura, small run of shapers that still shape longer boards.
I guess that's why, because growing up where I did, there was always longboards, and Takayama was right there. So for me, I never
literally in the
noticed
zone,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, I was in
Skip Fry,
and all sorts of others, and then in San Clemente where Del Cannon and Hobie and Stewart and so I was in that hotbed of the longboard forever, the mecca. And look at that, a testament to Joel Tudor gravitating so young to that.
So 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. It is our surfer in red out into the lead with those first two waves. So I'll give that update as blue goes over. So red out in the lead. Jake in blue in second. White in third. Green in third, needing a 4.95. And white, you're in fourth. You need a 6.7. So red in first, blue in second, green in third, and white in fourth. That's our surfer in white.
That was a bomb set. He was doing something, cross-stepping, trying to get over and into the wave.
And red on the big set, looking Hinson-esque. Beautiful carve there, getting low, and the drop knee coming hard off the bottom, compressing. That yellow-railed Hobie looking great, moving through the wave. Beautiful, elegant style there from Ian. Doesn't get the nose ride, but great rail carves and use of the whole length of the board, which the judges will be really identifying. Not being just to reiterate, this is not a nose ride contest. It's a combination of maneuvers and flow. And look at this, Bowley right.
This is the wave that white needs. There we go. Beautiful footwork, good combination, cheater 5. Well, just a full 5. What is the difference between cheater 5, full 5? There's the drop knee 5. There's the extended, straight leg 5.
Yeah. Well, the stretch 5 is the cheater 5.
Okay, the stretch is the cheater.
And it can also be reference a lot of the high performance era where the boards had a lot of rocker.
Oh, I hated that. I'm glad that era went away.
Yeah,
sorry.
Looks horrible. Really difficult to pick highlight reels. As CJ Nelson says, if you can take a photo and freeze frame somebody on a longboard and it looks good at any moment, well, that's good longboarding. And here's Ian on a set wave, gets the 5, and it's windy, so he gets low. That center of gravity, love that little carve just compressing. That board a little sticky, a little parallel perhaps. I like the outline. Is it conducive to turning in the bowl? Perhaps not, but gets a completion. That's super important. And at this point,
he was doing so much. He was wiping off speed so well with that long rail on those down carves, and then checking up live. Blue, Jake, flying across. How's that beautiful down carve? We have the replay going on live on the monitor, but live in front of us, it looks like Emiliano. Was that, Jake, right?
That was Jake in blue,
Jake
live
blue,
action.
Sorry.
So we'll come back to him, and we had the replay of Frederico.
The camera crew are like, what? We have to adjust to longboards? They get a million waves. What do we do? How do we keep up?
And this was what we saw in live action. So a nice carve. And the big wide tails of the Art in Motion boards are stable on the nose, but they can buck when you're turning. They can sort of hit a big chop, but they're stable.
And they're those big square tails, but then they also have that rocker, that kick up. Yeah. Well, look at that. Ian out in the lead. He does have priority, and this him up again, staying so busy. Wow, that board definitely, what a beautiful sequence of rail control, riding the middle of the board, turning from the middle of the board in that planing surface, the outline and the rocker, letting him work with the bottom contours and the fin, and then such quick transition. There's that cheater 5 we were talking about, that straight leg 5. That is Emiliano. Wow, so Ian has had a series of 4s and just can't get out, but this last wave looks like it's definitely gonna, this is his next highest wave, a 5.85 red, a 5.85. There's 2.5 minutes left. Waiting on scores for everybody to drop in. There's no end of surfing happening. Good recap, Ian. There's in the wind, 10 toes over the nose. I love that, where he just grabs rail, tuck knee. So much different opportunity going on, and the control of all that rail, and the triple stringer, so that board stiff.
Stiff, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the replay of Emiliano here. That's a cheater 5, where he stretched out and he wasn't quite there. So judges won't take lightly to that. And a 7.25 for Red's last wave. 7.25 to go with a 6.25. So Red way out on the lead. 1:40 remaining. Jake in blue, you're in second with a score still to drop. White, you're in 4th. Green, you're in 3rd.
Well, I'm glad to see that it was a 7.25. I was thinking it was a 5.85, and I'm like, my gosh, what an incredibly surfed
technical
wave.
5.85.
What happened? And there's been so many waves ridden, I was just behind by 1.
So this is a nice fade turn there from Federico, and he's out of there, so looking for the rights. And this is back with live action. Beautiful cross step back there for Jake, and beautiful footwork in the critical section, so that's better for them. And that snap and
layback finish, getting aggro.
Yeah,
I love it. Look at this. For the, I don't know, for me, for the common man, this is kind of a great example of how hard it is to control the long rail.
Well, the layback snappy sort of turn is a lot easier to do than you think. It looks radical, but it's not hard because you're breaking the flow. And it's easy on a big wide board to do that. It's harder to actually flow into a nice carving turn. 30 seconds remaining, although it may not look as impressive. It's like a power gauge holding that rail. A snap looks much more aggressive, but the holding of the rails, that nose ride in the beginning of Jake's wave, super critical. And here he goes high on the wave, gets up to the nose. That's a bit of a stretch 5, back to the pocket again. And we've got 10 seconds remaining. Counting this one out.
4, 3, 2, 1. Well, what a high impact heat to start things off. Men's round 1. What is it? It's the round of 40. There's 4 heats in this first round, and then we go into 8 heats, 20-minute heats, and just full throttle, wild. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we have just transformed the lineup. We went somewhere tropical with the longboard. Something happened. The sun came out.
And the waves got smaller.
Yeah. So we'll see you back after a quick commercial break.
Heat 2.
In the land of SLO CAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO CAL now.
Life on coast in Morro Bay.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back. We are into heat number 2, round 40. This is the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. This is the seeding round, and out in red, Anthony Flores from Costa Rica, Noah Hogel from the USA, Arturo Guerzoni from Italy, and Cormac O'Brien in green, hailing from the South Bay, the original surf city, or at least where the industry started. The surf industry started in the world with Dale Velzy there, shaping under the Manhattan Beach Pier and Redondo Pier, and shaping those Malibu chipboards, and had a bit of demand, got moved on by the city, and ended up having to create the first surf shop ever in the 1952, I believe. Not long after, linked up with Hap Jacobs, and they had the Velzy Jacobs label.
That was the beginning of everything there. You know, a new material being sourced through the military at the time, and that was that transition from wood into fiberglass and cloth, foam.
I actually helped on a film about 8 years ago for Fox called Men of Wood and Foam. Did a lot of background research with Phil Jarrett, Australian journalist and former Tracks editor there, and he's synonymous with surf history down under, and Phil head that one up with Panga Productions. Men of Wood and Foam, look it up. Australia's journey from balsa into foam and fiberglass. And here, that is Arturo opening up his account. So a lot of these surfers, I mean, the idea is to get onto the World Longboard Tour, where one male and one female will go onto that longboard tour. 10 people re-qualified from last year.
Yeah, right.
And they had the final 8 finishing off this year in Malibu just a few months ago. With, of course, Kai Salas, the Hawaiian, winning the men's side.
How about that? Kind of, who was it? Connie Alla Stewart, you know, the favorite going into that final, you would think.
Yeah, no, it was. He seeded
time,
number 1, yeah.
And, just couldn't come out with the win in the end. Well, this heat just fortunately a little slower for a minute. We had that last heat, man. Ian and Jake, ferocious pace.
Yeah, the results of that last heat was Ian Gottrom, 13.5 heat total in red from Jake Di Matteo in blue coming in second. Emiliano Mendez in third and Federico in fourth. And this is Cormac O'Brien in green. Quick start. And technical footwork there. Smaller wave, but a long left and a soul arch. And stepping back on that purple Davenport longboard. So keeping really busy. Quirky style flow and grace, of course. And that's Cormac's unique, quirky, hot dogging style. Straight out of the book of Corky Carroll. That was Cormac O'Brien, the youngest competitor, I think, in the whole draw. He is 15 or 14.
Cormac. I met another. I might have met him. The other, when the comp was off, he blonde. Well, I don't know. There are lots of blonde surfer kids. It might have been him. He was all fired up. Here we go. Up in the blue, Noah Hogel. Opened with a 2.5 on that red board. Oh, almost gets there. Cross-stepping on this small inside wave. Does complete. Even all that rail lets him ride out of that wave. Swings the board up over the section. Currently out in the lead, Cormac from the opening 4.5 in the green. Priority is white, then red, then green. Little replay, the luxury of gliding in. He got up with that cheater 5 and oh, I had missed that whole beginning. So opening sequence, super dynamic from Blue. Beautiful speed or style, flow, and grace. And chucked in a little, it was like a side hang 10 with an arch. So there's just so much creativity and nuance in the way that the surfers get to express themselves. Definitely very individual feeling. So the waves have come together so nice for this first round. The tide low, offshore conditions, and so many waves, the board's not having any problem. Cormac O'Brien on the purple board, going for a nice down the line floater, airdrops, comes unstuck. I don't know if he has a leash or not. Many of the surfers electing not to have leashes. Kind of a hindrance when you're cross-stepping and turning from regular to goofy. Just moving up and down the board, not so fluid. Blue, that last wave of yours, 525. Cormac, we're waiting on your last wave. Arturo, also waiting on your second wave. Are we ready? So we have we've got a replay going on of Cormac's last wave on the screen, and then we will throw down to our last heat winner and Matt Ian. All right, we're ready. Take it away.
All right, a late entry, a beach start there as an alternate. Ian Gotron, a first heat win for the WSL. How does that feel?
It feels pretty good. I'm just thankful to be here. I didn't think I was going to be in the contest today, so I'm just grateful for every second I get to be in the contest and here.
And you've had a great time traveling up here, getting some good waves. What do you think of the Morro Bay and the slow area?
I think it's rad. So many fun waves around here, pretty uncrowded. It's been cool checking everything out. It's a lot different than where I live back at home, so it's fun checking it out.
And that longboard tour has really revitalized in the last 3 years. You'd be stoked to try and do well in this event and move forward and try and get that position for that world tour?
Of course, I would be super stoked to be on the tour. I have a lot of friends who are on there, and I think I could compete with them, so I'd be stoked to travel with them and see how it all goes down.
Yeah, we think you could do just fine, and we'll see you coming up in the next round. Well done.
Sweet. Thank you.
All right, congratulations. Moving into the next round, the round of 32. Coming up against the seeded surfers, Ian Gotron, our wild card, not our wild card, our alternate, got the opportunity, and I concur. I've announced many of these longboard events, many of the duct tape invitationals. Before the perfect integration that we're seeing with the World Surf League and the Longboard Surf Tour and the QSs and the world titles and all that, big time. So he's got the skills. Oh, nice cheater 5, Blue. Again, getting across that flat section. What do we need? Yes, I will. We're just finishing up a wave here. Blue has had a nice redirect. Noah Hogel going from the long left to the right. We are calling heat number 3. It looks like we're looking for Augustine Cedeno. Augustine Cedeno, time to get checked in. There's 10 minutes until your heat, 5 minutes until you paddle out. Oh, what are we doing now? Oh, okay. All right, well, we are straight into the QS 1000 SLO CAL Open Morro Bay Awards. We have the runners-up and the first place finishers down there with Waxhead. Take it away.
All right, Lucas Austin, second in the SLO CAL Open, the WSL QS 1000. We're going to give you this amazing trophy. Well done in this event. We're going to present this now. This is a part of the Pismo Pier, presented by a small local shop called Drift. So well done, second in this QS 1000. And we're going to get Levi Slawson up here right now to share in the victory. And these two really composed all event, saving their best to last, some excellent scores. And the winner of the 2023 Morro Bay SLO Open, Levi Slawson, QS 1000. He'll go rocketing up the ratings, and amazing surfing from both of these surfers. So some photo opportunities for you guys.
That's right. Levi gets the swallowtail.
Great performances from these two.
Beautiful trophies to take home and put on the mantle. Congratulations. Lucas Osen, his first final ever in a QS event. Levi has had quite a few now.
And we have our women standing by as well.
Oh, that's right. Coming up. You just let me know when they're there.
They are here and ready to go.
Okay, let's take it away.
Second, Sanoa Olin coming up here to present this trophy. So you surfed composed all week, and we went through a variety of different conditions. This is a part of the Pismo Pier. Once again, second place in the QS 1000. And we're going to invite the winner up here, Ella McCaffrey. So a reserve performance, opening heats, came back with some excellent scores, and both surfers, much like the men, showing so much composure, and you take home some beautiful trophies and that part of that Pismo Pier. This is the SLO CAL Morro Bay women's runner-up and the women's champion for 2023. The photo opportunities there. The QS 1000, first and second. We'll see you girls back at Pismo Beach.
So just a quick award ceremony. There's so much going on here. We had the Cancer Survivor Heat, straight into the men's first round of the longboard. We have winners coming in for interviews. We've got the finalists getting their trophies and accolades. So that is the conclusion of the men's and women's QS 1000 sides of things. We have shifted gears completely into the men's longboards. I like it. A full photo op with all four of our finalists. Seaside in the house right there. That's right. A little warm, fuzzy moment for the crew back at home. I hope they were checking in during the event. So color coordinated. Both winners in red.
Yep.
Both runners up in blue.
I'm just amazed at their composure. All of the athletes coming through the finals day and their post-heat interviews, it was the ones that showed that relaxed demeanor that ended up making it through the finals. And I don't think it's any coincidence. The preparation is key.
You know what I've noticed, and since doing all these, and since the real transition of how they've reassociated the regions globally and what it's going to do, the first year or two of these, there was a lot of, oh, I want to be a pro, like guys that were talented, but they'd been competing. Well, they'd show up, they'd surf, they'd get in an interview, and they were already in their, early 20s, whatever. They could not talk in front of a mic, brain dead. The young women, aces. They were groomed from a young age. They already had a game plan. That is kind of filtered out. Now, pretty much all the kids coming through, they all know how to speak in a post-heat interview. They've done it a lot. So I witnessed this transition where the young women had it, the men didn't. A lot of the international surfers actually interviewed better than the locals.
Wow.
Speaking multiple languages. Anyway.
Well, I guess that's a testament to the development of broadcast and, the cameras and the interaction of media with surfing.
Yeah, and maybe them getting a little bit of feedback after the fact, like, hey, represent yourself well. Anyway, it always Ella, one of those young women being interviewed for years now. Great on camera.
And catching up with this heat, Cormac O'Brien, live action in green. Trimming through the midsection of this wave. He's going to stay with it. He's behind the section. Critical positioning there. And a nice step back carve there for our surfer in green and completing. So before that run, it was Noah Hogle who was in green with a 5.25 and a 3.5. Cormac in second in green with a score still to drop. And this is live action with Anthony Flores out on the face there with a pocket over to the left-hand side of this screen watching at home. Carving it back. The judge is going to see those nose rides, but in the pocket. And there's a little steeper section. Foamy does well to ride out. And a little grab rail check turn to straighten, so he gets the completion. So Cormac and Green, you've gone to the lead. A 5.85 on your last wave. Green in first, Blue in second. Red looking for a 5.26 and White looking for a 5.75. And this is current second place holder too. Back to the webcast, holding that 5 and 10.
Oh my gosh. It's hard for us, the judges. The judges having to just keep up with it all. Frenetic pace. And yeah, lots going on all
Once
at
again,
once.
the transition from long to short, they're doing a great job.
Yeah, exactly. To have to switch gears. They've done their homework. They've done these events for quite a while now. Well, and again, that opening heat and this one, but really that opening heat, we had talked about the finals versus the Pismo event. Straight away, I'm already more engaged. Sorry to say it.
This time around?
No, I'm always engaged.
Yes.
I've surfed through every iteration of surfing.
Literally. Well,
like I learned on an egg hand shape by myself and my dad
Well, you've
at
been in the
5
zone
and 6
too.
years old. So knowing longboarding, what I was watching at Pismo was so exciting. Lefts, rights, everything going on. So much opportunity for the surfers to showcase all their technical skills and abilities.
Just going to give a quick update. Cormac, you're out in the lead in green. Blue in second. Red looking for a 5.3. White looking for a 5.8. Green, blue, red and white. Red needing a 5.3 and white needing a 5.8. 1 minute 45 remaining. Cormac, your last wave of 5.85. And just remember, we do have priority, so look back to the judging tower to assess your position. And I apologize for yelling to everybody in the webcast because these surfers are trying to get the live beach commentary from us as well as the webcast. And
Cormac, with, like you said, that unique, or what was your word for his style?
Quirky.
Quirky Carol. No.
Quirky Corky.
Yeah, his hands kind of stuck in this position, and that's his thing, right?
Yeah.
That's what he's known for. So good. I think I met him, walking on the big day. I was just coming back from looking at the terrifying 8,000-foot waves crashing over the break wall. And he's like, "Hey, is it good out there?"
Oh,
I go,
classic.
What are you talking about? The harbor's closed.
Oh, and there's Anthony Flores with 40 seconds remaining, falling off the back of that wave. And this is Blue, currently in second place. Long nose ride, imminent closeout, and he gets the completion on his feet. He's looking for more and straightens out, gets that nice finish there. Stable surfing there from Blue. And White behind him, just a straight hander.
And we are down to the last 20 seconds, so I'm going to count this one out shortly. We're going to have one more rider up. There we go. Falls down. We're under 10 seconds. Hard to keep up with the pace of everything. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So moving on through, well, we'll see where Arturo's last wave was, and there's more scores coming in that aren't going to affect the first two surfers, the top two surfers, Cormac and Noah. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll have to recap what happens at the end. A 3.9 for Blue, but that he stays in second. We are into a quick commercial break and back for heat number 3.
life on coast in Morro Bay.
3 years in.
You just do what your elders do.
Baldy and Waxhead here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We are straight into heat number 3, the first round of 40 surfers. In the men's longboard QS, the LQS. Stoked to have that. The waves are firing for these gentlemen, these young men. We've had some incredible waves ridden so far, haven't we? And unfortunately, right in the beginning of that heat, Dakota in the red took off before the horn blew, so he will not be scored on that wave and immediately go. Wait.
So 18 minutes and 30 remaining, some scores still to drop. And Red having a look at this on the screen. Beautiful longboard waves here. We're at Morro Bay. You can see the finger rock there and Morro Rock in the background. Beautiful technical nose ride driving through the section from Dakota. And he cuts back. Trademark open leg and open arm turn from Dakota. Shuffles back into a pronounced bottom turn and falls off. Doesn't get the completion and loses his board to boot.
And one surfer already doing the runaround. A little harder to do the runaround with the Mal.
Yeah,
15 pounds aboard or more instead of 4.2 pounds. And with the wind, but at least it's behind them. It looked like Jack Snyder had a leash. Some surfers elected to have no leash.
That was actually Tim Rader going
one.
out. I think it could have been.
No.
Was it, in there?
Running. Is that
He's got
Tim?
a green board.
Oh,
I mean,
green board. Maybe
could
it's
be white.
reflecting
We'll
off
see.
his jersey. Maybe that's what's going on. It might have been the green board reflecting on his your jersey. You're correct.
Yeah, white.
Yeah, that is. So that's Tim, who was in the Cancer Survivor Surfing for Hope Foundation heat. So he got a little sneaky peek and got to be out there with that. But he's 3 years in remission from his journey with cancer, and amazing that he's not only in that, but he's in this.
Going to go down and catch up with Cormac and get a post-heat interview. So keep that rash vest on, Cormac. And bring your board up to the interview areas. Be green out on the nose and straightening out there. That was Jack Snyder.
Yes. We saw him earlier going for a free surf. Oh, Dakota opened up with a 7.0. Our surfer in red at a 7.0. Augustine Cedeno, you have a 4.5 and a 1.45. Tim Retta, your first wave, a 2.5. And Jack Snyder, a 1.5 and a 2.25. We are ready to go to a cool interview with Cormac and Matt.
So is this the first WSL contest you've ever done, Cormac?
Yeah, it's my first contest. Really stoked. Super fun. Waves are super good.
So let's introduce you to the world. You've got the cowboy hat on. You've got this beautiful big Davenport nose rider. Who are you? Where are you from? And what are your intentions?
I'm Cormac O'Brien. I'm from Torrance, and I just want to win.
He wants to win. You heard it here first. Conditions, they look pretty good from the webcast. How is it when you're out there?
It's actually like tough. It's so offshore, you just get blown, and every wave you think it's going to line up, and it just backs off until it doubles up.
Yeah, and anyone at home tuning in?
Yeah, thank you for watching, and I'd like to give a shout out to Mike Purpose, my coach, and Kaitlin and Flex Seal and Davenport and Sunrise Boardworks and just all my sponsors.
Of course, mum and dad as well. We're going to go back to live action. Good to see you, Cormac.
Epic. Introduced to the world, Cormac O'Brien. I didn't know Flex Seal had moved their way into the surf world. You know they've got some good infomercials. I want to build a boat of glass out of Flex Seal. But I have used it on my leaky drains. Don't get it on your hands. It's not coming off. I've used it all. Wow, look at that. Cormac O'Brien. There you go.
And the Mike
Waxhead
Purpose shout out.
introducing him to the world. 14 and a half minutes left in heat number 3. Dakota Faircloth out in the lead. We do have a rider up. This is White. This is Tim Retta, who had priority. Oh, like you heard McCormick saying, the wind, even on the mouths, holding him up a bit.
Yeah, that was he got the 10 pushed down the face. It was a practical nose ride, that one for Tim, and stepping back and straightening it out, getting the completion. As with shortboard surfing, is so important. So Dakota Faircloth, your first wave, a 7-point ride out in the lead from Augustine Cedino. A 4.5 and a 1.5. White, you now need a 3.26 to move into second. Green, you need a 3.71. You have priority. 13 minutes, 10 remaining. Cormac O'Brien just fusing the past with his unique personality. And here on this set, Jack Snyder shuffling to the nose. 2 steps forward and he shuffled, which will be a crucial... I mean, got there, but doesn't really count when you shuffle there. And a nice wide set here, trying to get back in the pocket. And they're stretching it out, trying to get... And he gets the heels to push him down, so a functional heels. Not overly critical, but... A lot of that wave just going down the line, wasn't able to fit back in the pocket. And a lot of the older generation watching will be familiar with the finesse required to manage and steer a longboard. And the shuffling was common in the 60s, but these days there's no excuses with modernized materials. We actually have a concept on rocker and rails and concaves and fins, and see that just shuffling forward, didn't get that extra step over. So he was just trying to maintain the bucking ball. The pocket behind him, this one a little more, holds up the wind, and now he's falling off the back of this nose ride, and he clicks the heels just to push him down. Not overly complex, likened to a chop hop on a shortboard, but he gets the completion, which is important, finishes on his own terms. $11 minutes and 30 remaining. So nice to see some scoring opportunity. Some closeouts, but lots of mid-size, small to mid-size waves out there. And even the set's holding up as we saw that wave for Jack. And a score still to drop. So 11 minutes and 11 seconds. 4.10 for Jack. You've gone into second. Red in first, green in second. Blue now needs a 1.85. White, you need a 3.66. And this is Jack again. Stretching out on the nose, gets a 5 and 10, holding that a little bit. Not super critical yet, but pulling out of that. So once again, completed. Getting the nose ride done. A lot of longboarders flock to the point breaks, especially in this region, for those classic lineups that are so synonymous with California. And a nice solid hang 10 there for Augustine. Shuffling back to the tail, driving off the top. The finesse, not quite there with the shuffle, but he does get the completion once again. And behind him, a nice opening carve there for Tim. And Tim cross-stepping up and just trying to find a reform section here. Nice little carve again, and he pulls out the back of that. So completed waves for our surfer in blue and white. So we have a replay here. So 2 steps up to the nose and an upright 10. So judges taking note that the 2 steps a lot easier than the 4 steps. Shuffling back to the tail, driving off the end and gets a completion. Those subtleties, the traditional longboard surfing, not quite there, but gets a solid completion and it was a critical end turn as well. Some scores still to drop. So blue out in the lead with a 6.4. 6.4. Red, you're in second, needing a 3.9 to go to first. Green, you now need a 3.81. And white, you need a 5.06. 8 minutes remaining. Red, you need a 3.9. You're in second. Green, you need a 3.81. And white, you need a 5.06. See that beautiful lineup there. We are in Morro Bay, part of the SLO County, San Luis Obispo, 80-mile coastline, halfway between San Francisco Bay and LA. About 4 hours either side. Some beautiful towns here, some variety of waves. I've ridden everything from a shortboard, a mid-length, a longboard and a gun. And here we have nice smaller wave there for Dakota. He's going to try and get some tip time there. Steps back into that turn. And finishes cleanly. So a nice backup wave to go with that 7. Man, he likes it. Slap of the water. Beautiful aerial view. Could be mistaken for anywhere in the world, all through Europe or New Zealand, Southern Australia. But we are in Morro Bay, Central California, as the part of the LQS 1000. And the second event will be over in the East Coast. We'll have that one for, I think it's in April or early May. No, end of May. That one will be end of May. Steel Pier Classic. And these surfers will be vying for a position on the World Longboard Tour. This is the North America region. We have surfers from a variety of different countries in Central America and North America and Canada, USA, and out the water now we have someone from Panama. This is Augustin, and in that previous heat we had our Costa Rican competitor. We also have in that next round we had a Mexican competitor in the first heat as well. It's an international affair. 5 minutes 45 remaining. Red, your last wave, a 5.25. You've gone into the lead. Blue, looking for a 5.86 to go into first. Green, you're now needing a 6.8. White, you're now needing 8.05. 5 minutes 30 remaining. And red having a look at this. And blue just falling off the back with the wind pushing behind. And a red and up and off. 5 minutes remaining. That next heat can paddle out. Just paddle out in the corner away from the other surfers. This is the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic with 4 minutes 20 remaining. Yes, Dakota, you are out in the lead. No change. Your last wave of 5.25. Priority with Green. He's looking for a 6.8 in third, and White looking for an 8.05. The top two advancing through this heat. And for those at home, we are splitting the beach commentary with the live webcast. So the priority is on the surfers out in the water, and you guys are the secondary. So at times I will be raising my voice to get those scores out. And this is the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. They are a non-for-profit organisation created to help and ease the difficulty of cancer through the healing powers of surfing and ocean life. And blue, this is Augustine in blue, just trimming through the red rails, just pumping actually in the midsection of the board. And anytime you need to get speed from pumping is usually an indication that you're not in the critical part of the wave, but completed for blue and green behind him as well, grabbing the rail, not just a little pocket ride there, and then off the top and goes down, and the wind just grabbing that nose rider. You can see with that big nose rider pivot fin. 2 minutes 30 remaining. And in this heat, down in white, Tim Rader needing an 8.05. White needing an 8.05. 2 minutes 20 remaining. Green chasing a 6.8 down into third. So they'll make their way back out, and we see a set on the horizon. Beautiful conditions here with some cross to offshore winds. Super consistent. We're just approaching the low tide mark in about 45 minutes. And unbelievably, these banks have just stayed and provided right throughout the QS 1000, where it was a seaside takeover with Ella and Levi taking the win. And we have a kneeboarder down the beach, and when he pulls off, we'll try and yell out to him. But we are watching heat number 3 of round of 40 of the LQS, a revitalized longboard tour in the last 3 years with multiple stops. Justin Quintal winning in 2019, Joel Tudor 2021, Harrison Roach 2022, and Kai Salas bringing the title back to Hawaii, winning at Malibu back in October. Clinical and precise surfing from the legend. 1 minute 10. Last score was not enough to go into first. Augustin in blue. That was a 4.5, so still chasing a 5.86. No change to the other surfers. And blue having a look at this. 2 steps to the nose, and just falling off the back there. A bit of a performance approach from blue in this heat, but enough to keep him in second. And we do the 2 steps. Usually that's more rocker, so it's a little more difficult to fit that extra middle step in. 30 seconds remaining. And blue on the inside section. The camera worked great. Gets a hang 10 and a soul arch. Stepping back into the carve there. So nice combination of maneuvers. We're going to count this one out shortly. And blue staying really busy. And we have a paddler over here on the right. That's white. 10 seconds. And white goes down as we count this one out in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So looking like red and blue, the early indication making it through that heat. And we're going to get off to a quick start, and we're going to go to a break actually, and we'll come back into that next heat.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Welcome back. We are watching the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic down in Morro Bay. This is the LQS 1000, and we're into round 4 of heat 4 of round 40. Out in the water, we have Wesley Rieberg in red, Baron Benelos in blue, Austin Sunnier in white, and Justin Kahn in green. Some amazing waves here in Morro Bay, just shrouded with a shadow of Morro Rock to the left-hand side. The 20-million-year-old rock that stands 550 feet tall in the air. It's a extinct volcano, retired volcano, if you will. It's one of 9 littered throughout the area, with some under the water too. And here goes our surfer in white. This is Austin falling off the back on that wave. Lots of waves ridden. This is obviously a longboard event, and this was the first wave. This is Wesley out in red. Beautiful hang 10. 5-10 combo, and he kicks out of that. And the replay here of green, this is Justin. So gets a nice 10, a little bit facing down the waves, not super critical. And he gets a completion, almost winds up the windows, but he does finish. Obviously the hang 10 is the goal when you're on the nose. Not always essential depending on the section. And there's some nice critical surfing there from our surfer in white. Smaller wave, but the positioning was key on that nose ride. Judges keeping note of where the tail is on the nose. Obviously, if that's buried in the whitewash or in the barrel, it's showing a degree of difficulty. Scores still to lock in. 17 minutes remaining. If Dakota Faircloth is down there, keep your rash vest on. Dakota will catch up with you for a post-heat interview. Dakota winning that last heat from Augustin in blue. So Dakota winning that last heat. We'll catch up with him for a replay, and that was a replay of Justin's wave. So 4.25, Wesley, for your last wave. You're out in the lead. Red in the lead. A few scores still to drop for the other surfers. We'll wait to catch up with these scores, and we'll catch up with Dakota. All right, we're going to catch up with Dakota, winner of that last heat. How's it feel to put the jersey back on?
Oh, it felt really good, especially out here at Morro. There's some size compared to most contests. It's a little smaller, but I like that it's came down just a tad so we can perform on the longboard. It's been nice.
And Huntington and that area is somewhere that you surf regularly, so these beach breaks looking pretty familiar?
Yeah, these beach breaks are definitely a little bit familiar. It's a little bit more open water out here, a little colder, but I'm loving that a lot. It kind of suits my surfing.
And anyone you want to say thanks to?
Thanks to my best friend at home, Finn, for watching my dog, and James Vartanian for making some of the best longboards I've rode.
Great. Well, we'll see you in the next round very shortly.
Thank you.
Double duty there with just catching up with Dakota and the end of Justin's wave. We'll update those scores as we finally might have some respite after this wave. And this is Barron, shrouded in the dark. Nice turn there for Barron. Stays on the tail and misses that next connection. But just a little nose ride and cutback combo as he surfs that one back into the corner and he'll paddle out. So 14 minutes remaining. Red out in the lead, green out in the lead with a 5.4 and a 4.25. Red in second, white in third, needing a 2.95. And Barron, we've still got a score to drop for you, but you're looking for a 4.16 before that last exchange. We'll update the situation shortly. And this is Justin's replay. Multiple nose rides and falls off. Got to get that completion. Austin, nice stretch 5 to a 10. Oh, just catches a rail almost to the face. Hope he's okay. Ooh, nice setup turn there for Red. This is Wesley getting low and drawing similar lines to first heat winner Ian, getting low and sort of projecting through his turns. Some beautiful longboard lines here as these surfers dueling it out in the round of 40. And we're just going to bring back Jeff back into the booth now.
Wow, a quick mental reset,
Oh,
a
good.
quick vocal reset. We are in day 6. It has been full throttle. And then the epic heritage of longboarding descended upon us, and 30 waves consistently in these first heats being ridden, and
yeah,
we anticipated that.
We did, and it's relaxed a lot more.
Oh, good.
But still lots of waves, and the waves have got smaller, so it's easy to paddle out, which obviously means they're catching more waves. But this is a professional judging panel, and they're ready. But once again, competitors coming up in the next few rounds, it is not about quantity of waves, it's about the quality of those waves and what you do on them. There's only 2 per heat.
2 advancing through into that next seeded round where they're coming up against so many accomplished names. Boy,
Yeah.
This next round, serious stuff. And it's great to see them all here.
Sure.
Yes, of course. We have a non-competitor that's kind of crept into the area a bit. If you could move further north, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much to the non-competitor. So yes, the heritage of longboarding, the beginning, the staple of surfing from the redwood mouths into the new era, which you've indicated was, just a short, in the global sense, shortly lived, because like surfers love to do, how do you push the limits? And so that is in creating new craft that does new things on waves. Look at that beauty. Brings me thinking of Wayne Lynch and thinking of the cover of the Litmus video
You're thinking of the Evolution.
Oh, Evolution with Wayne Lynch.
That's Derek Hine doing the fish high line.
That's
in
right.
Litmus.
That's right. That's Derek, and it's on Evolution. Got to spend a lot of time with Wayne Lynch. Have some amazing guns by Wayne. Have some crazy stories with Mr. Lynch.
So green out in the lead, 4.25 and a 5.4. Red, you need a 5.4 to go into the lead. Your last wave is a 3.55. White, you need a 3. You're in third. Barron, you need a 4.21. 10 minutes remaining. And the new era, it's funny you say that because there was an article published in the end of 1966 in Surf magazine called The New Era. It was penned by John Witzig, and it was about the Australian dominance, the beginning of power surfing, and it was in contrast to the American stylists. It was in contrast to the nose riding, the drop knee turns. It was the new era. It was the Nat Young. It was Bob McTavish. It was Robert Keneally. It was Peter Druin.
Yes.
It was the dynamite surfing, that the thin rails, the rolled bottoms, the early V bottoms, the Greeno fins that were bringing. But this is a collaboration of that American styling era, the Skip Fry era, the Hobie Alter era, the Robert August era. We talk about David Nueva a lot, Donald Takayama, and all these names synonymous with surfing, combined with all those little modern features that the shortboard revolution taught us over the last 60 years. And a nice completed wave there for Barron. Nothing in particular sticking out as super critical, but he's not after an excellent range score either. So a measured wave there for our surfer in blue, and timely with 8 minutes 50 left on the clock.
And here he is. Will he do the runaround, or is he just going to head back out? It's reduced in size with that tide. You wonder when the tide does turn if it will show a bit more oomph again, like we saw yesterday. The swell ebbed a bit, and then all of a sudden it started bombing again.
100%. Another 40 minutes to low, and the counter to the New Era article was very soon after. It was a movement called the Golden Breed from the Californians, and they actually made a film called The Golden Breed. Australia made The Hot Generation.
The Hot Generation. They're battling it out. National pride.
The Golden Breed included waves all through Pipeline, Sunset, Waimea, Jock Sutherland, David Nueva, Billy Hamilton, Jackie Baxter. It had all the greats of the time. Barry Kanaiapuni, I think there was some early Barry. But little did they know the shortboard was months away, and Australia was already riding sub 8 feet boards. So all that progression disappeared until the likes of surfers like Joel Tudor, Devon Howard, revitalizing what we now know as longboard surfing.
Yeah, so much credit to Joel.
Nat Young as well, of course. How can I leave Nat Young out of that conversation?
You left Nat out of there. But Joel really, the youngest to just adopt it and say, no, this is my style. This is my jam.
Ooh, critical. Nose ride, smooth surfing from Austin. These replays from the drone will come in super technical. And he's just pumping his way down the line and tapping that one off the top. So great start there for Austin. It was critical on the outside section. Soft footwork. I'm looking at the monitor actually, not live, because it's easier to see the subtleties thank you to the drone and the camera angles.
Well, we were talking about over all the days, the shortboarding, the resurgence of club surfing for the high performance side, but that club scenario never went away, and there's storied clubs up and down the California coast, Wind and Sea and Santa Cruz, and what are the other ones?
Oh, well, there's the club at Cormac surfs for Bay Cities. That's
Cities.
Actually one of the older clubs. It encompasses, obviously, the South Bay there in LA.
That's it, right?
And then you have Cardiff got a club, San Onofre got a club, Malibu Surfing Association.
Yep.
Yeah, Wind and Sea, as you said.
Wind and Sea, and
Ventura's got a good one. They've got Hope Ranch up here. Well, in between.
And all those clubs were competing all along, and then, Joel really sort of championing the cause, saying, let's transform it. Let's fill it with a little more shenanigans.
Yeah.
And, implemented a certain style of board that were strictly adhered to. No leashes for those events.
So just jumping in a beautiful style there from Justin. A lot of poise. That first 10 was epic. And then cross-stepping back, nice, steezy, dropped arm style there, and he's trimming this one through. So, yeah, nearly completed. Got to finish your waves, guys. Got to finish your waves. So we're going to lock in some scores as we're 5 minutes and 20 remaining. But longboarding did make the resurgence in the 80s. We talked about blanks in Australia, but for the most part, a lot of those boards came back with a lot of rocker, edge, and side fins, things that aided the performance, and the subtleties of longboard surfing were lost to all-round approach to surfing, turns, nose rides, and it was guys that had grown up on longboards, all of a sudden didn't want to ride the same boards they rode in the 60s, and I don't blame them. So they migrated to the performance style, incorporating what was happening in shortboarding. And it was tasteful and it was conventional for a while until 25 years had passed and longboarding hadn't evolved in a competitive sense. It was the same type of surfing time and time again, comp after comp, where it was turning into a long shortboard contest. And all these little coastal hamlets, all these little bits of surf, all these little areas of surf culture, Philippines, Bali, all across America, Sano, Malibu, the pass in Byron Bay.
And Noosa,
all these areas had an undercurrent of longboarders.
Yeah, I mean, you think about,
But they weren't competing.
Julian Wilson, who went and spent years on the tour at the highest level, was an ace longboarder and skateboarder, and his brothers were longboard champions.
Well, if you want, the idea was, with my generation and now, if they wanted to do big maneuvers and do airs, they're going to ride a shortboard.
Yeah.
Because you can. And you can also do that on a longboard, do airs. No one's telling you not to do it. And there's events like at the Hot Dogger Invitational, they had the Whirly Bird Invitationals for 360s.
Right.
Go out there and do it. And Noosa's got a high performance division as well. Because anyway, this is what we've got now. It's traditional longboard surfing. It epitomizes the style, flow, and grace. That's the three pillars of the criteria. And we'll have an update, scores to drop. So Austin Sania, you've gone into the lead. White with a 6.5. Green, your last wave before last, a 5.15. You're in second. Red, you need a 6.3. Blue, you need a 6.55.
So now
White in the lead, green second, red third, blue fourth. 3 minutes remaining. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Wesley knows what he needs. He raised his hands over his head, wanting the update. We deliver it with 3 minutes left. He has second priority, so our third place surfer was second priority, needing a 6.3. There is just under 3 minutes left, Wesley. 3 minutes left, and you're in third place. You need a 6.3. You're in second priority. Yeah, and it's amazing. You were talking about, over the last 20 years, the reiterations of what it has become again, the rebirth of it in the way it's being presented in the WSL and how it's working now. The format has been refined. And you think about guys like Ben Skinner and some of the others that transitioned them all,
For sure.
They've been through the whole era. And the current world title holder also, Kai, had been through it all. Solace through every reiteration of that.
And Kai's unique in that his foundation, obviously he's Hawaiian, but he rode Donald Takayama's boards for most of his career. So he had, and I likened it at Malibu to Barry Kanaiapuni, one of the most unsung heroes in power surfing in the world, one of the best styles. He's a surfer, right? And he was Californian style fused with the Hawaiian power and the waterman knowledge, and that, to me, is a similarity to Kai Salas as well. And he can adapt between all boards, all waves, and all approaches and styles, and he's a deserved world champion. And he showed at Bells, Huntington, El Salvador, and Malibu that he can do it. And this is Green, currently in second place, minute 20. Decides to get out of there. It was a unique kick out. And on Blue behind him, currently in fourth. Nice left. Smaller wave, but getting to work, cutting back into the pocket there. This is Barron. He was charging at the Hot Dogger Championship just a few months ago, just after the Malibu event. It was at Manhattan Beach in 6 feet closeouts. And that was I was really impressed with, similar to the shortboard, a lot of the Californians that are coming through the ranks are really versatile, and they know their craft.
They know their craft. They know their equipment. They have their quiver of longboards, and they know what fins to change up in. So much to unpack there. Nice long cheater 5. Our surfer in white, who's out in the lead, Austin.
Whoa.
Comes unstuck there. I was thinking when you talk about that classic California style versus the Hawaiian style, I think of the picture of Eddie Aikau, right?
Oh, yeah.
That wider kind of cowboy stance, the arms set, ready to absorb the lump and the bump and the big drops and all that. The score comes in. The countdown is on. We'll have to recap. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So waiting, all scores are in. It looks like that is the result. Austin and Justin moving through into the next round coming up right around the corner. We'll have a quick commercial break. We'll drop back in with the next and first heat of the round of 30.
Life on coast in Morro Bay.
SLO CAL Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SLO CAL Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
That. All right, welcome back everybody to the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay, and what a beautiful Saturday it is here. Ooh, Baldy and Waxhead. We have transitioned from the QS 1000 men and women, the shortboarding and the attacking surfing into the fluid beauty of what longboarding is right now.
Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. We're at Morro Bay, Central California. No Stranded Longboard events. They've had this event, I think it's the 12th year running, and it's attached to the WSL, the LQS, and the qualifying series events. So Surfing for Hope in many aspects. This is it's a metaphoric concept in that Surfing for Hope is a non-for-profit organization created to help and ease the difficulty of cancer through the healing powers of surfing and ocean life, based in San Luis Obispo County. These guys are so stoked to have the WSL and also SLO CAL, the city that are allowing this event to take place and supporting it as the major sponsor along with Surfing for Hope. That is one of the major hurdles when starting an event or running an event that a lot of organizers run into. So a big thank you to them for supporting the next gen and allowing them to chase their hopes and dreams as professional surfers, both short and longboards. This is where it starts. This is ground zero to get on the World Longboard Tour. There'll be 2 events minimum this year. And we have our first rider. This is top seed Richie Cravey, who's competed last year in the World Tour and narrowly missed out on Malibu for the finals, so he's here to re-qualify. And nice setup, a stretch 5 to start. He's been on a roll, winning the Hot Dogger Championships and also the recent event that they had down in Oceanside as well.
All right, well, surfers, we were just asked to ask you to leave your jerseys on until you get back up into handing them in. Yeah, there's some nice footage that happens as you're walking up the beaches, content for the event. So try to leave your jerseys back, or leave the jerseys on until you get back up and hand them in to the beach marshal. Here we go, on his backhand, stylish, beautiful arching cheater 5, holds it a long time. Our surfer in green, Ian Gutron, who again riding that yellow framed board. He is looking very motivated to advance and tech. Yeah,
technical surfing.
I mean, those
and nostalgia.
The carve downs that he's placing in such a small space with 9+ feet of rail into that drop knee bottom turns. Yeah, impeccable timing. We barely get a break. So much to cover. Straight up in it.
Yeah.
It looks like Mac Landry, Goofy Foot Surfer, elects to get out of that one. That looked like it might just run off into a walled situation for him. I was reflecting on that surfing stance, the Hawaiian surfing stance, the Eddie Cow, the classic, backhand up, forehand out, wider stance, kind of bow-legged.
Yep.
And that is just the, sign of that area. Hard charging, big waves, big boards, lots of lump. And then that transitioned into, Michael Ho kind of had that style, and many others.
You're right.
California favoring the knock-knee, casual, Mickey Dora, the cat.
Yep. Mickey Dora, the cat, I guess the Black Knight, they called him. And he's the
what a story.
The anti-hero.
So
the anarchist.
The anti-hero. Rebels all around. It's classic, even last night Bob was speaking at the Surfing for Hope Foundation benefit, saying no one cared. We were the dregs. The surfers were the, the outcast, the counterculture, the bottom of the barrel, and bikers and surfers and the thrown out. You know what is the sport? The official sport of California is surfing.
Unreal.
That was deemed a few years ago. Oh, I don't know, maybe 5-6 years ago. So California claimed surfing as its state sport. So along with the state fish, the state plant, the tree, the bear, we are surfing.
Thank you for that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I mean, it is to me.
I know, but officially.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
And I think that came on the heels of surfing popularizing. All of a sudden, doctors, lawyers, CEOs, the people of credibility, so to speak, all out there before work, surfing every day, enjoying it, talking about the benefits. It's a family sport, and look at it now. Whole families, generational families, surfing, camping, enjoying together, and
surfing truly is one of the true equalers where someone like 14-year-old Cormac can literally be coached from 74-year-old Mike Purpose, and it's a true leveler. It's we have Bob here, Bob Vogel, surfing, for Hope, co-founder, hanging out with Groms, and it's just one of those things that the ocean brings everyone together, and surfing is just that sport that connects us all together.
Richie Cravey. Oh my, beautiful soul arch. These waves are perfect for what these guys bring. A little head dip, feathering the lip in his hair. Down carve out of that wave. So putting a serious combination together there. Richie Cravey with that low tide, finding a moment to get a little shampoo in the hair, a nice dusting. Well, we're going to go down to a quick interview. No waves being ridden at the moment with our last heat leader, Austin Saunier.
So from injury to judge to a few years off, now living in Santa Barbara, Austin winning his first LQS heat.
Yeah, how's it going, you guys? I'm super excited to be here. Thank you so much for putting the event on, and looking forward to the rest of the day.
Yeah, and we're just talking about Surfing for Hope, the foundation obviously being about supporting cancer survivors and giving a platform for those people rehabilitating to jump back in the water. What does surfing and longboarding culture mean to you?
Oh my gosh, it means everything to me. I was out of the water for about 2 years. I've had 2 surgeries in the last 5 years. I had a knee surgery, then I tore my calf in 2021 and had an ankle surgery in 2022. So just being back in the water is incredible. I was happy to just be back on a board, and now to have a jersey on, winning my first QS heat. I couldn't ask for anything more. So yeah, I'm really thankful to be here, and I appreciate all the cancer survivors, and they're so strong and are such good examples.
Great words from Austin. We look forward to seeing him in the next round. Well done, and back to live action.
Very nice. How well spoken. Thank you, Austin. What a gentleman. Right now, 11 minutes left. Richie Cravey in the red, in first place. Kai McPhillips in second in the white. Ian Gatron in third. Ian, your opening wave was a 6.5. Kai, your opening wave was an 8.0. second wave of Ian's, a 6.6, so that changed it real quick. Richie in first, Ian in second, Kai in third. Kai, you need a 5.10. You have second priority. Priority is with blue, Mac. Mac is in a combination situation at the moment with 10 minutes left, needing a combined score of 13.10. So priority is blue, then white. So Ian coming through as the alternate, first heat of the day, blitzed his first heat. Right now finds himself in second with an opening wave of a 6.5 and a backup of a 6.6. Things tightening up in this first heat of the round of 32. Richie Cravey out in the lead with his 6.5 and then a 9. So 2 scores in the excellent range from our veteran competitors, Richie and Kai McPhillips. This is the replay for those at home. That is a beautiful soul arch. Cheater 5 to quick 10 to cheater 5. Again, the soul arch bottom turn. Little head dip, and it's hard to explain unless you've ever ridden a proper mal that these guys are riding, 9.2 or bigger, probably 9.4, and they need to weigh 15 pounds or more. Controlling all that rail on a beach break when it starts to gutter out and get steep on the face. It's a challenging thing. It's difficult. They make it look easy, seamless, and effortless. But let me tell you, it is not. Here we go. Kai McPhillips had that second priority, but these longboards, they have so much glide. They can paddle in relatively easy from outside. That wave does not do much for Kai. Priority will shift. Second priority is with Richie Cravey, our heat leader. We see blue. Oh, that's green, excuse me. Ian Gutron, he cannot get that wave, so it looks, well, we'll see. First priority is still with blue. Second priority with red. Waiting to see who will get third priority back. White not wasting any time on the inside. Kai McPhillips going on his forehand on the right. There we go. Gets up to the nose. A little bit of space for him to dangle the toes over the nose. A quick floater finish. Score coming in for Kai. He needed a 5.1 to overtake Ian in second. 7 minutes left, surfers. Here we go. Mac, this is what he needed. Oh, yeah, casual on the nose. Nice soul arch cutback. Again, space for him to cruise on the top of the wave. Wow, you can see how much wind there is when he went to kick off the board, whipping, almost bonking him in the head. And here we go. Ian Gutron. So impressive.
Oh.
Look at that. The wind holding him up, and he is at one with that board. I love how comfortable he is doing those knock knee little turns and grabbing the rail, getting a little extra leverage to hold the rail in,
There's no mistaking that Ian is from California.
No.
And I refer to his style, although that's not going to be, perhaps it was a great nose ride, may not go into his top 2, but I'm so sorry I missed that 9 from Richie, so I'm sure you've replayed it a few more times.
A few more times.
There's a chance to get the replay, it'd be cool.
It was the one where he got that beautiful run up to the nose, nice soul arch hang 10, and then a bit of a little barrel.
This is it here. So 2 steps up, but he makes up for that with a 5.10 soul arch with levitation. So a bit of air under the nose. And here, stepping back into the turn, a readjust, bit of flare, and that sets him up for a little head dip, more so just the positioning there. And one of the bigger waves that we've seen all the way through. So committed surfing, rail, nose, footwork, control. I mean, that's the benchmark there, to be able to commit to a set wave, run to the nose when things are getting critical, to actually push the limit and go to the nose. A 9-point ride and a 6.75 for Richie out in the lead, and Ian Gotron, a pair of 6.5s, well 6.6 and 6.5. You're in second. Kai, you need a 5.10 to go in a second. And Blue, you need a 9.5 to go in a second. 5 minutes remaining.
Wow. Such sharp turns. Something going on with the belly roll in the bottom of the board and the outline. Beautiful surfing there. And you said quintessential, the epic California style. Nice foam redirect there. That roundhouse. What a wave for
Sick.
Ian. Yeah, really, really technical. So
creative.
Very creative. He's finding space for different turns that other guys aren't. It's a pretty thing to watch.
So Mac up and riding here. Stable style, low body weight, and falls off the back of wind. Just
you saw him nod his head like, for real, this just
now,
happened?
White, 4 minutes remaining. You need a 6.35, but that may change. Nope. Ian, your last wave is 7.75. Ian, you're still in second. Green in second. Red in first. Kai, you need a 6.35. White needs a 6.35. Blue chasing a combo of 14.35. So red in the lead. Ian, an 8.01 needed to go to first. Kai, you need a 6.35 to go to second. 2 progressing out of the 4. Kai McPhillips. I'm wondering if there's any relation there to Colin McPhillips. San Clemente world champion, former world champion. Really dominant surfer throughout the 90s and 2000s. Initially flew under the radar and silky smooth style. Always rode a single fin. Was very activated with his style and got really low in his cutbacks and blended performance and traditional surfing really well. And this is Richie Cravey, marine biologist, father, fisherman, professional longboarder, and barrel hunter. Just getting loose on the tail. Series of foam climbs. He's having fun. Just the 9 and a 6.75 in his total. So that was his.
I like that. There you go.
Bicycle stance.
The bicycle stance. I think it's a good time for him to do the little skateboard, the little pedal. What do you call that?
That's a skate. Yeah,
I love that. Always cool.
It's 2 minutes 30 remaining. I think Richie will come in on that.
Well, you want to, 2.5 minutes, lots of time. Will he finish? He knows he's got the 9 and the 6.8, and that score. Oh, that was instantly a 6.8 is where they go for the series of foam climbs.
All right, so this is Max straight up onto the nose. No bottom turn on that one, so just streaming down the line. And that section running away. It's funny, often when a wave gets faster, a lot of surfers step back to the tail, which is ironic because you want to go fast. And there's a reason why we paddle in the center of the board, because it's the flattest part of the rocker and the fastest part of our board. So I've always found that a little bit bizarre when things get going a bit tough. Longboarders step to the tail.
I think it might just be the anticipation of it bottoming out the next section down. And if they find themselves in the middle of the board with all that rail stuck in the face.
But as we know, the safest place is in the barrel. You know, like when you're encompassed, like not the lip in a 9-foot board, I don't want anything to do with that. And when it does, I end up with
a big bruise in the
literally
ribs. Or broken ribs.
Nearly every time it does that to me. And I see my ding repairer, same thing all the time. He always says to me, he's like, yep, that's an elbow, that's a knee. And it always happens when they least expect it. So here we go. Section coming. 1 minute 10 remaining. This is White. Oh, no. And he falls off the back of the wave, chasing a 6.35. 1 minute remaining.
So you wonder, was he going to go left and then redirect onto that right?
That was a good right.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Form surfer right now and just finding these gems. Okay. Feeling it. Ian Gutron. Here we go.
Another bicycle stance there, trimming through to the inside.
With the monkey paddle. We are down to 30 seconds. 30 seconds left here in heat number 1, round of 32. At the moment, Richie Cravey in the lead, Ian Gatron in second. A score coming in for Ian, a score coming in for Kai. So the score for Kai was a 0.75.
10 seconds. We have a paddler. Counting this one out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, this one does count. So Kai McPhillips takes off. He needs a 6.35. Can he find the score he needs to advance on the buzzer? He's going to get a little finishing foam climb. Was there enough work done, enough technical footwork on the outside combined with the finish to get him that mid-range score?
We'll have to have a style, flow, and grace, and we can combine that to, obviously Richie had long waves, but Ian had that creativity and those, the flowing connectivity between maneuvers. And this is the replay here. So a little off tilt in the bottom turn, gets to the nose, 5, close 10 there, shuffles back. So that, and loses that composure there. So that's going to be a lot of downtime and a hiccup in that flow element. And up to the nose, not quite shuffles again. So very disjointed wave, but completed perhaps at the beginning of the heat. That could have been a nice, a backup to that 8. But a 3.5, it's not enough. So Richie Cravey taking the win from Ian Gotron. We're going to go to a break and we'll come straight back into heat number 2.
SLO CAL Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SLO CAL Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Welcome back everybody. Thank you for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay, presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation. We are into heat number 2, round of 32, the men's LQS. We have longboards on feature for the rest of the afternoon. We are into heat 2, as I said. There's 8 heats in total, and tomorrow is all longboards, men's and women's. In this heat, Gavin Idone in the red. This is Ricky Cunningham showing his poise on that first wave. Will he ride out? Yes, he does. Aiden Sauntner in the white and Jake DiMatteo in the green. In the beginning of that heat, Aiden had taken off in the white before the heat started, before the horn blew, so straight away that wave didn't count, and he went into 4th priority. Coming up next, Cole Quinlan, Tommy Coleman, Tucker Coleman, and Cormac O'Brien. Oh, yeah, surfers, can you guys keep your jerseys on until you get up to the beach, Marshall, please? That's what we're being asked. You guys are already in, so that's all good. But for the surfers going out in the following heats and the surfers out in the water, please wear your jerseys all the way up. Down the beach in the green. Jake DiMatteo. So he had a great opening round. Came through, well, obviously came through in first or second.
Yeah, it was second place, and he had that that strong opening heat against Ian. Of course, he came second in that opening heat.
Yes.
And this is Gavin. Upright style, getting to the nose, and a settling wave there for Gavin. This would be a nice one to start with just to get some points and build that house that we so often talk about in the shortboard world. And don't be surprised by the style, flow, and grace from the longboard competitors. They are savvy as well.
And they can't out paddle each other. That's the thing. They can cover some serious ground.
A longboard paddle battle is something to admire too. We saw a great one back in El Salvador with Kaitlin Flynn and Kaniela Stewart, and those two amazing athletes.
Yeah, they have some big wingspans,
They
I know.
do.
Yeah.
Styling there from Aiden, up on the nose for the second time, stepping back into that cutback. Nice.
I love the swing weight.
Swing weight, yeah.
You know, you just see it and feel it. The board subtly going, not all the way from one rail to the other, but just sort of in between.
Swing weight and putting that board, trimming all the way to shore, that flat rocker doing its job. And this is Jake on the outside in green. Little drop knee setup. Stretching the nose right there, gets it a little tighter. And we talked about the stretch 5 and the close 5. This is where the camera angles on the replay will help so much, because I'm actually watching the camera as well, like the viewers at home, as opposed to looking all the way down the beach. We have a low tide, which is...
We're getting close to it. And yeah, kudos to the camera crew. Really doing a good job following, honing in, you know, some of the events around the world or some of the bigger ones. They've got 6 cameras, big ones, mounted up and down the beach, and they've got the production truck, which we have our production area, but, you know, less cameras. So between the drone and our few photographers doing a great job keeping up with all the waves, lots of waves being ridden throughout these 6 days so far.
And the low tide is actually in 6 minutes and 10 seconds.
So will we see anything change for the next bunch of heats coming up to conclude the day? Look at this, beautiful.
We're watching that replay. We're going to update the scores.
And this is where we see the swing weight. Just, or maybe it was before or after this.
This one, it's a cut down. Oh, no, it was the one. It was the turn earlier.
It was the turn earlier.
Shame he didn't go complete there, but score still to drop for the surfers in the water. We'll update you very shortly. White doing the runaround. Smart idea.
And is he dragging the board behind him, not carrying it, but holding the board near the fins and just the nose in the shallows?
Yep,
sanding the rail down.
Creating some edge that he didn't have before.
Yeah.
If he slides out on that next nose ride or turn, we'll know why, mate. Or asymmetrical edge. There you go.
Yeah.
One edge and one soft. And Blue finishing strong. Oh, Ricky, actually. That was, Blue. There we go. Classic. Yeah. You don't see that in many events. Actually, in the big wave world tour, you do.
Changing the fin template, too, as it's dragging along.
Yep.
Getting sanded down on one side.
So we'll give you guys an update shortly with these scores. 13 minutes, 13 remaining. Lucky 13.
And there's a testament to heavy glass jobs. 6 and 8 ounce cloth, multiple layers, gloss coats.
So Green currently in the lead, out to extend his lead right now.
Nice stretch 5 moment there. What is the board, the shaper he's riding with the big
Todd
square?
Messick.
Todd Messick, and then it's that big square tail with the kick off the tail, right?
Yeah, that's their little...
trademark.
Trademark, they like it. So 12 minute 40 remaining. Jake, DiMatteo and Green out in the lead. White, your last wave of 4.65. You're in second. Ricky in Blue still scored a drop. You've gone into second. Green in first. Blue in second. White looking for a 2.6. Red, you look for a 5-point ride. So green, blue, white, red. White needing a 2.6. Red needing a 5. 12 minutes, 10 remaining.
Whenever I look at those boards, when I'm at the U.S. Open and they're all lined up,
And Richie Cravey, last heat winner. He should know, being a professional longboarder himself. He's got to come speak to, I see him up there with the jersey on. Richie Cravey, come on down for your post-heat interview.
Maybe he had a conference call with his, marine biology job, had to check in with them.
Or he's still out there just tuning in the environment.
Yeah, there we
might be
go.
on a work trip.
Panning over to red. You can see the wind fighting him, doesn't let him over and in. Green, Jake DiMatteo, our heat leader, looked like he got up and out. I was gonna say those tail with the flip, and they're clear. It's like it's all fiberglass laminated into that kick in Solana Beach. Tony Staples had PDS, amazing egg shapes with the whole back of the board was just, there was no more foam. It was just layers of cloth, kind of like the Greeno thing, a little flex on the tail. Yeah, amazing. So that was the era I grew up in and learned to surf in. Green, you're in the lead. You're in first place, Jake. You have a 4.5 and a 5.5. There's 11 minutes left. You have third priority at the moment. Ricky is in second. White in third. Aiden, you have first priority. You need a 2.60. And Gavin in second priority needs a 5. Straight up 5.
Yeah, we talk about flex tails. Outer island surfboards were some of the ultimate flex tails created in the late 60s through to the modern era, still shaping boards out of the mid-north coast of Australia. George Greeno's flex principles with his marine-inspired fins, the tuna-inspired fins in particular, with the flex profiles taken off marine life, and the way that they move through the water is actually accelerating through the flex of their fins. Translate that to a surfboard with a rolled bottom. Enter the chat Bob McTavish, the V-bottom, thin rails. Thank you, Nat Young. And then you put that together with that Californian style understanding of nose concaves, rockers, fin positioning, and obviously the style that was brought to us thanks to Phil Edwards. And then previous to that, surfers like Matt Kivlin that brought us the Malibu style. It's all one big related surf history party here. And down the beach is Jake. Multiple turns. And I'm going to go and speak to Richie Cravey, who finally came for his post-heat interview after snorkeling and looking for the marine life.
Well, we had a nice wave ridden by Jake during our ramblings, our historic weaving of the beauty of the art of longboarding. Nine minutes left, guys. 9 minutes left, and we are going to go down to a nice interview with our last heat winner, Richie Cravey, winner of Heat 1, round of 32.
The jack of all trades and the master of a lot. Tell us about that heat, a 9-point ride.
Well, I was wondering what I had to do to get an excellent score. I feel like I surfed the whole season on the tour this year, and just a bunch of 6s and 5s, and struggling to get double-digit heat scores. Yeah, I've been watching it all morning, and there's definitely been some really good waves out there, and I feel like I got lucky and hunted down a couple. Chasing lefts like that's my favorite, so yeah, just excitement.
And this area, have you been up here before? It's obviously rich in marine life and environment around this whole 80-mile coastline. What's it like to be here?
Oh, I'm stoked. I have some really good friends that live in the area. Yeah, the Josephs and my buddy Stevie and Ian. My brother lives just up the way in Santa Cruz. And actually the last time we were here was for my son's 3rd birthday on our way to go to the Monterey Bay Aquarium. We stopped and checked out the otters, and I haven't been back since. And actually this is the first time I've surfed the rock. So really stoked to be here. I hear this is like pretty good, and it's definitely fun. So excited we got some fun conditions, and looking forward to tomorrow.
Great, yeah, and this is by far some of the best conditions I've had all week, conducive to longboarding. What's the plan for the rest of the year? Trying to get back on that World Longboard Tour?
Yeah, just kind of seeing how things develop. I definitely learned a lot, and yeah, you know, priority number 1 is don't get an interference, so I feel like I'm doing okay today. Yeah, just see where things go. If I end up getting a chance to surf next year, I'd love to on the tour, but just take it one heat at a time.
Yeah, and that's a lesson to any of the other competitors out there. It was that first event at Huntington where you did get that interference, and if you could have that heat back, you would have made that finals at Malibu. And how hard was it to sit back and watch that?
You know, it was tough, but that was an excellent lesson in surfing through emotions. I was pretty upset in the water. I feel like, I was falling all over the place, but I was able to sort of harness all of that. And I wasn't sure if I should paddle in or if that would look bad, or I didn't know what to do. So I stayed out and just kept surfing. And I ended up, as it turned out, I would have won that heat, surfing as scrambled as I was. So it was a good lesson, emotional management in the water, and being able to turn things around. So didn't end up in the top 8, but definitely took some lessons away. And I feel like I'm feeling pretty strong. So.
Great. All right, we'll see Richie in the next round tomorrow. Back to live action.
Great job. Good job, Richie. Moving on through the life lessons of surfing. And with the, I think there were 3 events. There were 3 events absolutely on the World Championship Longboard Tour last year. So that's achievable for someone that has a career and a family. It was in Huntington, and then it was at Bells, and then it was down in El Salvador at El Sunsal. So those are the 3 events. Beautiful combination, cheater 5s, quick 10, fluid in the middle of the board, nice down carve. Again, back up to the nose, gets a little drift while he steps on the nose there. Riding through very clean, Jake DiMatteo. Coming through that first round. Out in the lead at the moment. Richie Cunningham in second. Aiden Suntner in white with priority and just over 5 minutes. Let's see, Aiden, your last wave was a 1. Jake, your last wave, well, the wave before was a 5. We're waiting on that score. Five minutes left. 5 minutes remaining. Incredible conditions. Excuse me, the drone doing us all the favors that it can. You just see wave after wave coming on through. Nice offshore. I wish the waves were this good back at home where my beach breaks are. I think Richie surfs down at Pipes. That's his home break. There and all around that area of the campgrounds in Cardiff. White up and riding, Aiden Suntner. Does he have a leash, or is the board gone to the beach? Oh, the long swim in. There it goes. We see his board bouncing in. That left, taking it all the way to the shore. 4 minutes left. A quick number in for Aiden, a 2.65. Jake, your last wave, a 6.25. Up and riding, using his priority. Gavin. A series of quick stepping, holding that 5 for a long time. This wave allowing the opportunity, holding that cross step. Cheater 5, cross step back to redirect and go right. Clean finish with his foam climb there. So Gavin needing a 5.05. Aiden had gone up into second with his last wave. White, you were in second with your last wave. Jake out in the lead. Your last wave was a 6.25. Aiden, your last wave, a 2.65. Got you into second. Ricky, you have first priority. You need a 3.56. Waiting on the score for Gavin in red. He needed almost or just over a 5. And he got a lot of opportunity to put his feet, to walk, cheater 5, do some cross step work. I love that extended straight leg 5, and he got the redirect. So a nice wave for Gavin. Will it be the 5.05 he needs? Down to 2.5 minutes. It's a 4.7 for Gavin, not the 5.05 he needed, so he doesn't move up. Blue, you have first priority. You are in third place. You need a 3.56. Blue, first priority, needing a 3.56 in third place. There's 2 minutes left. That's a cool shot of the next heat walking out with the rocks as a backdrop. Blue scratching for that wave. He will not get it, so he will inevitably lose that first priority, but that doesn't mean he can't turn around and get a wave. Jake in the green with first priority and the heat lead. 1.5 minutes left. Ricky, you have third priority now. And you still need 3.56. Gavin, second priority. You need a 2.6. Red on the inside. Here goes Gavin on his forehand. That wave runs out early.
Unbelievably. Only needs a very minor score.
Yeah, I don't know.
1 minute remaining.
Wow, Jake with the walks to the nose, turns around, walks, like almost heels over the nose.
Blue needing a 3.56. Red, a 2.6 required. 45 seconds remaining. Green in the lead, white second. Blue needing a 3.56 and red a 2.6. And red paddling on the inside. Only needs a marginal score.
We were both a little surprised he had cut out of that last right.
Crazy.
30 seconds left.
Holds the nose, gets a 10, gets the trim in the middle, stays in the middle, so he steps back, holds the rail.
And Blue behind him, getting the wave he might have needed, a 3.56. Ricky Cunningham, there it is. 5 to 10, and pokes the
10
nose.
10 seconds, and white on the outside.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That wave is scoring. Both surfers, maybe.
Wow, and white, fairly strong finish there on his last wave, so it'll all be down to red, blue going down.
Yeah, a bit of housekeeping for the judges. They got a bunch of scores, 4 scores to lock
white,
in.
White most likely improving his total, so if red got that score with that 5 and 10, we'll have to see, because they only needed a 2.6, but that may have increased. So blue not getting the score was a 2.85. It wasn't enough, red. A 2.45. Green and white moving forward.
Well, there we go. The conclusion of that heat. We will have a quick commercial break and come back to the razor lines of Morro Bay.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Life on Coast in Morro Bay.
The show must go on. Welcome back, everybody, to the SLO CAL Open here in Morro Bay. Jeff Baldwin and Matt Chanowski bringing you all the exciting action. We have switched gears. We are into Heat 3 of the men's LQS Young Surfer, the youngest surfer in the draw. Oh, look at that style. That was beautiful. Cormac O'Brien risking it. So in this heat, Cole Quinlan in the red, Tommy Coleman in the blue, Tucker Coleman in the white, and Cormac O'Brien in the green. Who is Cole? Who's Cormac coached by? Mike Purpose. There we go.
Mike
That's
Purpose.
right. I heard that. I met him walking around the headland the other day, the massive day. He was frothing. He had just gotten here, and he wanted to get out there, so he probably found himself some waves that day.
Mike Purpose is a synonymous figure with South Bay surfing and Californian surfing through the 60s and 70s. One of the original showmen in our sport. And this is Cole Quinlan from the US, from Santa Cruz, I believe, coming, well, as Nat Young said, stepping over the nose.
So Nat lives here. Nat lives in California, right? Yeah.
Yep.
He's lived here for a long time. So I was reflecting, you're saying the California style. Do we get to claim Parco then? Does he have the California style?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take it. We'll take it. We get Joel. Love it. Do we get Craig Anderson? Come on.
Yes.
Okay, good. Two ends of the spectrum, but ultra stylish surfers, those two.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, Australians are abrupt. They're traditionally just, I just think of raw power, and I think of competitive nature. I think of, well, Nat Young was nicknamed the Animal. Although Bernard Midget Farrelly, our first world surfing champion in 1964, his idol was Phil Edwards, and he channeled Phil. And I know this is part of my Art of Trim philosophy, my mentoring. It stems from Duke to Phil, Phil to Midget, Midget to Nat, then Nat to MP, MP to Rabbit, Rabbit to Curran, Curran to Slater, Slater to John John, and it's a era that each competitive, I guess the book is rewritten by each of those surfers. The style stems from California. Well, Hawaii via California.
Amazing. I love it. The PhD of trim.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you could have a good one with Nick Carroll. He would dive into that conversation.
I would love to.
Yeah. Well, we are here having a great time. So much history. We really got to talk and touch on the history. Beautiful angle there. Look at this. Oh, I thought he might get tucked up in under the lip. Tommy Coleman in the blue.
And Tommy would laugh when I say this, but Tommy just building his house on his heat total here. This is his first time, I believe, competing. No, he has. As a young fellow, he has competed on the LQS, trying to get into the main event, traveled to Noosa back when the World Tour was more of an open form policy where you could just enter in the round of like 124
and go for it.
Go for it through.
Not a bad vacation surf
No,
trip, right?
exactly.
Go to Noosa.
And a lot of these QS events used to be on the back of existing longboard events like this. Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic is combined. Noosa Festival Surfing used to be the same. So that's a nice 5, and you're sort of going to line up for the tube, but decides to play the smart game and straighten out. So, Blue, your first wave was a 4.5. We're yet to lock in your second. White, you're out in the lead temporarily, but lots of waves being ridden, so we will reconvene very shortly.
Cole Quinlan goes for the late float, and it's funny, the length and the weight of the board helps him ride out, completes that.
Spot on.
So do you make regular Saunders down to San Onofre when you're feeling a hankering to go ride the mals?
Occasionally. I prefer trestles, though. I prefer waves that allow more speed.
Gotcha.
Unless I'm on a glider, I do like Sano for that. But the parking lot's so difficult to get into.
Isn't it, though?
I'm always in such a rush.
Yes.
And here goes Cormac in green. Oh, nice little adjustment there. Quick feet. 5-10 combo. Pedaling back. Goes up for the re-entry. And he rides out. The surfer in green. Nice combination of maneuvers there with his trademark style.
His trademark style matching. I want him to surf in his cowboy hat.
He would. He does.
Yeah.
He's iconic, but I'm looking at his surfing on this replay, and it's that unique style that longboarding brings. You know, these surfers are all on different style boards. Tommy Coleman into second. His last wave was a 4. So I'm going to update. So Blue, Green, you were in the lead with a 5.5 on your last wave. Blue, you have a 4 and a 4.5. Red, you're in third. needing a 5.15, and white, you need a 4.85 to move forward. And this is blue. This will be Tommy Coleman on his self-shaped longboard, and that's something we don't see in any other disciplines of surfing. Is a self-shaped longboard. So props to Tommy Coleman on making his own surfboard and now surfing it in a WSL event. He's up here staying with his brother, who's a student up here at Cal Poly, and I can't be certain, but I'm assuming that's Tucker in the heat.
Yeah, I was gonna.
It'd be a crazy coincidence, but you know what?
The brothers.
I think it is a coincidence.
Okay, it's just a coincidence. The brother that is not the brother.
Well, I know his brother does surf, but I don't think that's Tucker. I think that's related to the Coleman family.
Well, because both were seated. So,
well,
look
of course
at
it's
this.
a Coleman family, but not Tommy's family. His sister is here as well competing. So she did say that her brother is here competing. So I'm assuming that is Tucker. And there he is finishing that wave. So I'll get to the bottom of that Coleman mystery very shortly. Regardless, both Colemans surfing fantastic.
Bringing it on their respective waves. Well, we love the unique style. That's what makes it stand out, right? You know,
Yeah.
Cormac bringing his unique style. We love the replay. I love that elevation, the lift, when that is one of the best sensations in surfing, I feel.
Yeah.
I love it. When you find yourself perfectly hanging 10, and the board drifts down but lifts up, it's a really unique feeling.
So Tommy, drop knee, adjustment, and that board is 17, and I want to say the nose is, we talked about dimensions the other day, 16.25 tail, 17.75 nose, I believe, maybe 17.5. Self-shaped board. We had talked about rockers, and yeah, we have a score to update. Tucker, I can see you shaking your hands. I'll give you that in a second. Currently, you're in second place. 11 minutes and 30 remaining. And Blue, you've gone into the lead. Blue winning a 4.45 on your last wave. Cormac O'Brien, you're back into second, looking for a 3.45 to move into the lead. Tucker, you need a 3.76 to move into second. Fourth is Cole. You need a 5.41. 11 minutes, 11 remaining.
That is the full stretch. And will he get around? He rides the stretch onto the green face. So much character in this kid. We love it. Oh, another cheater. 5. There we go. Look at the lift that he just got there.
The levitation
The
there.
levitation, yeah. Does well to ride out of that. Tucker Coleman not happy with the 3.65 in the score line. Needing only a 3.76 to go into second. So score's going to be coming in for him and Cormac. Completely contrasting. Cormac with the long drawn out straight leg 5 all the way through the open section, whitewash open section again.
And the stretch 5 is a linking maneuver, much like the float up, where if it links into something like a hang 10, for example, or a tube, or it sets you up for a section, it'll be functional, deemed functional. But as a trick, it's not usually judged accordingly. It's a linking maneuver, much like the floater, right?
Yeah.
Unless it's a major tail drop floater in a section where nothing else is possible, which we have seen debatable in all forms of the WSL World Tour. But the stretch 5, you know, for the most part, it's not that technical, especially for someone like Cormac, who can probably do somersaults on land, so he's flexible. 9 minutes 30 remaining. Tommy, Tucker Coleman, you've gone to the lead with a 7-point ride on the back of that hang 10. White in the lead. Tommy in blue back into second. White, you now need a 3.45 to move into second. White needs green, you need a 3.45 to move into second. White's in the lead. Blue is in second. Green, you're in third, needing a 3.45. Red, you got priority. You need a 5.6. You're in fourth place.
Well, it might not be the score. It might not give you the scoring potential, but as a fan, it looked cool, and it just endeared me to his personality, his young, raw exuberance in the sport of longboarding.
Sure.
You know, like he's not worried about it.
Cole Quinlan in red just put together a bunch of maneuvers where he was up on the nose and he, not quite the levitation that we saw from our surfer in white, but a combination of maneuvers, style, flow, and grace. The joints maybe not as connected as some of the other surfing, but we got some scores to update you, Tommy. Just hang on a moment. It's all about to shift. I can tell you it's 8 minutes and 15 seconds, and you'll likely need a backup wave. So the replay of red.
Also blue, you have first priority, so whatever happens with this score that's coming in for Cole Quinn.
So interesting, he gained some speed by stepping back on the tail halfway through that instead of stepping forward for the speed. So almost like a interruption of the flow. Will it go as high as 7? Not sure. Will it be a little lower, like 5.5? We'll see. Oh, green, 10. Step back. Quirky surfing, smaller wave, but critical nose ride to start. Well, technical nose ride to start, I shouldn't say. And a little floater off the top. 7 minutes 30. Still scores to drop.
All right, well, break. Yeah, we've got scores coming in for red with 7.5 minutes. Will that shuffle it? Same with Cormac. We know that blue has first priority.
4.95 for red's last wave. Doesn't change the situation. Blue out in the lead.
Whoa!
Oi! In the ooh.
That one looked like it might have hurt. One
Whoa.
of those ribbers. And he's going to body surf in. Quick swim out. Turn around. Body surf this wave. Hopefully get in. Collect his board. Out the back, Tucker Coleman in the lead. Tommy Coleman in blue in second. Waiting on this score for green. So break this down.
So 5, 10, and goes back to he does a little heel 5 and a run back. So quirky surfing, only looking for 3, 4, 5, and he gets the completion, stepping back into that turn. So smaller wave, technical surfing, but a smaller wave, trying to get that score. And it's still ready to drop, and beautiful 10 there, and just looking down. So I've got a little technical analysis there that I'll go through at the end of the heat. There's no concave in that board, which means Tommy's relying on we'll give you an update, guys. We still have a score to drop. I see you guys. If I give you an update now, I'm going to give you another one in 10 seconds. So
well, anyway,
5 minutes and 50 remaining. But White, you're out in the lead. You're likely going to stay in the lead. Cormac, you've gone into second. Blue, you need a 5.46. And red, you need a 5.01.
Wasting no time. Here we go. Cole Quinlan. This one opening up for him. Finding the distance on this long sandbar. Don't get stuck on the lip. He does. Throwing away a bit of lengthy potential with so much more face.
So I was going to say time to decompress and go through this, but Cormac up again.
Yeah, there's no time to
All right.
decompress. Tucker in the lead with first priority in 5 minutes.
All right, guys, the judges are looking for quality over quantity. All right? Step 1, 5 minutes to go. That's all you guys need to realize. Out in the lead is Tucker Coleman in white. Green, you're in second. Your last wave is a 4.45. The one before last, Tommy Coleman, you need a 5.46. Red, you need a 5.01.
Wow. Tons of levitation there. I mean, he was on the nose, and there was about 4 feet of the board lifting up out.
And Red having a look down the beach too. Quick 2 steps to the nose. And we'll catch up with him very shortly. Now the key there, he's carving back on the tail, but he's generating speed from the tail, not the middle of the board.
Yeah.
And pumping, so it's that lack of flow. He's doing the tricks, but it's all that seamless package of style, flow, and grace that the judges are looking for. And Green, technical, critical nose ride there for Green. A smaller wave, but the positioning key. A turn, pivot, straight back up to the nose again. Back in the middle of the board here. And he's going to trim this one through to the inside. If he can get the completion, he'll be happy. And a little layback jam at the end. Wasn't necessary. He completes it. And he shows their puppy dog on the shore how stoked he is.
Yes.
3 minutes 40. Blue back down into fourth. You need a 5.46. We have scores to drop. But white in the lead. Green in second. Red is needing a 5.01 and blue a 5.46.
So in the interview with Cormac, did he say it's his first QS event?
Yeah.
He did. So he's bringing that fresh, youthful exuberance that is so fun to witness.
And Tommy, just the heels, falls off the back there. 3 minutes remaining. And a 6-point ride for Cormac's last wave. You're still in second. Green still in second.
So every time red and blue get another wave, the ante just goes up a little bit because Cormac keeps answering back. Tucker gets his secondary high score, a 5.95 on that levitating tin to cheater 5. So without having the concave in the board,
so you're leveraging just the tail, which when that surfer is able to get to the nose, it's super critical, and the board's just sticking out of the water. It feels amazing too, and it's just seamless when you can connect the dots because there's no interruption of water flow. It's just belly to flat in the nose. I think it's got an 1/8 of an inch of concave, so it's barely a concave, and it's fun to roll around on, use that midsection of the board. It's just Tommy's got to find a nice clean wave if he needs to. He's in fourth place. Blue now needing a 7-point ride. You're down into fourth. Green requiring a 6.55. Green, you need a 6.96 to go into first. White, you're in the lead with a 7 and a 5.95. 1 minute 40 remaining. And I do apologize to our viewers at home for yelling, but these surfers, whoa.
They're way away from us, and there's a bit of wind.
Nearly 24 waves ridden in this heat.
Yeah, it's a little chaotic. That's what we expect when it's a 4-man heat and the Mals at a beach break. I remember doing the event with Shannon Hughes at Pismo last year, and she'd never done that combination thing. And there's no commercial breaks where on the webcast side of things you get stats and figures infused, and you get all this. Anyway, we were just full throttle at the end of the first day. She's like, this is insane.
So, Tommy, you're locking in an average score, but White, current heat leader on a long left.
Committing to the big tail drop floater.
So, Tommy, your last wave of 4.6. You now need a 6.9 in blue. You're still in fourth.
We're down to 40 seconds.
Red needing a 6.55. You're in third. White in the lead. Green in second. 30 seconds remaining. Ten seconds. Right, counting this one out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, another quick commercial break and coming back with heat number 4, round to 32.
You just do what your elders do. Getting rad, getting air, adrenaline.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Welcome back. This is Heat number 4, round of 32. Out in this heat, we have some experienced surfers in chase leader, Cody Canzanieri, Bucky Barry, and Noah Hogel. And a public service announcement. This is not a small wave surfing contest. This is longboarding. We can surf the tail, the nose, the full length of the board. So surfers, quality over quantity. That last heat, we had nearly 29 waves ridden. And at the end of the day, it's 2 that count. So keep that in mind for those surfers. There's only 2. You don't need 10. You can, but it makes the judges really tired and a good chance of missing your other waves. So 19 minutes remaining, and I'm saying that with a smile on my face because the people on the beach are paddling out for the next heat, and green up and riding. So Noah making his, and just coming off that board.
Yeah, run from the rail. Run from the rail. They hurt. What is So introducing this heat, or did you already?
I did.
You did.
It does start to blur into one, but we have some solid goofy footers in this heat with Bucky and Chase, the seated surfers. We haven't seen them surf yet, but they will be looking at these lefts with anticipation.
Yes. It'll be great to see Bucky in the water. We did the US Open together a couple years ago, and we were set to do the finals together. And then we got fogged out, and I had to fly to London the Monday that the contest ran. So missed out on that.
There's Bucky here, 5 and 10.
There we go. Bucky, full 10 soul arch and a little bit of a shield cover up there.
Does he get back? He grabs that rail. Doesn't get all the way to the tail, but he's trimmed in the middle. I always like it when they get back to the tail and kick out, showing that control. But it's still completed when you step back to the middle. Like coming out of a barrel and doing a turn. It's always nice to see a big old turn at the end. And this is green. This is Noah, who came through that first heat earlier. Seeding round of 40. Long 5 and 10. A little bit out on the shoulder, but he's looking to drop knee back into the pocket. And tapping this one off the top. And almost rides out. Not quite.
So what I always love and appreciate, and that subtle difference is when you see someone cheater 5, and they're like fighting the board, they're fighting the swell or the wave coming up, and then someone else locks in and they look like they're a feather on the nose, and that is that difference in the subtle mechanics of the comfort.
You know what
and
I'm going to do? I'm going to grab Tommy Coleman's board right now, and we're going to have a look at that. He didn't make it through that heat, but we're going to talk about the lack of concave, and then we're going to go to our interview.
Sounds good. Scores dropping in. Cody, your first wave was a 3.25. Noah, your first wave, a 2.25, and we have another score coming in. Bucky, your score coming in straight away, a 6. So White, Bucky, who's up and riding right now. Beautiful there, little knock knee cut back, carve down. There it is again, sweeping roundhouse. Jumps off, grabs the rail. So he opened with a 6, and now he has another nice backup. Priority is red, then blue. Bucky's second wave, a 4. One more score to drop in for green, and then we'll go to the interview on the beach. Bucky, you're out in first with a 6, and your last wave was a 4. Score coming in for Noah, and then we'll be settled for a minute. All right, all scores in. Bucky Berry out in the lead with a 6 and a 4. Noah Hogel in the green with a 2.25 and a 3.5 in second. Third place, Cody needing a 2.51, and Chase with first priority needing a 4.25. Surfers are up, but we will go down to our beach interview real quickly with our last heat winner, Tucker Coleman.
Tucker is on his way, but I've grabbed Tommy Coleman. We're going to talk about the board we referenced.
Gotcha.
So unique to longboarding. Tommy actually shaped this board. We talked about nose riding. The most important part of a nose is actually the tail. And a lot of people put a lot of concave in, but you can see here, this doesn't have much at all. So if we just flip that onto the wax down, that way, yep. So in through here is this very minimal concave. Not a big spoon. That's common misconception that nose riding needs a big concave. Tommy, your first WQS heat in a long time. Didn't go to plan. Will you go over to the East Coast and chase that one?
I will be there for the fun, but not for the title.
All right. Well, we heard it from him there, but great surfing nonetheless. You put on a good display. And if you need Tommy's boards, you can find them at Stray Boards down there in San Clemente. We're going to get our heat winner in, though. So one Coleman to another. So there's no relation between you two?
No relation, but very good friends. Yep. He was ripping. Yeah, it was good fun out there. Super fun lefts.
Perfect. And is this your first LQS event, or you chased that tour last year as well?
I didn't do the one in Pismo last year. My sister did it, and it looked super fun, and I was like, I'm definitely doing the Virginia Beach one. And, yeah, it's my second, actually, and my last one I lost to Joel. So coming off a kind of cool loss, I guess, but it was good to get through that heat.
And, of course, Joel Tudor, you're referencing the 2021 world champion. Do you get to surf with Joel back home much?
I do, yes. I surfed with him this past summer at my home break and ditch in Montauk. Shout out to Montauk. Miss you guys back at home. But, yeah, he's given me a couple super good pointers, and he's always fun to have a sesh with.
That's cool. I bet he's fun to have a sesh with. And when we just saw the Colemans there, we were thinking, wow, because we know Tommy's got a brother as well. Was it hard in that heat when we were saying the Colemans? We were trying to get the colours right. Can you hear much out there, or is it a little bit? Because we tried to give you guys that update. You're getting so many waves. It was really tricky.
The wind's dying down a bit, it feels like, so you can definitely hear a little more. I was in the shortboard as well, and you can definitely hear more out there now than you did in the shortboard. Yeah. But that's just because the waves were like 3 times the size. But yeah, it was funny. We were going into the heat, and we were like, oh, should we like switch jerseys but we were like, nah, because
yeah, you get in trouble.
You get in trouble for that one. But it was just fun, all fun and games before the heat. It was funny.
All right, well, we'll see you tomorrow in the next round. We're going to catch up with probably 10 scores by we've been in this interview. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, good job, Tucker. I'm glad you guys didn't switch jerseys. We would have been scrambled and lost. Loved how he referenced the pilgrimages that Joel Tudor makes out to Montauk yearly. But let's recap this heat. There's just under 12 minutes. Bucky, you are in first place. You have a 6, and your second wave was a 4. Noah, you're in second. You have a 3.5 and a 3.9. Chase in third place. Your high score is a 5.5. Your backup is a 1.5. To go into second, you need a 1.9. And Cody in the blue with first priority, you have a 3.25 and a 0.5, and you need a 4.15. But he's not listening. He's up and riding, staying busy. Goes for the cheater 5. Goes for that carve down. Thought there might be a reform there. It's cool. I see Joel all the time. He's my neighbor, pretty much. We live about 2 blocks away from each other, pass each other all the time. It's really cool. Once I had this beautiful, weird old Bing single fin, this spoon nose thing that it surfed horrible, but it was definitely a vintage piece, and
Yeah.
I just stopped by his house. I'm like, you have to have this for the rafters.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, to add to his mini, and I love how, Joel goes and discovers old templates and old boards and historic boards, and then he redoes them and modernizes them, at his factory, does a upgrade version of it, and then he'll showcase it when he goes to Pipe or wherever he's going.
That's right. Templates a lot of boards. And
yeah.
A student of history. And
oh, it's great.
And shout out to his son, Tosh, who's competed in some of these events in the past, who's at the Pipe Masters right now.
That's right. He's at the Pipe Masters right now, Tosh. Nice. Yeah, well, Dad having a house there at V-Land for all these years. Tosh getting to go back and forth his whole life. And, yeah, he's a really cool kid. Great job.
9 minutes 30 remaining. We have Bucky Barry out in the lead with a 6 and a 4. Noah Hogle in green, you're in second. You need a 6.10 to go into the lead. Chase, you need a 1.9. Your last wave is a 5.5 in red. Blue, you need a 4.15. Your last wave is a 2.8. Bucky Barry driving that Hobie off the bottom of that wave and combining the rail and the nose ride. Just setting up for the inside track here. Beautiful long lefts here, conducive to longboard surfing. Gets a 10 and a
Nice
run back, and he pulls it. So lots of variation on this wave. So
very comfortable
very
finish.
nice finish. I love that step back turn. That's a great way to finish a wave. And this is Chase on the outside in red, looking for a marginal score. We have a great panel of judges, well versed in short and longboarding. A lot of these guys have surfed up and down this whole coast and have seen the evolution of longboard surfing. And here we have our surfer in green, Noah Hogle, stretch 5, and that little balancing act on the nose for the 10. Shuffling back, shuffling back to the tail, going to the
Safety, going to the safety belly. Just doesn't want to lose his board.
They're the things you do when you don't have a leash. Stretch 5, driving through the section for Cody. Nice step back turn, like a pendulum there. And
I love that little hand drag carve down.
Animated.
Yes, animated. with the bicycle stance, switch stance right then and there. I loved how Tucker Coleman said he watched his sister at Pismo and it looked so fun, and that it was. Different than this, about this same size, but just oil glass rights and lefts. Look at this peak in the background.
Some of the most, as Bob Ogle said, it's Surfing Hopes had a real knack for everything just working out. Obviously, Andy McKay's doing great work and his team behind the scenes, but the waves that we've just got turning on here right now for the LQS, and here's Bucky arched back, so none of that soul arch action that we've saw in that previous wave of his, that big one, but just trying to back it up, get rid of that 4, and it really starts getting kind of small here, but he turns it on with this technical adjustment here. You can see the inside lining up. 4 steps up to the nose, gets a 5, levitates, 10, goes to the run back, just about to pull it. Now he goes forward. I love this ending. Trimming in the middle and steps back. I love that. Tiny, but good surfing there. And Chase on the outside. This is a replay. Nice style from top seed in red. Competed on the World Longboard Tour last year. 5 and 10 in the pocket.
And such a relaxed style. That was that difference I was saying when they, there's some surfers, they get up on the nose and then they look like a feather.
Yeah.
There's so much control without any weight-bearing look to it.
This was Noah's, so lots of waves ridden again in this heat. And they're long too. So gets the nose ride on the outside. Speed nose ride for Noah, and here it just goes pear-shaped. Thankfully the board not really flipping over. Oh, wow, live action for Chase as well. So the wave's cooking. The guy's really enjoying the waves, and a hand drag little head dip there for Chase. So the wave, last wave for White, a 7.75. You are in the lead, White. Bucky Barry out in the lead. Chase was already in second place with a score to drop. But the 5 was his last wave before that. Cody, your last wave was a 4.75. And Noah, your last wave was a 3.6. So the requirement will change shortly. We're going to lock in Chase's last wave. But I can tell you there's 5 minutes remaining. At this stage, it's white and red, first and second. So this is the wave we caught up with for Chase. 5 in the pocket there, gets 10, steps back, and here it starts to, he gets a little hand drag, little head dip there, and stepping back into that jam at the end, right in front of Noah.
4.5 minutes left in this heat, surfers. I'm sure the next heat is all checked in. I see him walking down the edge of the rocks. Kevin Skvarna, Raymond Salas, Noah Shimbakura, and Dakota Faircloth.
Chase, your last wave's a 5.9. You're still in second. White first, red second. Green, you need a 7.15. Blue, you need a 6.65. 4 minutes remaining.
I said that wrong. Noah Shimabakuro.
Yeah.
My tongue got lazy.
Oh, he is going to be enjoying his left. So a lot of the surfers.
Woo! Oh, I was digging it. I thought maybe that was intentional.
Yeah.
A one-footed heel hang. Duck diving the mal, no easy feat. Our surfer in blue. Well, just flying across with the drone. Noah Hogelwell rode the distance of that one. A series of cross steps, some cheater fives, looks at his watch. There's 3 minutes left. What will he do now? Where will this score go? Was it the 7.15 he needed to go into second?
And you know, I feel like we should have some sort of a, I mean, this is conducive to a lot of waves. It hasn't been all week. It's just relaxed. The paddle out's not even an issue, but in conditions like this, they should just top it out at 5 waves. That'd be an interesting factor there. And what do you think about that?
Well, I think that's over my pay grade. No, you know,
something like the Surf Ranch, where you can only get limited amount of waves.
A limited amount of wave. It really, yeah, I don't know. You know, that we took so long and so many years of opening it up instead of capping it at 10 waves and all that. So it just is what it is. It's a symptom of the conditions right now.
Yeah,
There's
it is.
just
Well, it's
endless,
a testament to how good they are.
Yeah.
They're having a great free surf
I
for
mean,
these guys.
The sandbar's so clean that every wave is going to break because it's so shallow. So they're riding them. They're like, yeah, I paid to enter. I'm surfing with 4 guys. I might as well surf a bunch of waves.
Can you imagine how many longboarders would be out here if the comp wasn't on? Because it's cooking. It's so good for a longboard.
Really good. And they're all here. I mean, it seems like, but no one's up the beach. So who knows?
Blue, you need a 6.65, and green a 5.76. 1 minute 30 remaining.
What's it called up the beach? Dips? Is dips the next spot up the beach? There's a couple people paddling out. I see people walking into the water up there for their evening sesh.
All right, here's blue. Silky smooth.
Yeah, that was fluid.
Oh, my gosh. And he finishes that, just a step back, straighten out, but all the work done on that nose ride. 1 minute remaining, and green off. We see red with a long hang 10 as we're about to catch up to a steezy step back. So Chase, well, if blue was to manage to get that 6.65, which I'm not sure if he did or not, red may have extended his second place, but 40 seconds remaining. A flurry of waves towards the end with red hanging 10 off the takeoff, but blue also with a beautiful wave. And Bucky just mucking around a heel hang, spinning back. A great session for all of these guys if this was a free surf. But this is round of 32. This is the second round of the longboard qualifying series with a chance to get on the World Tour.
Oh, yes, this kicking them into the quarterfinals. This is effectively that round of 16. So
10 seconds.
Straight into the quarters and the money. Count it out.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, enjoy the quick commercial break, and
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
You just do what your elders do. Getting rad, getting air, adrenaline.
Wave all event, and we can seriously attest to that.
Wow,
we are back. Look at that lineup.
I know. Well, such a cool shot, wasn't it, Matt?
Back in the seat, watching Raymond Sales in blue. This is a very, very competitive heat. All goofy footers. Incredible. Raymond Sales finishing his wave. Green behind him, red behind him, and you know what? White's behind him on a set.
Yeah, it's
so you guys can watch Dakota, because I'm watching Noah Shimabukuro get perhaps an excellent range score. And that there was, I mean, if the other first, second, and third were to go mid-range or high,
that one has
that
to
would
go
have
up.
to. He did everything they did on a bigger wave, and finished. I mean, that was so sick.
Well, what a way to start off the heat. All four surfers, 1, 2, 3, 4. We were watching them perfectly separated as if it were a proper left point in Peru or something.
Yeah. So we'll leave that to simmer. We're going to keep the voice quite low because the judges have 4 very important scores to lock in. So take a moment to talk a little bit about Morro Bay. We are here as the surfers are paddling back out. 80-mile coastline of San Luis Obispo, Central California, halfway between San Francisco Bay and Los Angeles. Their slogan is halfway between the Bay and LA. And I've been here before, and I feel like I'm going to come back because it is beautiful. It's got something for everyone. And this is Raymond on the first wave, stepping forward. Big first step, which sets him up for this nose ride. The pocket's over to the left of the screen, so nothing critical of note. Nonetheless, he just wants to start and build that house. He wasn't to know there was 3 waves behind him. Good, clean surfing. And he kicks out of that one. So 17 minutes remaining. Lots of scores still to drop in. Dakota, your first wave was an 8-point ride. Green, opening with an 8. Kevin, your first wave in red, a 2.25. Green's 8-point ride here. Up on the nose, holding that 10. Critical adjustment on the nose, holding it all the way through the midsection of that wave. Stepping into that.
Looking cozy with his hood on. What a
behind.
beauty for Dakota.
So I guess the size of the wave on whites, we were...
Yeah, you were...
I was
I was
following
watching... yeah, I was watching Dakota finish, and I saw
We may not
Noah
even have
on the
camera of
set.
whites. Don't think we do.
Well, all scores in anyway. Dakota with the 8, Noah with a 5.25, and then Raymond and Kevin with 2.25 and 2.6.
So green in the lead, white in second, blue needing a 2.66 and red needing a 3.01. And here goes white having a look at this one.
The glide power. He elects not to go. Will red get up? Red does. Kevin Skvarna.
Oh,
pushing it.
falling back off
yeah,
that.
and
The
that wind. Yep. So we've seen the wind puff through the day. The tide now past its low, And when you look out, and we had that in the beginning of the heat, that drone angle pulled back, it was just, you see the little bay up by the rocks, and you can virtually see the sandbar that the left is bending around, setting up, well, possibly for another incredible day tomorrow. And, you know, is the swell decreasing a little bit?
Yes, it is. And the period dropping a little bit more. So longboards, good choice. And we have Red having a look at this one. This is Kevin again. Nice 10. And he gets back to the middle of the board. He's going to try and race through this section. Little rail grab there. He knows he needs. No, that one's not going to be it. So he'll pull out and try again. I'm going to go down and chat to last heat winner,
Bucky Barry.
Bucky Barry.
Yeah, we'll throw
So
it down
just
there
off
to
camera,
Matt
we're
and
just
Bucky.
talking about how good the waves were.
Oh, it's unreal. It's so fun. Like, I just drove up here this morning. My first sight of the rock was at 6:20 this morning, and it didn't look as nearly as cool and bitchin' and fun as it is right now, for sure.
Yeah, no, it looks phenomenal on the webcast too. Would you be free surfing out there?
Oh, hell yeah, yeah. No, it's those lefts, like the way earlier the wind had the cross chops coming across, that would have been pretty gnarly for the nose rides, but right now it's just straight up the face and just, you kind of think it's going to close out, but you're like, nah, screw it, like, send it, and it just keeps going.
Yeah, and you've, stranger to competition, competing, and also on the broadcast as well. How are we doing as a job?
Oh, you guys are ripping. I mean, I couldn't hear much out there. I was underwater most of the heat, but I've been listening all day. You guys have been crushing it. I wish I was up there with you. Maybe tomorrow for the girls, I'll come say hi before I surf. We'll see.
I think that'll be absolutely okay. I think
a little longer of a bathroom break. Maybe really sit down and eat.
or a bathroom break. But we're going to go back to live action. Anyone quickly at home you want to say hello to?
Yeah, I'll just say hi to everybody. Everybody at the Dana Point Hobie store, I think, is watching right now. They probably don't have the sound on, but what up, Cameron? What up, Cheney? What everybody? My sister's probably watching. My dad's probably at The Voice watching with all the grips. So what up to you guys? I think that's where he's at right now is The Voice. So hopefully everybody's watching.
Sweet. Well, we'll tune in tomorrow and watch more of Uncle Buck. Back to live action.
All right, that's the way, Bucky. You are welcome. You can come in. We'll have to get a third headset maybe. Yeah. All right, catching things up. Dakota opens with an 8. Still, that is his wave, but he has this secondary score coming in. Kevin Skvarna, who we just saw do a really stylish get up and cut out, has a 2.25 and a 3.25. We've got Raymond Sales cruising along this one. That long left, sometimes it goes into that flatter, soupy area. It doesn't really allow, they kind of get stuck in the mid-face in the middle of the board, not really able to cross-step or execute turns, and kind of that's where we were talking about the quality over quantity. I don't know.
It still went a long way. I mean, he's looking for a very marginal score on paper, maybe not the end of the heat, but I mean it was an okay wave for Raymond for sure this time. Nice kick out, and this is Noah Shimabukuro. I didn't see stretch 5 up into a closer 5 and makes it. Relaxed style as he gets back up to the middle of the board. Trademark composure there from Noah. He steps back off that, so a very measured and controlled wave there from Noah. And Raymond, yeah, I mean, it was a bit slow in between, and this is live action with Kevin Skvarna. Up on the nose again.
There we go. Cheater 5s to fully hanging 10 to cheater 5s, walking the board, utilizing the full length. And this is the area where the wave, I mean, they have to finish it, but it does just get a bit funky down there in the shallows and the froth.
Well, after hanging on, we saw Bucky in that last heat with that 8-point ride, and he didn't really do much for the whole wave, and then he finished opening 10. Yeah. You get same in the shortboard. You get stuck behind the section. You really need to stay with it to make it count. And if you don't, you don't get penalised, but you definitely don't get awarded, and it doesn't leave like a good vision in the judge's eyes.
Look at that. Beautiful. The sun blazing on through. Happy conditions here in Morro Bay.
Scores
10
in.
minutes left. Scores are in. Dakota, your backup wave was a 4. Noah, your second wave was a 5. Raymond, your last wave a 3.75, and Kevin, your last wave was a 3.8. So the situation is green in first, white in second. Kevin, you're in third, needing a 6.45, and Raymond, you are in fourth, needing a 6.5. Priority is white, blue, then green. 9.5 minutes left here in the 5th heat of the round of 32. 8 heats will complete the day. We crowned 2 champions and 2 runners-up earlier in the men's and women's QS, and that just set the table for full focus on the longboards for the rest of today, or moving after that into today and all tomorrow.
And Noah.
Look at this set
beautiful.
wave.
Stalling. Oh,
Yeah,
missed the barrel.
He didn't want to have anything to do with that closeout in a 9.5 foot board.
Or, you know what? Noah Wood. That's the scary thing. He just tried to restrain himself. He's one of the few surfers who could possibly...
you think he would have gone? He was ready for
yeah.
the big floater?
Yes. I think he just didn't want to lose his board. But, yeah, he's going for the barrel. He's no stranger to barrels. And he just knows he's on a big... He's probably on a 9.9. He rides like such big boards. He might have copped a rail in the face as well. Hope he's okay. Put your hands up if you're okay, Noah. Yep, good. You got a little shaka. Sweet. Hit his arm, I think. 7 minutes 55 remaining. Blue in fourth, needing a 6.5. Red needing a 6.45. Noah, a 6.76. Dakota Faircloth with an 8 and a 4 out in the lead. All in that first exchange. 4 amazing waves. 4 goofy footers. This was on paper always going to be very difficult given the waves. It doesn't really get much more perfect for a beach break considering what we had this morning and what we now have on offer. These surfers have an amazing canvas.
Can you imagine if it was onshore and lumpy? Like, it is just groomed, clean, long lefts. We haven't seen a right unless it's a reform. Someone rebounding back on the left and going right. Priority is blue, then red, then white. 7 minutes left. It's a very defined takeoff spot, which has made it nice. It's easy for us, easy for the camera. The surfers know exactly where they're going.
Yep.
Very few guys, no one at all has been down on the north end of the beach. The low tide that drew out, creating this beautiful left sandbar.
Well, that's now the dominant peak, which has actually been very difficult to locate this whole week.
Yeah.
Especially in a heat-to-heat scenario.
Now it's razor sharp.
It's fully. It's a chiseled bank, as we saw in that beautiful drone angle from Run Amok earlier. And we have green poking around the inside, 4th priority. So for those of you watching that aren't tuned into the gamesmanship that we are seeing right now, is Dakota's 4th priority, so he doesn't have choice over which wave he wants. He's 4th in line, basically. But there's ways to outsmart and play games. See Noah hunting around, knowing he's in second. He just needs to get rid of a 5-point ride to make that requirement for Kevin and Raymond just a little higher.
They all want to jump up into the quarterfinal berth, closer then to the semis and finals. That will be tomorrow. White scratching for this one, can't get into it. Noah had 3rd priority, so no harm. Well, he will lose that and go to 4th priority. Dakota now with 3rd. Blue with 1st priority. Red with 2nd. You can see them sitting further out. Both of them pretty much aware that they need about the same score, 6.45 or a 6.5. I like it. A little prayer moment for Augustine Cedeno. Preheat focus. Channel that.
That little nose channel up there as well. Opposed to, say, Tommy Coleman earlier with not much concave at all. Dakota just looking to drop a 4. And this is our surfing green, current heat leader. Stretching that 5, waiting for it to get critical. Not yet. Behind him, Red, which we can't see in the webcast. Dakota catching a bit of a rail. He's not quite there on that 4 yet, I don't think. But he's pushing hard. May as well stay with it and banks that off the top and does ride out of that. And Red had a long wave behind him.
We'll have to see. It's interesting the way that the wind is, for me, seems like it's determining that the current coming up the face, the flatness of the face, they're on that cheater 5 and they're having to hold it to carry board speed down the line on the left. So what that's doing to me, it's not allowing them the freedom to walk the board and be technical in that sense. They're having to stay on the nose just to keep the weight forward.
100%. And that's the ability of actually going from a low range score to a high range, because you can levitate and get the tail. You need to bury that nose in the tail. It needs to be in that whitewash and levitated. You can't nose right in the face. Well, you can, but it looks horrible. The water everywhere and all over the nose. And here goes Red, Kevin Skvarna. So we didn't see this. We saw it live, but not in the replay. So a couple of nose rides, and he wants to get back in that pocket. He's stalling. He knows the deal. He's been a top competitor for nearly, the better part of a decade, Kevin, and carving that one off. So looking for a 6.45. We'll see where that one drops at.
So that's what you're saying. Because the waves are real slopey, a lot of them on that, there's nowhere for the tail to get in the whitewash, so it won't lift. So they're just stuck in that no man's land. Yeah.
So a bottom turn is really key out here right now. And Raymond, so he didn't really initiate the bottom turn. Now he steps back, trying to slow down and get the board to suck back into whatever pocket is there. That's a better nose ride from Raymond, but a smaller wave, noticeably smaller, waist high, trimming this one through. Good surfing, but just not a lot of wrist there, and snapping that one off the top. So great style there for Raymond. 2 minutes 45. He was looking for a considerable score, and the surfing is there, but the judges will deem and compare that to some of the other waves in the heat, and they'll have a chat. But great footwork. Didn't really put a foot wrong. They're looking at other elements. Style, flow, and grace. Critical placement of nose rides, and using the length of the board as well. But once again, it isn't just a nose ride contest, but if you are going to get to the nose, make sure it is critical. And Noah having a look at this. Score still to drop for everybody. And he is stroking in. Stalling. Great style there. Wave hasn't broken yet. So he's going to wait for the inside. Waiting. And he pushes it down. Exactly as we were just talking about.
Yeah, like there's just nothing.
Waiting for the pocket.
Yeah, there's no pocket for the tail to lift in. Oh, here we go. Maybe this one. This one hugging that sandbar a bit more. Challenging, gets it up into the lip, will not get around the section. We are down to under 2 minutes. The scores were coming in quickly because no one was really maximizing, or the waves weren't allowing much.
So scores dropping, but not for that last exchange. We'll wait for Green. So current heat leader, he is comfortably out in front. No, that was Raymond, sorry. So Dakota, you are still out in the lead with an 8 and a 5.6. Kevin, we've still got a score to drop, but you're still in third with a score to drop. Noah, you haven't improved your situation. And Raymond, your last wave was a 3.7, and that one was the throwaway. So Green in the lead, White in second, Red in third, Blue in fourth with scores still to drop. Kevin, it wasn't enough. 4.4. You need a 5.85. 1 minute remaining. Blue, you need a 6.5. White, you need to better a 5. That's your low. And Green, you're looking to drop a 5.6. 45 seconds remaining.
Well, wild how it worked out. Dakota just opening with that 8. And on the other side, Kevin just building. Couldn't just going 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. Can't find the wave yet.
Not much levitation. Just Dakota's first wave. No one's really locked in hard. And they can all do it. Like Kevin especially. Yeah. Here he goes, 5, 10, gets it
there
upright.
It is,
10.
Straight 10, standing tall and proud. Where will this take him? Needed a 5.85.
And 10 seconds.
And I'll count it out as we watch Green finish this one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And another surfer riding out the back.
Whoa.
Raymond Sales. This could be
biggest wave he's got.
Yep.
Nice carves, couple of nose rides on the outside. Nice combination of maneuvers, well-rounded, and he finishes cleanly. So this is going to be interesting to judge as we're doing all the comparison. Blue leaving his biggest wave till last. Kevin leaving his critical nose ride till last. And Dakota doesn't really need a score, but it's all going to come down to Noah just waiting patiently, seeing where those come in at. We're going to digest the scores. We'll go to a break, and we'll come back and update the viewers with that update. The heat is over. We are waiting to start heat 6, but we've got a lot of scores to drop.
The heat is over. That one, this last wave, standing tall, Kevin Skvarna. We have not seen that we didn't see that in the heat so far. He got the pocket. The tail could lift. So yeah, we'll go to that break and come back.
Life on coast in Morro Bay.
SLO CAL Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SLO CAL Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Welcome back, everybody. Here, Jeff and Matt at the SLO CAL Open, Morro Bay. We are into heat number 5 of the LQS, the longboards. We just finished that last heat, but we had a bunch of scores to come in, and have they all come in? We are in. So Dakota and Noah going through. Kevin Skvarna's last wave, a 5.75, just under what he was requiring to go into second. The next heat has not started. We had to get all those scores in, so we will count you in and blow the horn. Get ready. I'm counting it in right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, it was close for Kevin Skvarna down there in third. He got that middle-sized wave, that inside wave, and I mean, if only he could have done that type of a move, that beautiful statuesque 10, and that he held for quite a few feet, or whatever, 15 feet. There was just nothing else on the wave. So he couldn't get a combination of that plus something.
And to think back, it was actually the scores from that first exchange between Noah and Dakota that ended up being keepers. So the guys peaking early on the first round. And this is our first wave of the heat. Jack Van Wagener in red. Red board and the red seed. Nice opening 5-10 combo.
Thanks to all the competitors for keeping your jerseys on when you walk up. So what is the deal with the muted colors? The heavy dark maroons and the browns and the
neutral
colors. Neutrals, yeah, it's like that's been trending for so long.
And yeah, we'll just go back into that. I'll go into that shortly.
Whoa.
So nice levitated nose ride there for Jack Van Wagner.
The muted neutral colors, yes.
So regarding the colors, it stems from that minimalist style. So Rincon with Santa Barbara, synonymous with white boards and black wetsuits. And there we have a Wayne Rich board from Ventura, actually. That's Frankie Seeley walking out with a white opaque twin fin, or thruster, actually, 2+1, with a nice inlay on the back. And that one there looks like a flax combo or some sort of composite material that she's holding there. And that's, that's that neutral color, right, we just spoke about. And it's about minimalist and keeping in tune with longboarding, and I guess a lot of these surfers, they have colorful personalities, so it is ironic that they do use neutral colors. But you think of Armin surfboards, I think of surfboard labels, like all of Joel Tudor's boards over the years.
Oh, yeah.
And even some of the Channel Islands boards that are being created right now, all the way in Rich's boards. Beautiful tints, but colors, not too popular until recently. Very synonymous with the 70s, the Dick Brewers and the Jerry Lopez boards, and obviously just the colored... Ooh. And the coloured boards that were becoming so popular in the 1970s.
I like the ones that they make that look like they're old sunburned foam. That ugly beige.
Yep.
And you're like, okay. Well, did I see something funny? It was, I don't know, Rob Machado or the brand, and it was a board made out of all old cigarette butts or something.
Yeah, possibly.
See that? Anyway, crazy stuff.
I saw a board yesterday that I'm going to tell everybody out there.
Jack Von Wagner, you just got a 6.5 on your opener. A 6.5. Brendan, a 2.2. Steve, a 1.2. Augustine, a 1 and a 2.25. We see Blue, I think it is, making his way to the beach, possibly lost his board.
And if you check out Nuevo Camino surfboards or speed shapes on Instagram, they had a board that was emulating an FJ40 Land Cruiser patina. So the rusty paint, they actually put rust underneath the paint, so it looks like a 60-year-old resin tint job on a car. Very cool.
Yes. Okay.
I saw that yesterday. Someone sent it. I've never seen that. Rust. I've got a board with coffee stains. A Gato Heroi. Evan Daly.
Yeah, they coffee stain cloth,
yep.
natural
so
cloth.
Every day
Rostovich
he'd walk out and he'd throw the remainder of his, drips of his coffee onto the blank.
Yeah.
Shaped blank.
Yeah.
And they glassed it with coffee stains. It's cool. 15 minutes, 30 remaining. Jack.
Anti-hero.
Anti-hero. Full anti-hero. 6.5. Jack Van Wagner out in the lead.
Anyway.
From green. Brendan White, your last one, a 2.2. And Stephen Newton, a 1.2.
I guess what always makes me laugh is then when everyone does it, is it anti-hero or are they all just doing it and then they're just all they're just following one another? It is just what it is, trends, right?
It's trends.
It's trends. Here we go. Up and riding in the red, way down the beach, up on the top of the wave. This thing might suck up onto the sandbar and give him a little bit steeper of a face to execute a little more. He's getting the cross step up and in and around. Jack Von Wagner, who opened with a 6.5. I hear some friends of his clapping. Well, it looks like Dakota Faircloth is down by the glass. We'll get a quick update with him moving into the quarterfinals tomorrow. We are live. Take it away with Dakota. Matt?
Dakota, you kept that 8-point ride from that opening flurry of waves. 4 of you were up. It was one of the best looking sets I think I've ever seen on a beach break in a longboard contest. How was it? I mean, that 8, it was the opening wave. You kept it right to the very end.
Well, yeah, usually The first wave of my heat is usually my best wave, and it's been like that in our first round. I got a 7, 7.5, and kept that throughout. Now I started with an 8, got to keep that. Got lucky on a backup, but it was little nervous moments out there.
It seemed like everybody, great goofy foot heats stacked on paper. You had amazing lefts as well. Were you nervous? You know all these guys. You know what they're capable of.
I surf with Kevin and Noah all the time in all these contests around town that are smaller in our community, Orange County, San Diego County. So it's good to surf a heat with them. It's also really good to get a heat win.
Yeah. I mean, that was a stacked one. And Raymond Sales at the end also got a set wave, so it was dotting back and forth. And what does it mean for you to go through that quarterfinals with aspirations to jump on that World Longboard Tour?
Man, to go through to that quarterfinal is huge. I've been kind of struggling in the competitive circuit as of late, but this is really giving me some momentum and some like good vibes on going. Hopefully qualifying. I'm just going to take it one heat at a time.
And how cold does it need to be to pull that hood up?
It needs to be about 5 degrees colder, and then I'll pull it up, but I don't think we're going to get there. I got a little hot.
All right, well, let's wait till tomorrow morning. You might say something different. We'll go back to the live webcast, and we'll tune in tomorrow to see you surf some more heats.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, thank you. Good luck moving into tomorrow, into the quarterfinals. We'll see you then. Do we have some catching up to do? I know that our heat leader has a score about to come in. We got this nice replay online. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's the elevation. Levitation goes from a close stance 5 to full 10 on the nose. So we'll see where this goes. Priority is with green. First priority green, second priority red already, and he has a score to come in. Heat number 7, get yourselves checked in. Kevin DeWald, Ty Roach, Christian Stuntsman, or the monitor runs out of space, Stunts, and Augustine Saunier. Jack, your second wave, a 6.0. 6.0 for the second wave of Jack out in the lead. Second place, blue, Brendan. Green has first priority. Look at these feathering lefts running off down the sandbar. Priority is with green. Green utilizing that priority. He gets out of the foam across the face. Long extended 5 up at the top of the wave. It wouldn't let him down the face and really allow for much more than that long extended cheater 5. Stutzman, Christian Stutzman, coming up in the next heat. Green, your last wave was a 4. That was enough to get you up into second. So the heat is set. Everyone has 2 waves or more. Red in first, green in second, blue in third. Blue, you need a 2.51, and white, you need a 5.05. Wasting no time with second priority. Stephen Newton. Up high, whoa. That was pretty wild how the tail lifted the nose of the board up and did well to hold it down, continue the ride. And Jack Von Wagner, I don't know how much that wave offered him. He rode it a long way. It's really about what Steven gets. Does he get the 5.05? There is no end of surfing now. Here's Brendan needing a 2.51 to go up into second. There's another one of those muted colored boards, as Matt Chanowski was telling me. So a bunch of waves that we need to score and lock in before we deliver any information to you guys. there was that wild bit of lift, that moment of strange lift on Newton's wave. He was fighting against the board, it seemed like, for a bit of that, but that was a dynamic moment there. We're waiting for a bunch of scores to come in. Augustine, you have first priority. You're in second at the moment, but there's a few waves to be scored. You have first priority. Well, there we go. So the scores are in. Red in first. Blue, Brendan, your last wave, a 3.3. You went up into second. Now green is in third with priority, needing a 3.05. And white, Steven, your last wave was a 4.15. You need a 2.9 to go into second. Jack, you're in the lead. You have a 6.5 and a 6. Your last wave was a 4.9. Does not factor into your score line. Brendan, you're in second now with a 3.75 and a 3.3. Green, Augustine, you're in third with a 2.25 and a 4, and you have first priority. Steven, you're in fourth at the moment, only needing a 2.9 to go into second. Is it getting chilly out there?
Yeah, just the lack of wind is super. I mean, it's nowhere near as cold as earlier. And look at that, getting low for Jack.
Yeah, these are these replays. This I think was his last, well, I'm not sure which one it was, but.
Good shortboarder as well, Jack. And all these surfers can ride a variety of different boards and varying levels of experience. So 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Red out in the lead. Blue needing an 8.75 to move into first. Green, you need a 3.05. You're in third. White needs a 2.9. Five minutes remaining. And green with priority. Having a look at this one. It is stretching down the line. Stands tall on the nose, 4 steps back and straightening out. And he's saying thank you to the drone or God, one of the two. And this one here is Brendan White purling and goes for the float and decides to stick with it, going past his competitor there. So upright stance, just looking for a reform section for blue. Not sure if this wave will give it to it. That's unfortunate because most of them have been reforming. So 4 minutes 20 left on the clock, with 2 scores still to lock in. And this is White live now. 2 steps up to the nose on the top of the wave, getting forward and falling off the back of what could have been a great looking wave. A little section on it. Unfortunately, that one just getting the best in the wind blowing off the top. So this is a replay. 2 steps to the nose for Brendan in blue, purling a little bit, stepping, well, shuffling back into that off the top. Judges taking note at the footwork and the setup and the positioning of all of these maneuvers. It's not about just getting them done. It's about where we do it on the wave, the critical nature of the maneuver. At this level, everyone can hang 10, everyone can turn, everyone can cross step. You've just got to utilize it all together in a package. And this one is a bigger wave for Jack, stepping to the middle. Nice power carve there as he's setting up the pocket, trying to get back into the power source. And he's going to try and bury that tail in the pocket. And this one, a little shouldery, trimming through, didn't reform for him. So Red, your last wave, the 4.7, you're into second. A score still to drop for Blue. 2 minutes 20 remaining. Score still to drop. Red in the lead, clearly in the lead. So Blue, you're down into third. You now need a 4.36. Green, you've moved into second. Your last one before last, a 4.7. So Red out in the lead. Green in second. Blue, you need a 4.36. White, you need a 4.56. 1 minute 50 remaining. So lots of scores to lock in here for the viewers at home. We're sharing the live commentary to you guys on the webcast, sharing it with the beach commentary here. We've had lots of heats. We're going to have over 124 heats, I believe, for this event. So Jeff Baldwin and myself have done every single heat, including the post-heat interviews. And we're hanging in there. US Open is one of the longest, biggest events, but we have 7 commentators to balance that. And this one we've had 2. Lots of talking. Luckily, we love surfing. 1 minute to go. And how good is surfing? This is the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic, QS 1000. We're watching. That was Augustine just losing priority there. So priority with White. Red, second priority. Paddling for this one, our surfer in white, holding the priority. 2 steps to the nose. Steering. And not quite in the pocket there, but he's on the nose again. Just looking to find some action on this wave, and he stays with it. Just some big pumps down the line. Trying to get some action, and he does get a nice power carve at the end. And we have 10 seconds remaining. We'll count this one out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold your positions. This next heat has not started. Heat 6, you have not started. Wait for the call. We're going to go to a break, and we'll come back with you guys in Heat 7.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Welcome back, everybody, here. Round of 32, Heat 7 at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. The men's round of 32, excuse me, Heat number 7. Wait. Yep, round of 32. 2 move through, straight into the quarters.
Now we've got 4. So some action in that last heat beforehand with Jack Van Wagner coming in with an 8-point ride. So he was clearly out in the lead that whole heat. And Brendan White missing the cut with Augustine Cedino coming in second. 0.1 needed on his last wave. Brendan White third and Steve Newton in fourth. And casting our attention to this heat, we have Kevin DeWald in red, Ty Roach in blue, Christian Stutzman in white, and Austin Sonnier in green. Christian Stutzman is, I believe, a local in this area. I think he was from the Cayucas area. I could be wrong. I knew he was from northern or central California. Either way, he surfs great, as does Austin. I know Kevin and Ty Roach. Haven't seen much of Ty, but I look forward to seeing what he's got in store for us.
Well, America's best vying to get onto the World Championship Tour. So different than the shortboard stuff. There's no Challenger Series in between. It's the qualifiers into the 3, or we'll see how many Championship Tour events there are this year. There was 3 last year. I haven't looked at the forecasted schedule yet. Heat number 7. Heat 8 will be the final heat of the day, and we will again resume action, all longboards tomorrow at 7:30. Up and riding here is Ty Roach. You wanted to see what he was going to bring to the party. And he's bringing a couple of stylish cheater 5s and a little floater to finish.
So a 4.75 for Red's opening wave. Nice start for Kevin DeWald. Experienced competitor from the East Coast, from New Jersey, of course. Wish I had a New Jersey accent to chuck in there. New Jersey.
Jersey. That's where I was born.
And a 3.5 for Ty Roach for your opener.
Clean, groomed lines. Continue to march through the lineup.
Ooh. The man who's battled some injuries gets a 5.10 from behind the section. Can he speed up and make it all the way through? This one's going to section, and he'll get a clean finish. I'm going to go down and check out with the last heat winner, Jack Van Wagner.
Wow. It's California gold right there. The sunlit back on that wave there for Ty Roach on his second. Nice. I love that reverse cross step. Milking this wave all the way through. More to come onto the shore. I love the dance, the beauty to finish in ankle-deep water. And we'll see if he drags the board down or if he goes for the big paddle back out. Probably. 15 minutes left in the heat here. Kevin DeWald opens with a 4.75. Ty Roach, first wave, a 3.5. And Augustine with a score dropping in a 3.85, and Ty Roach a 4.75 on your last wave. So Ty goes into the lead. Kevin in second. Waiting on Christian Stutzman now. And if he's local like Matt thought, I'm sure he surfs this wave plenty. Well, we are ready for our interview with Jacques Van Wagner, coming in on an 8-point ride.
Leaving your best to last. How was it out there?
It was fun for sure. I mean, a little bit like slower than I thought it was going to be. Like I told myself to kind of stay closer to the pocket, but then I ended up like outrunning a couple, but found some that held open.
Well, you certainly did. You looked really solid out there. You surfed in the US Open, and you've had some great victories, and you had some really good momentum throughout this year. You're looking to jump on that World Tour next year?
Definitely trying. Right now, I'm actually going to school at Cal Poly. Shout out Cal Poly surf team. But if it happens, it happens. So that's the goal.
Yeah, and we've seen Cal Poly have some great students competing here in the QS 1000. How is this area? Are you enjoying it up here? Is it awesome surfing these local waves?
Yeah, there's so many good waves up here. Like, I mean, I'm absolutely loving it.
Cool. Yeah, we love it too. And we're going to go back to live action. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Coming in with an 8-point ride. That's the way to finish. Go Cal Poly Surf Team. I'm sure that he's been buried in finals too. Jack Juan Wagner. Or wait, no. Is he done with school? What am I thinking? I forget if he said he's in class right up there or not, but regardless, an 8-point ride. Kevin DeWald, your second wave, a 6.25. Extending the lead. Ty Roach with a 3.5 and a 4.75. Christian, your opening wave, a 3.9. And Austin, yours, a 3.85. Here we go. Surfer with priority. Austin, up and gliding. A very flat face. Cross steps up to the nose. Cheater 5. You can see that wind just holding him back. Can't get down into the next section. Christian Stutzman now. I missed the first minute or first second of that wave. Really difficult for the guys to be low on the face of the wave because they're so sort of flat and slopey to really get the tail in the pocket. So a lot of times they're just getting hung up at the top of the wave, pushing all their weight on the nose to try and get back down the face. But that's where the speed source is. And again, they're trying to cover a lot of distance, so he did some really nice footwork. There was the clean section on the replay that I had missed. Beautiful footwork all the way through. Okay, this is a really nicely written wave from Christian Stutzman. Austin Saunier now. Can't get over the lip also. A moment of silence. Just breathing. Beautiful. Look at this. 10, 5. This wave steeper, better. Oh, just mistimes that connection bottom turn into the top. Tough to carry all that rail up the face and back down the face. Oh, a heat, the next person for the next heat?
Yeah, Dorian Torres, if you are on the beach, come and grab your rash vest. You're out next. Eight minutes remaining. We do have an alternate. Oh, there he is. He's walking up now.
Wow, look at this. A right-hander. Beautiful. I love that. Oh, heels over the nose. The swing weight in the board. So the energy coming into him as he went right, really opening up a bit of new opportunity that we haven't seen in a bit. Christian Stutzman. What a beauty. So the score is going to come in for that. His last wave was a 6. 7 minutes left. Kevin DeWald in the lead at the moment. Christian was in second and then got that right. Here we go. Austin with priority cannot get over the top of the wave on that one again. Bunch of scores to come in. Did you get to see the right? There was a beautiful right. We'll get the replay of Christian Stutzman's last wave, one of the few rights we've seen ridden, and it was so different.
Yeah, let's see it.
The energy wasn't pushing against them, and he got to really utilize what I would consider that the swing weight of the board and go through a series of really nice maneuvers. So it just showed that there was a bit more freedom of energy on the right than we've seen on the lefts generally.
So 6 minutes 20 remaining. Scores still to drop. And we're just watching the replay of Christian up on the nose, 5'10", steering on the nose, and then back onto the heels as he falls back. So technical, much like Cormac in that other heat, a different type of longboard surfing style is the word that comes to mind. When you don't have the speed or the flow and you can incorporate the style element, it's still part of the criteria. And in that time, hanging heels is pretty tech.
Yeah, and a shorter wave, but he got a lot of different technical surfing done.
There's Ty on his brand, a quick run to the nose and runs back and incomplete.
Well, it's great to see the free surfers out in the lineup on a Saturday
6.
off.
So another 6-point ride for Christian. You're in the lead. Austin, you need a 7.8. You got priority in green. Ty Roach looking for a 6.9. And up in the... This is Austin now. It's so difficult to see. And
he jumped the gun. He had priority, and he went. So you see what I'm saying? A lot of the lefts, it's very few of them. Obviously, Kevin got that 8 on his left that he came in on, but there's a lot of them that are just not offering a ton of technical potential.
Correct. It's bizarre, isn't it?
They'll get stuck high up on the wave. They can't really bottom turn to carry speed, and the wave's not so steep.
So, I'm surprised the goofy footers are struggling with those lefts. 5 minutes remaining. Austin, your last wave of 3.4. You need a 7.8. Ty, you need a 6.9. You're in third. White, you've gone to the lead. Red in second. So sets approaching. And we have got sets coming at 4:20 left on the clock. Long lefts down the beach.
Our heat leader. So let's see if he can find some magic on the left. Bucking Bronco, riding over some bumps and currents and rips as the tide comes up.
And it isn't Greg Knoll, it's Christian Stutzman here at Morro Bay. Series of maneuvers, trying to drop a low of a 6. We'll have to see where the judges go. The one behind is actually running empty. Nobody on it, but we're going to cast our attention back to the finish of Christian. Long wave.
A long wave. It'll be interesting to see, just for our own knowledge, where the judges go. We saw what he got on the left that he had that was really steep, and he got to execute some technical surfing, good variation. Then the right that was shorter, but hang heels, hang 10 to hang heels, and then a nice finishing floater.
And an update for Austin. Sonia, you're looking for a 7.8. You're in 4th. Blue, a 6.9. Ty Roach, you're looking for a 6.9. You're in 3rd. Kevin, you're looking to drop a 5.4. Will Christian paddle back out after that really long wave? You know, there's a contest in Australia, McTavish Run, called the furthest down the beach. The Trim Invitational, the winner is the one who goes furthest down the beach. So Christian, bigger set wave, a little foamy, opening nose ride. There it just got a little wild. And he's on a typical nose rider style board where he's going to try and bring it back into the critical part, looking, hunting, but plagued with the same, I mean, for a better word, fat wave, trying to get that board in the steep section.
Of which there wasn't many.
No.
No.
I mean, did the absolute best he could, and it was hasn't been dropped yet. And this is Kevin, currently in 2nd spot, stretching that nose ride, and he's incomplete with 2 minutes 15 remaining.
So break down the difference between the classic nose rider and maybe some of the other boards that the athletes are riding right now in these heats.
Thank you for asking.
Yes, of course. We want to know. I want to know.
No change in the score. Blue and green. Blue, you're looking for a 6.9. Green, you're looking for a 7.8. So the nose rider has usually got a fuller nose and a wider tail with emphasis on literally just standing there on the nose. The other types of boards you'll often see are the performance type with edge in the tail, more rocker from nose to tail, and more curve, which is going to allow the board to turn off the tail. You can generate speed, much more like a shortboard. But then the Aussie involvement style, which has come back into vogue, thank gosh, for the last 5 or so years, which is a narrower nose and a wider tail, wide point back.
Yep.
And that's synonymous with, like, I mean, even in the shorter boards with wide point back and a narrower nose and wider tail, it's made to sit in the pocket. And that's, except nose riding is done with the hips back in the pocket. It's easier to actually nose ride more technically on a narrower nose than it is a wide nose.
Right,
So
because
the
you have less of a straight line.
Speaking of straight lines, so yeah, the wide nose is almost like training wheels for a nose ride. And side fins are like training wheels for turning.
Yes. Very few. I don't think any of the athletes competing right now are riding 2+1s.
They can.
No, they can. They have the freedom to, as long as it's over 9.2 and 15 pounds. But I know that at Bell's there was a few that maybe went with RJ, the Philippine.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of RJ.
Yep, they're about to compete actually in their Philippine national tour.
I got 2 T-shirts from him, from his entourage at the U.S. Open.
20 seconds remaining.
Him and the whole crew were so cool.
This is tied. Look for a 6.9, and that's not going to do it.
You were there. You saw that. The Filipino entourage was growing exponentially each day.
10 seconds, and Christian, 5 and 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, based on the 2 6s, Christian Stutzman in first place and another wave to be scored, but he's in the lead. Kevin DeWald in second. Those two moving on through into the quarterfinals. That will feature tomorrow. We'll give you the score on your last wave, Christian, just so you know. It was a 6.1. So we're going to go to a last commercial break of the day and come back with the final heat number 8 of round of 32.
Life on Coast in Morro Bay.
You just do what your elders do. Getting rad, getting air, adrenaline.
We are back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us for the final heat of the day here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay, presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation and with our title sponsor, Visit SLO CAL. Thanks for all you guys do. Jeff Baldwin and Matt Chanowski. We have been ripping through all the heats. We went through men's and women's QS 1000. We determined the finalists and the runners-up. Those awards are done and dusted, and we went straight into the men's round of 40. Now we're in the round of 32, the final heat, determining who will balance out the quarterfinals featuring tomorrow.
And Justin Can, who came through the seeding round in green, and these long lefts, predominant lefts in these afternoon heats. Cautious surfing, gets to the nose and back on his knees, so incomplete on that.
Yeah, you would think they'd look for rights. There just must be so few of them out there.
Yeah.
We saw one in the last heat, and why would you deny yourself when you paddle in and look at a 300-yard long sunny left, right? You have to go.
And down the beach, we had White finishing off this, and it looks like a set again on the outside, so lefts and rights, beautiful California sun. And Dorian, having a look at that, knowing there's a lot of lefts, didn't want to go right. Some phenomenal longboard waves here at Morro Bay. We're situated right next to Morro Rock and Blue. Having a look at this. This is Dorian Torres, the Costa Rican from Nosara. Nice fade bottom turn. Here he is. There's a steeper section. 5-10 combo upright. Holds that nose ride, 4 steps back and straightening out. That is one way to get the judges' attention. Surf straight into them, and that Morro Rock shadowing Dorian there. And he's paddling fast on his way out. 17 minutes remaining.
Well, it's funny, just on the cue of me kind of wondering or thinking, hey, there must not be very many rides.
Yeah.
We saw Christian get a 6 on the right he had, a shorter one. And now Dorian Torres.
Cole briefly got a right too when Chad was on his left. But
Gotcha, missed it.
Yeah, I don't think it had any fireworks to it. And this is Chad's wave. So 2 steps to the nose. The judge is taking a note on that. It's obviously a lot easier to leap to the nose than it is the bottom turn. Set your rail and set 4. I mean, that's the key. If you're running and leaping to the nose ride is not, I mean, don't treat it like a trick.
No leaping.
It has
Fluid.
to come through a bottom turn and a cutback.
Yeah,
if you're running
cat-like.
straight to the nose, very few exceptions. I think of Huntington, like US Open, Justin Quintal, Joel Tudor winning there. You know, I mean, frick, Pipeline. You know, those places you're not going to be able to really bottom turn at because the wave closes out. And here we go. This is Justin Can looking for his 3rd wave. A 3-point ride for White's opener and a 3.75 for Justin. $3.4 for Red's opening wave.
So the judges really diving into Dorian Torres' right.
Yeah, well,
to see where that settles in on the
let's have a
scale.
look. So fades into it. The bottom turn, as I just said before, they're not doing on the left. So he comes from behind the section, gets on the nose 5 and straight to 10. Adjustment, stands upright, relax, and holds it for a bit and finishes clean.
With that expressive power gouge out of it. Throwing a bit of spray. I love it when they get up on the nose and they guide it and they swing it. It's such a encoding feeling, such a good feeling. A straight 6, so very identical to Christian Stutz's wave in the heat before.
6-point ride for Dorian. You're out in the lead from Justin Can. Cole, you need a 0.86 in red, 3rd, and Chad Biggs, you need a 1.26. Just under 15 remaining.
Well, we might have a post-heat interview with Christian in a minute. Well,
and a notice to all those surfers, longboarders, you can't take your jerseys off until you've done your interview. In some places you can get in trouble for that.
Yeah, not here. We're in the Central Cal. Life's too beautiful to rush, remember? That is the slogan. Pumping down the line.
Ooh. Cole Robbins. And hammers that end section.
Well, the cold sun moving behind the rock. Man, we have just been blessed all day with this calm, beautiful side offshore wind since about heat 3 or 4 in the morning. A split peak. Blue. I love it. Dorian, our heat leader, after the right. Wow, this one, he got a vertical face. Does well to come around that section with the grab rail, controlling. Easy for the lip to bite the inside rail and really cause havoc. So a nice backup for Dorian Torres from Costa Rica. Priority is with Justin in the green. We have scores coming in for all 4 of you surfers. So when those are in, I'll deliver everything and we'll have this heat set with 13 minutes and 20 seconds left. Priority is with green, we know that.
So, not from Cayucas, he's staying there, but actually from Hermosa Beach.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, I'm sure you'd like to be here with waves like that.
Oh my gosh. It is such a treat to surf here, and I mean, this whole week it's been hit or miss, and there's been really big swell and a lot of weird winds going on, and didn't know how it was going to be. And very happy that we got not just good conditions, but good conditions for longboards, which doesn't always happen here in December. So just stoked to be here, stoked to have a good heat, and just catch some fun waves with friends out there.
Cool. And anyone tuning in back home that you want to say hello to? Anyone in your support group that are up here?
Oh boy, I mean, she's on the beach right now, but I have to say hello to my lovely wife, Morgan. And, of course, parents, sponsors, Jose Barahona Surfboards, Macho Fins, Barefoot Surf Wax, and then the whole surf familia back in Hermosa Pier back at home.
A place of surf history, and you're bringing that, channeling that here at Morro Bay. We hope to see you tomorrow, progress through a few rounds. Back to live action.
All right, thank you. We love it. Going through the list of sponsors. His wife on the beach. Great job, Christian. Finding the love on those rights. Okay, everyone in this heat. Dorian, you're in first. Your opening wave was a 6. Your backup wave, a 5.70. So that was the long left. Cole, you're in second with a 3.4 and a 6. Chad, third place with a 3 and a 3.9. And Justin Kahn is up and riding, so we won't even hear it, but he has a 3.7 and a throwaway 1.5. There we go. Nice sweeping cut down at the end. He needed a 5.66. We'll have to go back and see on the replay what happened in the beginning of that wave. Priority is with white, then red, then blue. Just over 11 minutes remaining in the final heat. This is the replay with Justin Kahn, a mid-size left. Again, nice cheater 5, carrying a lot of distance up at the top of the wave, cutting back down, wanting to find a steeper section. Very stylish knock-knee carve to finish, but didn't, have the space to do a lot of walking and footwork combination from hanging 5 to hanging 10 or much in between. Justin, your last wave was a 3.95. You are in third place now. You need a 5.46 to advance. Chad with first priority in white needs a 5.51. It is so easy to get waves on these big old beautiful boards. Here we go. More lefts. There we go. Hanging 10, standing tall, a bit of an arch. We know that the big scores come when you can get all 10 toes over the nose and really hold that tall, relaxed, erect, statuesque stance.
Oh, and he likes that. He kicks out Chad Biggs on perhaps maybe his best wave so far, and a nice tempo here for Justin Kahn in green. And I'm sure the judges will get a replay there of that wave on white, but 5. And when someone stands upright, generally speaking, that's got to be a critical nose ride because the tail's doing all the work.
And they've locked in. Yeah, the balance points are perfect from front to back.
Here goes blue. Stretching for the nose, up on the 10, bending that back knee in and sort of like a little adjustment. So a smaller wave, similar to what he did on his big one, the 5.7. So you can't, we're not the judges, but I can't imagine that going into the top 2. 9 minutes remaining. Blue out in the lead, red in second, but scores to drop for green and white.
I like that subtlety. We'll get it. You'll get to break it down here of white. And when he locks in and stands erect, tall.
Upright, yeah.
Beautiful. That just means the balance points between the tail lifting and the nose, or the tail sunk and the nose is lifting.
The only critique there, just a lack of footwork. 2 steps to the nose and sort of just ramping up for his turn. Whenever somebody's not stepping in and out of their turns, it affects the scoreline from going high. But the nose ride, majority of the points on that nose ride. And no bottom turn. Notice that he just sort of stood up on the direction and went across the wave. So,
you know what I always like, and it seems, and when I surf longboards, it feels so good, is the fade back check turn, lifts the board, and then you run to the nose.
Feeling.
That is such a good feeling.
It's looking good, though, for Chad. He's gone into second, and rightfully so, with critical nose ride there. Blue in the lead, white in second. Your last wave, a 7-point ride. Red, you need a 4.91, and green, you need a 6.96, and that beautiful finger rock and the light coming off there. Run amok imagery, photography, incredible. Absolutely insane drone angle. Look at that. That's what the surfer's looking at. Beautiful.
That was gorgeous. And today we're running quite late, so we didn't catch that yesterday. What a beautiful California moment that was.
Replay. The Justin Cairns replay that the judges are just trying to get an idea on to lock in their next score for him, and no completion and lost his board. Catching back up with Cole Robbins, the Santa Barbara local. And heat leader Blue behind him and sees the people ahead of him, decides to opt out of that, and he's going to regain his priority. And a smart plan, because that wave did taper ahead. So smart surfing here from Dorian Quesada Torres. 6 minutes and 50 remaining. Chad Biggs out in the lead. Cole Robbins, red in third, green in fourth, with scores to drop. It's the replay of Chad's in the meantime. A lot of waves ridden. So stalling 2 steps again to the nose, gets the upright 10. So that time, even more adjustment. Leaning back on the tail, showing that rail work, and then jamming that off and incomplete. You can't help but feel that that would be a great backup if you were to go complete. So Blue, 6 minute 20 remaining. Blue in the lead. White, you're in second. Red, your last wave, a 3.05. It's not enough. You need a 4.91. Green, you require a 6.96. So blue in the lead, white in second. Red requiring a 4.91. Green needing a 6.96.
Where can Justin go? He's up and out. So the 2 waves sticking out so far are the opening right by Dorian, the quick right, but so much technical surfing going on, and then the 7-point ride of Chad's, which allowed him to just stand tall.
There we go. That's the section. Driving from behind on the nose. A little drop knee, redirect, and stays stable. For Goofy Footer, that one ran all the way down the beach, but technical nose ride at the beginning where he went from the 5, steered on the nose, went to 10, back to the 5.
A beautiful display of classic longboarding going on all through the round, and this round.
5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, if you delineate between the just quantity, there was some super quality.
Yeah. So don't know where this will go, but I love that bottom turn. Everything comes from the bottom turn, stretch 5, up into the nose. That's actually a 10, or very close to a close. We call that like a close 5 or a 10, where their back foot's off the rail of the board. And in many cases, when you're nose riding and your rail and tail are locked in, if you go to put both feet over the front of the nose, it pushes the inside rail out, the weight transition. So some of the best at Malibu on their backside, Joel Tudor included, you'll see actually nose riding off the side of the rail.
Oh, no, I totally get it.
You see it every
There's the
every day.
front, and then there's the adjustment of off the side either way.
4 minutes 20 remaining, and this is Justin needing a 6.96, just a high heat total, but maybe a lack of experience there, not understanding what's the requirement for a 6.96 required for green, and red needing a 4.91, 4 minutes remaining. And white, your last wave was a 2.9 with that incompletion. Can't help but feel that that may, if he did complete, gone quite a bit higher.
Getting close to knowing who will be the final two surfers in the quarter with all this time, and red cannot get over that. Cole uses his first priority. Yep, and just can't get over and into the wave. Justin now with third priority needs that 6.96. Chad with first priority in second place. Dorian, your last wave was a 6, so he extended his first place position. Now he's got a pair of 6s, one in the first wave of the heat and then 6 on that last wave. Chad with the 7 and the 3.9 is his backup, so we would love to stabilize himself in the heat. And look at this, another right doesn't turn into much for Dorian.
And look at that sunset, just Morro Rock shrouding the lineup. Some of the best waves we've seen all day, saving the best for the longboarding till last. As we've got that tide coming in, that 220 low, and Chad Biggs pumping down the line on the tail.
Carried a lot of speed into that forehand floater.
No use of the footwork there, so that'll be a bit of a, that won't go into his top two. Well, you know, we'll see where the judges go. They're not the judges. 2 minutes remaining. They can't hear what we're saying anyway.
That's right. We're sequestered off in our own silent box. No influence anywhere ever.
Occasionally get hit by a stick when we overstep the mark. 1 minute 50. That's just a, no, we don't. Now, Dorian out in the lead. Red still needing a 4.91. Red, you're in third. Green, you're in fourth, needing a 6.96. 1 minute 40 remaining. 1 minute 40. White, no change. You're in second. Red needing a 4.91. Blue in the lead. White in second. Red needing a 4.91 to move into second. Red in third. Green in fourth.
And the time ticking away as we're winding down. We have a little moment. Thank you, guys. Thank you to all the staff.
1 minute remaining.
Yeah,
1 minute.
1 minute. 1 minute. Red, you have priority. You need a 4.91. Green, you have third priority. You need a 6.96. Blue in first. White in second.
And White, you're looking to drop a low of a 3.9 or a 5 to go into the lead.
Well, we'll see. Does
30 seconds.
I love it. Standing on the board, looking out to the horizon. Optimism. Does the wave come? Here we go. A little fist bump there, it looks like, between white and blue. 15 seconds. Green had made his way away. Justin in
10
the dying seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it looks like is in the books, everybody. That is the conclusion of today's action here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. LQS longboard action all day tomorrow. The quarterfinals are established. Dorian, Cosara Torres, and Chad Biggs moving into the quarters tomorrow. Thank you to everybody. Pack up anything you packed in. We're going to have a quick break, and then we'll come back with a short highlight package. And tomorrow morning, 7:30 start.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Welcome back. We just concluded our competition for the day. That was the round of 32, the men's longboard with our surfer Dorian Torres from Costa Rica displaying the art of trim, coming in first with Chad Biggs in white, pipping Cole Robbins, the favorite coming into this. Justin Can coming in fourth. So a lot of heats there today, and we've come to the conclusion, some amazing waves, and very fitting that longboarding ended a beautiful day of surfing.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure. We are looking forward to the women featuring tomorrow. The men's bunch of first rounds just concluded. Tomorrow we step into the women's first round and then the men's quarterfinals. But we've got this little highlight package. I think it's all Levi Slauson, ladies and gentlemen. Levi, that was yesterday in the wild and woolly conditions. These were some of his big time waves. That was this, I think this is in the 9.23, something like that. Incredible surfing from, well, young man from Encinitas.
And it was this serious seaside sweep.
It was, because they're going to have Ella McCaffrey, who, you know, had set her goal, had made the semifinals here 3 years in a row, and made it to the final, and then won it.
And this one from Levi in the wind.
This was the semifinal against Kalohe.
Committed surfing from Levi, and just clinical the whole way through the event. And, I mean, just utilizing his board, his body, and knowing just exactly what he needed to get the jump on Kalohe and Dino.
Well, for fans of Levi, he's looking to get back on the Challenger Series, but he will be. You can come watch him at the World Juniors in Oceanside, coming up in early or January 9th through the 14th, something like that. Levi Slauson on a roll into the final, being very consistent.
Yeah.
Clinical, competitive surfing, but surfing with like juice and excitement and flair, and he's not just
inspired performances from
Yeah.
Levi. Yeah. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of Taj Barrow in there, and even Felipe Toledo, just that, you know, and there's the crew,
not bad. Take it.
The boys. Yeah.
Blend those two. Taj and Felipe. Well, wicked combination of regular footers, right? From two different eras.
Absolutely.
You know, it's funny, Taj stays so quiet. You never see him surf. You don't even see any highlights. This is Ella McCaffrey, the Seaside Sweep, Encinitas board riders, coming to the top here in Morro Bay.
And there's a certain Chris Cote who'd be very stoked as well.
Oh, you know he was watching, listening, something, checking in. I'm sure the lot rats are all psyched down there. The waves have been good down my way.
Power carving her way to victory, but just once again so consistent and with an inspired performance. And one of the keys to Ella's success through this event was the way that she could talk through her turns with her body like that. Just so much body language and animated surfing, giving the judges some excitement and always an extra reason to go 1 or 2 points above her competitors, loading up on the fins there and just throwing her body into the turns.
Yeah, the timing and the placement of where she was positioning the turns, you know, challenging finishing turns, but again, the timing, not getting too high above it. Here's one of the few rights. She loved these rights all event. Even though that didn't come in too high, it looked dynamic. It was about a 5.6, if I remember correctly.
And just dissecting the waves so well. Like just this one here, that turn leaning into it and almost, just like clinical that Levi
She loved it. That's when she went into another gear. That moment, she was feeling the mojo on that right. This is her getting cheered up by her support team. So great job to Levi and Ella. Our
Champions.
2 high seeds taking it out, walking away champions. You know, she gets to follow in Alyssa Spencer's trail. Levi wanting to follow in Jake Marshall's trail. Both of them on the tour in 2024-25. Or, yeah, right, 2024, excuse me. And I think that's it. We are closing it out.
And we'll be back for longboarding tomorrow for the finals, the quarters, semis, and finals. The women's kicking off in the morning. And join us for the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic Finals, the QS that'll see these surfers enter into the World Longboarding Tour for next year. That's it from Matt, the Waxhead Chinosky, and Jeff Baldy Baldwin.
That's it. Thanks. See you tomorrow bright and early.
Life on coast in Morro Bay.
SLO CAL Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SLO CAL Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.